Hello and welcome to part 2. Kicking off.
Once upon a time, way back when there were only 9,000 Arsenal podcasts, 5 young men from various backgrounds, an Irish kid with a horrible haircut, a young Jewish nerd who hadn't discovered food yet, a child from Hemel Hempstead who didn't want to be English no more, a handsome advertising magnate with impeccable judgment, and a young Mexican AC Milan fan hatched a plan to take over the world of Arsenal podcasts. But then these boys became men. Jared, Mikey, Ewan, Magic, and Andy. And the rest, my friends, is history. And now, all these years later, you tune in every so often to hear their incredible takes, their football knowledge, and their sensual advice. But now, it's gone too far. You, our fans, are at long last witness to season
7.
Welcome to the Gooners Pod.
And we are off. Gooners Podcast here at Abbey Burger Bistro. The party has begun, and we have the special shot for the weekend. You're going to want to buy one of these. It's called the Romford Pele. So, Ray, can't wait to share this with you.
This is for you, Razor.
And here we go.
Do it.
You guys are champs. That's what you are.
Winners.
Winners.
Even.
Very nice.
It's only
Ray Parlour.
It's only beer and Jaeger.
Do what we need to do for the...
See you soon, Ray. And now for the tour of 904, the Casa de Gooners podcast this weekend. Quite a beautiful place, nice brick couch, where my son will probably be sleeping on Saturday night. Nice little entry room here with a fireplace that we've been told not to use, so I shall respect that. We got nice kitchen here. I think we'll probably just use the kitchen counter, and that's about it. Anything waiting for us in the fridge? No, we'll have to fill that up. You know what I'm talking about. This door goes out to a ground floor patio. This is the cage that we'll be keeping Tom Rosenhammer in so that he doesn't turn into a wrong'un. And then, the upstairs. Second floor. This is known as the bedroom for Rick Hicks, golf and gooner from St. Louis. Nope, sorry, Tom Rosenhammer's room. Tom, Rob Vander Elk. Closet. That's where Rob will be hiding from Tom when Tom gets horny. Bedroom number 2. This is for Rick Hicks. Nice little bed, 3-sided wall. We're going to put up one of those little things so that he doesn't fall out of the bed like a little baby, which is how he shall be acting. And then bedroom number 3, aka Magic's bedroom. I do not know how this is going to go on a regular basis. In fact, I do not even know how it's going to go right now, but hear the heavy breathing. Imagine me at 2 o'clock in the morning after 34 beers. Don't know how that's going to go. But the palace, to the victor go the spoils. Window unit air conditioner, which I love. Ceiling fan, which I'll be hanging from. And best of all, we have top floor patio with beautiful views of Baltimore, aka other buildings. So this is the Plaza de the Gooners podcast and friends, and suck it.
For your beer this I see you guys are all drinking wine. So if you'd like to switch to a drink, okay, cool.
Gooners versus Cancer sales going on. We have the lovely Lynn helping out tonight. The Venmo is GVC donate. Where you guys from? Local area?
This is my hometown. This is my hometown boy.
This is his hometown. No one else's
I
hometown.
never would have thought that they would ever come here.
Well, and we're gonna find out why, because none of us really understand why.
Okay, here you go.
Fantastic. So, trivia is getting ready to start at the Abbey Burger Bistro. We got Arsenal trivia coming up. We've got a nice crowd here. We've got the upstairs with the crowd already. And things are going to be fun tonight. We got a big podcast at 9 o'clock on the Gooners Pod, and that's what's up. TGP on tour, the Gooners podcast here from Abbey Burger Bistro in Baltimore. The place is filling up. We have the queen of Arsenal America right here, Tiffany Campo. And you may have seen these folks on Arsenal's Twitter today. Sean's in the house as well. How was your trip been so far? Full of Arsenal?
Yeah. All Arsenal all the time.
That's
It's
right.
like a family reunion.
That is what it is. Gooner family reunion. Getting ready. They're doing some trivia downstairs. We're going to be doing the podcast later. We're setting up for that. It's going to be a fun night. James is going to be here. Stu's going to be here. We got a bunch of other people going to be here. I'm going to be here, but don't hold that against me. And come on, you Gooners. One, two, oh, you're doing it!
Remember the day with your dog?
Oh, sorry.
Man, let's go. Cheers.
That's a spicy meatball. It tastes. Did it taste like Ray Parlour at all?
Just to be clear, I'm here on a work trip.
This is work. It's only Ray Parlour. It's a Rumford Pale Ale. Ray, you gotta get what? You gotta get over here.
Go to Chicago.
Ray, you gotta get over here. Should Ray Parlour have that?
Absolutely.
You know. This is
7-0 win on Saturday night.
This is for the Arlington Gooners. It's Fireball, and we're having it. Come on, you
I like what?
Yeah, I like it. It's good. This is a first for me. I've been asked to sign a shirt. I'm ruining the value of the shirt right now, but he wants me to do it. So 2:30 a.m. in Baltimore. The night is kind of over, not too much over. It's over. As far as we're concerned, thank you to our hosts at the Abbey Burger Bistro. Did you see the podcast? Did you? It wasn't that good. Well, I mean, it was good except for my part, which was not that good. No, my part sucked. And
Look.
and we got the
We'll see you tomorrow and Saturday.
we have the full moon is now happening.
I dropped my trowel, but that doesn't seem right.
Oh, we're getting the trout dropping. We're getting the
You
trout
are not getting the
trout
trowel
dropping
dropping.
celebration. There are the troughs, and there's the droppings.
And I leaned over and I was like,
Old Street's in the house.
for Lynn.
I'll get a picture of all you guys.
And this is how a Thursday night on a weekend that things end on Saturday. This is how a Thursday night goes. So, thank you to the Abbey Burger Bistro. I love you.
We love you.
And thank you for everyone, for all the dental people that are looking at my teeth right now, because I really could use some suggestions. Thank you. 5 a.m. Just had some chicken. Just had some donuts. Just watched a bunch of Tom Canton streams. And now, this. as easy as it looks. Ooh. Oh, he's almost done it. He's almost done it. Oh, he's done it. $4:45 in the morning. Yes. 5 a.m. Royal Farms. Most of you will not know what Royal Farms is, but let me just explain to you what Royal Farms is. Chicken. Really good chicken. Especially 5 a.m. chicken. Pretty good chicken. I mean, I know a lot of chickens, and the chickens at 5 a.m. are the chickens that you want. So I apologize to this chicken. I apologize to all the thighs in the world who I shall be eating. I love thighs. Big fan. Sorry. Royal Farms. Chicken. Baltimore. Arsenal. It's TGP on tour. It is Friday. I'm alive. I'm out of bed finally at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Bit of a rough night last night, but a great one. Just wanted to say thank you again to everybody that was at the Abbey Burger Bistro for what was a great podcast, great live event, great panel. Everyone was there to see James, to see Stu, to see Kaya, even though he wasn't able to make it there, to see Mark Brindle, and of course, Mike Kavanaugh, our host for the evening, along with the Abbey Burger Bistro. Just a great, great night. Raised over $1,000 for charity in just that night. We're looking forward to raising some more tomorrow. But today's about getting out, getting to see Baltimore, different parts of Baltimore than this, the Inner Harbor, Fells Point. Tonight will be a very fun shindig with a lot of people from Arsenal, a lot of great Gooners, and we'll certainly bring you some content from that. But it's hot, it's sunny. I got to put a hat on so that I don't end up with a red head. But it's going to be fun, and we're missing any of you that aren't here. But a couple more days, we'll be down in Orlando and have some fun there as well. So in any case, oh yeah, there's a game tomorrow as well. I believe it's 7 o'clock against Everton, and we will be bringing you that from the press box. So stay tuned. Subscribe to Gooners Pod on Twitter, the Gooners Pod on Twitter, the Gooners Podcast on Instagram, and check out the Gooners Pod channel at goonersubscribe.com on YouTube. Come on, you Gooners. TGP on tour here at Phillips Crab House. And Crab Deck, excuse me. We're at the Inner Harbor. There's music nearby. It's hot, but there's a nice breeze supporting the Arsenal today. And you can't be in Baltimore without having the traditional Baltimore beer, Natty Bo. It's so bad, it's good. And I'm going to confirm this for you right now. Not bad, not particularly good, but here in Baltimore, you have to. When in Baltimore, do as the Baltimoreans do. We love them all. Come on, you guys.
You know what? I'm giving roller skating. I got roller skating.
I'm taking slow motion video. You don't have to be in slow motion.
That's not how normal people eat.
I know.
Magic Mike, the Gooner Podcast, TGP on tour. We are here at the Abbey Burger Bistro in Fells Point.
He's so cool.
And
He's so cool. Look at him.
I don't think I'm cool.
Look at him.
I'm so cool that I got to wear. Life is so. What is it? Life is so bright. I got to wear shades. Something like that. The future so bright. The Gooners Podcast here from Baltimore. TGP on tour in the Charm City. We are at the Abbey Burger Bistro again, but not the same one. This one's at Fells Point, and this is where the action is tonight. Let's see who's here enjoying themselves at, let's say, 6 p.m. on the night before the game. Oh, we've got Aston. It's just Aston wearing the yellow. What are you wearing tonight, Aston? Who are you wearing?
Well, I don't have anyone on the back, do I?
I think This one's blank, right?
No, but are you wearing an Adidas Adidas?
Excuse me. This is the Trey Chic Adidas
Adidas.
Arsenal away kit from last year. Now, you'll notice here that what's wonderful about this is this wonderful mustard yellow that really shows off the classic Arsenal kit. And then also, look at these stripes. The attention to detail is fantastic. Absolutely high class. Absolutely Arsenal.
Beautiful. And I would say the same thing about you. Absolutely class. Absolutely Arsenal. Let's go see who else is here. Aston's a big part of the ceremonies over here. It's only Rick Hicks.
Only Rick.
Hold on, we gotta.
Are you muted again? No. Are you muted again?
No. Rick Hicks from St. Louis.
Yes.
Gateway Gooners.
Gateway Gooners.
Sporting the human race. Arsenal shirt.
Designed by Farrell. Arsenal shirt.
So what brings you here to Baltimore this week?
Well, it sure isn't you.
Not normally.
Arsenal are here.
The population of Baltimore usually gets cut by 90% when I come into town, but you're here for the Arsenal.
Here for the Arsenal. I'm here for Tom. Here for Rob.
Who will meet in just a second. Are you here for the game, or are you here for the Gooners?
There will be a game, and I will watch the game, but that's not the main reason we're here, is it?
Will you remember the game?
Oh, I'll remember the first half.
Fair.
Yeah. I'm well known for only remembering the first half of most of our preseason games.
I remember the first half of most days, actually.
Most days.
So yes, Rick, one of my roommates at our Airbnb. It's a fantastic place. He woke me up this morning right after I threw up, and there's nothing that makes you feel better after throwing up than seeing Rick. Let's see the pinky out. And what are you tasting there? What is that concoction-looking thing? It's claret. It's like a claret and gold, which the bartender does happen to be a West Ham fan.
You need to swirl.
I'm swirling.
And what do you have?
Take a sniff.
It is a sour.
A sour.
Yeah.
Rick is a very sour person. So, next in the crew, Thomas Rosenhammer.
Hello.
Former co-host of mine on the Sunday Roast.
Yes.
Substitute for Danny. Former appearance on the Gooners podcast. One of my best bros in the world. I love him.
No, I got to.
All right. What are you here for? What do you got? What are you here for?
We're all here for the Arsenal. And what am I wearing? So he's wearing the human race. I'm wearing human skin.
Do we want to debut? Do we want to see what you have? Now, normally on the Gooners podcast, we do not endorse nudity, but we're going to endorse it right now because
So, cannon on my chest. Hang on. Cannon on my chest.
Let's see those titties.
Cannon on my chest.
What do you think about being on Tom's body? Put it back. What are your thoughts? How's the first week on Tom's body been for you so far? Fucking sucks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is Arsenal. I love Arsenal.
Riveting.
I love Arsenal. Don't tell me that I don't. But I ain't getting no tattoo. Sorry. It's a Jewish thing. I'm really not allowed. My mother would be so mad at me. What kind of person are you to get a tattoo? You've marked your body with ink forever. You can't do anything about that. My mom talks nothing like that, but
30 more beers and I'll talk you into it.
there you go. So in other words, tune in at about 4 a.m. tonight where I will not be eating chicken. I will be at the tattoo parlor having a tattoo of fried chicken on my I will be bleeding. Rob is in town as well.
What's up?
The final piece of the 4-man Airbnb. So hot. Rob, we've known each other, but we are just finally meeting today. Yes. So how big of a thrill is it to be here and meet me?
It's really hard for me not to start masturbating uncontrollably now that I've met.
I have that effect on people. Please let me close my mouth.
Yes.
But so honestly though, it's not just me. I mean, I appreciate that you just came here for me, but lots of Gooners are here. Gunners are here. The team is here. In the next 36 hours of your visit, what is the single thing that you're looking forward to the most?
Seeing the boys take the field is going to be awesome. Want to see like some nice early cohesion. No injuries. all we root for.
I'll take the injuries. Like I'll trip down the stairs. We'll
take the
injuries. We'll get injured so that they won't. And yes, you are welcome.
And then just hanging out, meeting Gooners from all around the country. Meeting Rick from St. Louis, that's super cool. Tom, of course, I know from Richmond. Meeting you finally, but I'm excited to meet everybody. So.
Well, it's going to be a great time. It's already been a lot of fun. The last 24 hours have raised money. We've had fun. We've talked to great people. We've had long conversations into the night about the fan base, about the team, about the club, about everything. And that is what these gatherings are all about. So, Rob, it's great to have you here.
Awesome.
Remember to tune in to more content. Follow the Gooners Pod at the Gooners Pod on Twitter. Go to Gooners Subscribe on YouTube to subscribe to the pod. And on Instagram, the Gooners Pod. And don't forget to come on, you Gooners. TGP on tour. It's only Ray Parlour.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Everyone out there?
The Gooners Podcast at Salante for a special event with us the night before the game with the man Ray Parlour. How have you enjoyed your stay so far this week?
Oh, it's been brilliant. Absolutely. First time I've been to Baltimore. Really enjoyed everybody's hospitality, going around and different bars and different venues we've been to. Training's been good for the lads as well. It's been very hot, as we all know in America.
Brutal.
But it's all part of that pre-season. So it's been brilliant. I love all the American fans. Always have a great time when I'm here. And obviously your podcast is great for the Gooners and cancer. So well done to you guys.
Cheers, and go to GoonersVCancer.com. Check out the things that you can win. Hopefully we'll cure cancer together. But Ray, your help and your ambassadorship as part of Arsenal is a thing that we look forward to every single year. Even though you don't come over every single year, it's something we look forward to. So,
I love coming to America. I love it. So looking forward to a game against Everton, and then obviously going down to Orlando to play Orlando City and Chelsea, the big game Chelsea. Oh, I love playing against Chelsea.
It's a massive game. Well, we appreciate it. Thank you, Ray.
Cheers, buddy. Take care.
The Gooners Podcast here in Baltimore, TGP on tour with Football.London's Kaya Kaynak, who has finally arrived. His plane was delayed by 97 hours.
97 is spot on, yeah. It was a tough ride, but I'm happy I'm here. I've got a beer now, so I'm very happy.
He's got a beer. He's ingested some Arsenal. He's been covering the team all day. He's written 97 articles so far today.
98 articles.
98 articles today. And he's happy to join the Gooners podcast team as the only Arsenal podcast covering the American tour. Don't go to the Arsenal way. You don't want to do that. What's the website for them?
You're getting me in trouble. I'm not getting involved in all of this.
Go to the Arsenal way. Watch the incredible updates from Tom Canton, from Chris Davison, from Kaya Kaynak, because they are our friends. Even though they never put my comments up in chat, it's okay. Kaya, what is the one moment you're looking forward to the most for this weekend?
I'm looking forward to seeing Arsenal play. I'm looking forward to see what happens tomorrow in terms of who's playing, seeing some of the new players. I'm meeting all of you guys here today. Really.
That was the answer I was looking for.
Yeah, that was my first answer. I had to go a bit of delay, but that was the first answer for sure.
This video is backwards. It's the Benjamin Button. It's the Benjamin Button of videos. He meant meeting all the Gooners was going to be good, and then the game. So we're going to go have some fun. We're going to stop talking on a microphone because we look like right prats. Ding! And say goodbye, Kaya.
Bye, guys.
Oh my God!
Gooners Podcast on tour here in Baltimore. We are in the presence of greatness. We are not here with an Arsenal player. We are here with the literal greatest Arsenal person of all time. Is he Carl Jenkinson? Is he not? Yeah. So I did a whole 3-minute video and then it wasn't even recording. But the very, very most important of Arsenal players is here. He's green. He's tall, and he loves the club. And for once and for all, we're going to get a very important question answered. Here's Gunnersaurus's penis.
Jesus, Mike.
What's wrong with this guy?
It's everything I hoped for and more.
Andy, the reason I didn't want to come on your podcast back then is because you don't want to be English no more.
You put the address from St. Louis.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I put in there, but yeah, it was, I was a fucking mess. I was walking all over this motherfucker.
So you're back at the Airbnb.
Yes.
But you
because I got sick of walking, and I said,
did you walk home, or did you make multiple cars that make the
I took an Airbnb. I walked
you took an Airbnb.
No. Sorry.
What did you take?
A fucking lift.
Uber.
I took a lift.
All right.
I took a lift.
To where?
I got. Who the hell knows? That's my problem.
What did you?
I do not know where I told the lift to drop me off.
Did you put like Edgar Allan Poe House as the address, or
I don't know. Let me try.
All right, so he took a lift.
I'll try to look. So
he took a lift. He took an Airbnb.
I took a lift that I thought was to an Airbnb.
Okay.
Turns out,
preferably ours. No.
It was no such thing.
Right.
No such thing.
So then you ended up in...
I walked like a mother.
Were you on Martin Luther King Boulevard?
Oh, shit. I was... Listen, I was in the...
Oh, listen. I was in Baltimore.
I was in Baltimore.
I don't know where I was.
Oh, yeah. I was...
2 a.m. came and went. All right, so then, I mean, like, you're here now. Like I want to know what happened that led you to being here.
Because I walked for blocks and blocks and blocks, and I said, fuck it, I'm good in another lift. And this time, apparently, I typed it incorrectly.
You probably spent $80 on
I
two
did.
lifts.
I've probably spent $70 fucking dollars on lifts tonight, and only...
But you're home safely, which, you know, to
Well,
me, no amount of money, okay, $20 could be exchanged for your safety as a pony who I love. So you're home, you're broke.
I don't know if I'm broke or not. I'm assuming I am.
Your titties.
Let me. My titties.
Your titties.
Your titties.
Your titties.
Bitch. Your titties.
Well, and I'm gonna tuck you in a motherfucking second.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna tuck you in with my penis.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
It's
4 a.m. We're here. Yeah. Arsenal is responsible for what's happening to us right now.
So I see it's like 390 something. And I'm like, oh, this is too far to walk. What am I doing?
This is how he got home. We are home.
No, this is not how I got home. I'm surmising this is how I got home because I don't really know how I got home.
Yeah. This is.
I was walking and walking.
Investigative
and
journalism.
They're looking at me. I can feel their eyes on me.
The people.
Yeah.
The people who check whether people are walking home the right way or not.
They're trying to. Suddenly I'm.
They've identified a person who's trying to get home but doesn't know.
I owe somebody something. Right. Because I'm there. That's what.
And unlike the people who are normally in that position, you're wearing very colorful clothes.
Yes.
And then
I was in feral gear.
Yes. And then you're walking.
And but in the end, even though I felt her eyes on me, they didn't mess with me.
And in the end,
they let it go. Did
the love that you take was it equal to the love you make?
Make. I don't know.
All right. So then you're just walking through Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm walking through Baltimore.
And it's not like you're walking through Memphis because that's a different song.
I'm
walking through Memphis. You're walking through Baltimore.
Walking through the Beale. Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
I just decided, hey, listen, I'm 9 blocks from where I need to be, even though I walked for miles. It wasn't close enough.
Would you walk 500 miles just to be the man
I would walk 500
Did you walk 500 miles just to be the man that didn't know how to get back to his Airbnb?
More.
Just to be the man who has no idea how to get back to the Airbnb.
Yeah. So I finally decided I was in no condition to continue walking the amount of miles it would have taken to get here, and I thought, let's order as far as I know, a second Uber.
He's saying let's as though he's a conglomeration
but honestly,
of people.
I don't know if I had a first Uber.
So the first Uber is actually may or may not have occurred.
It may not have occurred. I don't know.
That's the greatest part of the story ever.
Really?
I'm just learning now, 5 hours into the story, that
5 hours
that the second Uber might have been the first Uber.
Mm-hmm.
But what's most important is we have hydration multiplier. We have a hydration multiplier that is being ingested into the man's face.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hydration is cool, but when you multiply it, it's even cooler. And I also have hydration multiplier, AF. I haven't had it yet, so let's see how it tastes.
It's gonna make the hangover less severe.
Oh my God!
Yeah. What?
This just removed 87 beers from my vagina. I am no longer hungover tomorrow.
Oh my God!
I'm. It's incredible. It's as though I didn't drink anything, except everybody knows that I did. It's good. It's very good. I appreciate that you went and bought it.
No idea what happened with you and your vagina.
Okay.
Really don't.
But where are you? Are you in your bed? Are you in your beddy bye?
This is supposed to be my bed.
It's his beddy bye.
We'll see that.
I'm gonna go.
We'll see how that happens.
Those stairs. And
you are not gonna make it up those stairs.
I've already done it.
You're gonna collapse like halfway. And you're gonna drop.
I've already done it. This. Oh my God! Look at my belly.
What?
Look at my belly right now.
Oh my God!
This is me. This is my pregnancy.
Oh.
I did drop the phone, and I think we're just gonna leave it here because.
Do the hydration multiplier.
I've done the hydration. I'm gonna multiply how hydrated I am.
You're gonna multiply.
Not only this, but I just realized it's upside down because the top of the phone.
He's
is
gonna multiply in his own hands. We don't know.
Look.
We don't know.
I'm upside down right now. Look how upside down I am.
Probably not. Probably not. You're just.
All right.
Oh God.
Arsenal 7, Everton 2. Thank you.
I think so. Oh God.
One more?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, one more.
Got my hydration. I'm good. Oh fuck. All right. Oh God.
You sure? There's not one more?
What?
There's not one more?
Wait, this has got shit in it still. What'd you do? Did you like not use it?
I thought I did.
You crinkled it and left shit in here.
No, I thought I took it all.
You didn't.
I took it all into my vagina.
You took nothing.
Oh shit.
You took nothing.
All right. Well, I tried.
Lame ass. This guy's a lame ass.
I tried.
He couldn't even do his hydration properly.
No more sneezing.
Oh God. All right, what's happening here? I don't know.
All right, good night.
I'm sleeping in a box.
When I said you can stay at my crib, I actually meant that you were going to be in the crib.
I know. I am in a crib.
I said, Rick, there's a spot in my crib.
Somebody sing me a lullaby. I'm in a crib.
Dude, you're hanging out of my crib. Just go to bed. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, dude.
It's not a big deal. You're right. It's not a big deal. God damn.
All right, I'm closing the door. I'm closing the door. But if you do another funny thing, I know
I'm coming at you.
Shit. No.
And it's Mike and Tanner. I want Tanner to know. I've just done an interview with Ray Parlour, and now I'm doing this. So please say something that will assuage my disappointment.
Something that will assuage my disappointment.
All right. So we're here. We're at Slum Terror. It's a fun night. We're here with the Arsenal. We're here with Gooners, more importantly. Is this everything that you wanted it to be?
And more.
Am I everything that you wanted it to be?
No.
No.
Sorry.
I'm not. I don't live up to expectations. But your hair does. So this is what the summer tour is about. All you proper Arsenal supporters, feel free to chime in about, how entitled we are and that we get the stuff. But look. It's coming up on 5 o'clock. It has been an incredible day of Goonerdom. We've got Gooners from all over the country, from all over the world that are here. We have massive Gooners. I mean, seriously, massive Gooners. We've had so much money raised for Gooners versus Cancer. It's been fantastic. We've got people entering the raffles. We've got people buying cups. We've got people getting Ruth Beck art prints at buyruthbeckart.com. If you're not lucky enough to get a print that way, then you should go to Ruth Beck Art. We're going to total it up later, but we have definitely raised yet another 1,000, maybe closer to 2 today, selling cups and raffle tickets. So successful, in fact, that we are postponing the draw for the Legend signed shirt from 5 p.m. today until tomorrow morning, so that we can have the entire rest of the afternoon and evening to keep this good donations coming. So if you're watching this and you're wondering whether you won or not, we will be announcing that on the Twitter feed at Gooners v Cancer tomorrow morning. That's Sunday morning. Thanks for all of your donations, your generosity, and if you're not here, you're missing out, because this is Gooner family.
TGP on tour. We got some guy here. I don't know who he is. He's here. He's fresh off of calling a welfare check for me at my hotel in New Orleans a few years ago. It's Trupowitz.
My brother, Big Mike in the cut. You get me? We're in Baltimore, blood. You understand? The love in here right now.
I actually don't understand, but
he understands, blood. You get me? He's a one man who understands. Right now, Arsenal takeover. I've seen a handful of Everton fans. You get me?
Yeah, there's like 3.
I'm telling you, blood, and one of them's with me.
Why are you doing that? So we're here with Gooners versus Cancer. We're raising money. Go to goonersvcancer.com. We got a raffle going on. You can win a Legend signed shirt. You can win one of Troops' pubic hairs. Oh, I have to talk to him about that. Actually, we'll pay you for that. So.
Listen, anything for him, you understand? It's nothing for me, bro.
You having a good time here?
I'm enjoying it, bro. You get me? First, like literally just got in. You told me the matting was going down last night. You understand? I ain't seen Tom yet, so he's probably still recovering. But you understand? Everyone needs to get involved with Gooners versus Cancer.
Thank you. And at what minute will you be invading the pitch?
Nah, you know what, yeah? I kind of like the Ravens, innit? So I want to come back to the stadium.
Oh, that's true. You don't want to be kicked out.
Big up Lamar, blood.
All right. Cheers to you, man.
Nah, cheers to you, blood. Yeah? Big blood clot Mike, yeah?
Wait, I have a blood. This is a really terrible time to diagnose me with that. Come on, man. TGP on tour. It's Mike from a very, very quiet press box tonight at M&T Stadium. We're here for Arsenal versus Everton. The crowd is red. The crowd is all around. That's the Arsenal America section right there. We got some surprise people playing in the lineup tonight. Center midfield is the lineup of Xhaka and Partey. We have Matt Turner making his first start for Arsenal in the United States, back where he belongs, or came from anyway. And Gabi Jesus getting his first start. So should be a fun night. Gooners have been excited. They've been outside all day, drinking, reveling, getting ready for what's going to be a fantastic debut for this U.S. tour. More later. Dressing room to Lewis Dunford's Angel. Nice touch.
Introducing Everton.
Rousing biz, and pyro. We've got flares. Bit surprising.
Yeah! Bukayo Saka!
View from the stands late in the first half, well, about 2/3 of the way through the first half. We've got a couple of great fans here, some young Arsenal fans who have incredible fathers, although his father's not an Arsenal fan. Arsenal looking like they might score, but they don't. So, what's your name?
Jake.
What's your real first name?
Jacob.
Magic Jake?
Magic Jake.
All right. Having a good time? Oh, there's... we got people who are unable to attend the match because they're sick, but they're here anyway. They're watching via film. That's Rio right there. Strong showing from the Arsenal America contingent. Let's put it that way.
Yeah! Bukayo Saka!
View from the stands late in the first half, well, about 2/3 of the way through the first half. We've got a couple of great fans here, some young Arsenal fans who have incredible fathers, although his father's not an Arsenal fan. Arsenal looking like they might score, but they don't. So, what's your name?
Jake.
What's your real first name?
Jacob.
Magic Jake?
Magic Jake.
All right. Having a good time? Oh, there's... we got people who are unable to attend the match because they're sick, but they're here anyway. They're watching via film. That's Rio right there. Strong showing from the Arsenal America contingent. Let's put it that way. TGP on tour, the Gooners podcast in Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. Arsenal 2, Everton nil at halftime. Tell everybody your name.
Joe.
Joe's in here from what, New York, right?
I'm from New York. Great first half. Great play by Matt Turner. Great goals by Saka.
Gabi Jesus with almost an identical goal from his first in Germany.
Yeah.
Roofing it into the net. What do you think so far of the overall performance?
I think we're looking good. I'm worried Gabby got kicked over there. I was like, take him out, save him for the season. You know, don't want to waste him in the preseason. But, you know, Jesus, take the wheel. Let's go for it.
Let's do it, you know. I'm even into Jesus right now. It's incredible. And, you know, my mother would be very upset about that. What do we got going on here?
Hey, how's it going? Joe from New York.
And what are you thinking about the game so far?
Oh, we're looking good so far. We're looking solid.
What's this going to be, like 7-8-0?
Maybe like 12.
Eddie Nketiah has got to be scoring a second half hat trick in his home city of Baltimore.
Oh yeah, totally. Eddie's definitely going to score at home city of Baltimore.
And have the fans been chanting Marlowe at him?
Marlowe?
Marlo Stanfield.
Oh yeah, sure, 100%. I have no idea.
Well, he is Mr. July. Clearly, you don't watch The Wire.
No.
And you're the guy that doesn't wear The Wire.
All the pop culture questions you could ask me. The one show I don't watch is The Wire, and that's the only show you know.
And who are you wearing today?
Who am I wearing?
That's right. One of the more fashionable Gooners that I know.
I don't know about that.
Tell everyone your name.
Seb.
Seb, a.k.a. Sebby, a.k.a. the Sebster.
Yeah.
He's here.
I do a little show with some friends of yours, Mike Hers.
You can catch Seb on Not Another Arsenal podcast. Also called Nap because that's what it makes you take.
Yes, exactly.
And final score prediction.
4-0 to the Arsenal.
Nice, 4-0 to the Arsenal. That's good. Come on, you Gooners.
Yeah! Bukayo Saka!
TGP on tour, the Gooners podcast in Baltimore, with the two most handsome Arsenal supporters I've ever met. Dustin, it's the Garrisons, and tell us your name again.
Alex.
Top footballer right here, this kid. Plays for my old high school, I believe.
Woodson?
For Woodson.
Yeah.
And they're here. It's 2-0 at halftime. Goals from Saka and, of course, Gabby Jesus. Are we going to see Nketiah in the second half, and how many goals is he going to score?
We're definitely seeing him in the second half. I reckon he bags a goal.
He reckons that he's going to bag a goal because he's got bags of pace and he's going to put a lot of purchase on his shots, right?
Yes, 100%.
What do you think for the final score?
I think we'll win 4-1. 4-1.
And why in the world would someone think it's a good idea to play this dreadful, dreadful song? I cannot stand this song.
No idea. This song drives me nuts.
If Peter was here, the Arsenal DJ, he would not be doing this right now. So, anyway, good to see you guys again, and enjoy the second half.
Yeah, London calling for the win.
Come on, you Gunners!
TGP on tour, the Gooners podcast in Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. Arsenal 2, Everton 0 at halftime. Tell everybody your name.
Joe.
Joe's in here from what, New York, right?
I'm from New York. Great first half. Great play by Matt Turner.
Is the Wire show with
podcast. Also called Nap because that's what it makes you take.
Yes, exactly.
And final score prediction. TGP on tour, the Gooners podcast, on the pitch after the 2-0 victory by Arsenal. We're waiting for Matt Turner to come out. We're going to have a chat with him. We're going to try to ask him a question. I think the question that I'm going to ask him should be pretty obvious, but it was a great game, great time. Just had a press conference with Mikel Arteta. Seems very proud of what the team accomplished tonight, and very, very much underway for what he hopes will be a successful season. So all things pointing towards the positive at the moment. The Gooner Podcast, live from Baltimore.
To hello and welcome to hour 11 of the Gooners versus Cancer POD-a-THON. You've just finished watching a retrospective, which I made when I was very tired last night. So it contained about 8 of the same clips played over and over and over again, apparently. But this is the special hour where we have people from Australia and England and just all kinds of mishmash of people here who we love, and so. By way of saying hello, let's first talk to Gabriel Maillard. Is it like the duck?
Maillard. You were close. You were close. It's a French name.
So Gabrielle, and may I call you Gabrielle or Gabby?
Go for Gabe. Why not? Gabe works, doesn't it?
Gabe is someone who I met back in October of last year. If you watch the Arsenal Vision podcast live from Victoria's Tavern, you understood what people were saying and enjoyed the podcast experience because of this man. And
I do have to say that was an editing masterclass by you there. That was excellent stuff. I love the Guitar Hero mic that you've managed to travel around the world with and do all those interviews with. That's beautiful stuff. The repeated videos, just for emphasis. Top work.
Hold on. I didn't mean to actually play it again. I was falling asleep at the computer while editing that last night, and so it's not shocking that I ended up with things like over and over and over and over again. Max, live from Australia. Actually, Gabe's in Australia as well. But
Brisbane,
Max?
but you're not Brisbane, Max, correct?
No. Here in Melbourne. Hello, boys. How are you? Hello, Steve. Look at the size of you, you skinny little fucker.
No, it's ridiculous. I'm now the fattest guy on the podcast, and
wow. I wouldn't recognize you, Steve. I'd walk past you. I'd still call you a name. It'd just be a different name.
Yeah, it's no longer fat cunt anymore. It's less
skinny
fat
cunt. Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe Steve's having a couple of audio difficulties, so he's getting set up. So we're going to bring back in the one, the only Mikey Hers. What has happened to where now I can't get the... Oh, I know what it is. Hold on. I got to get this banner off. There we go. Now we're big. Mikey's back from his break. I appreciate you coming back. So, Max, just finishing up. The last time you were on the podcast, I think you broke up with Fergus. I asked
Arsenal and heartbreak.
I asked him the other day. I was like, "Have you been on with? I mean, have you do you get on with Max? Like, have you talked to him lately?" He's like, "I haven't talked to that guy for years." And I'm like, "You talked to him last year on our podcast." It was like exactly 1 year ago. It's like, "Oh yeah, well, I haven't talked to him since then."
I think it was the comment on the podcast. I think it was the subsequent trolling of everything that he put up after that from both you and me for a defined amount of time. I think that probably was the straw that broke the camel's back. No, I still love Fergus. I chat to him online.
Posting love notes on his LinkedIn probably wasn't the best idea.
And if you ever need a car in Essex, there is only one used car salesman to go to.
There's only one.
And that man's name is Fergus.
And he does it because Max tells him that's what he does.
I'll tell you what to do.
Oh God, I love it. Steve, are you ready?
I'm here. I just had to switch my mic out. Obviously, it's like 6 a.m. here, and I'm a 28-year-old man who now smokes on spicy leaf, so I'm fucked. But we're raising money for cancer.
Steve is very tired as well because it's so skinny that he just doesn't have the reserves of energy.
I'm wasting away. I was thinking the last time, obviously, you did the 24-hour. I was out in my taxi because I remember about 3 o'clock in the morning we tried doing it and it was just not good. And then we saw the sunrise.
We saw the sunrise over the cliffs of Dover or something like that.
It was Ramsgate, which is not as extravagant. Which actually it's better than Dover because Dover's a real shithole. But
Aaron Ramsgate. As we have begun hour 11 out of 27. I mean, we're not yet halfway through. I want to remind people to I gotta add the little crawl at the bottom as we call it in the industry.
The industry, Mikey,
in the porn industry.
What kit number is that, by the way, that you've worn today?
Oh,
I've lost count of how many
I was like, I don't put
switched.
numbers on kits. This is probably number 6, but the fourth one that I haven't had to change because of urine.
Oh, sweet. Good record. All things considered.
I think it's pretty good. Where is the? Here we go.
How many chairs? How many chairs have been broken in the making of this podcast?
This chair supports a portly man.
So not the same sort of chairs as they have at Highbury.
No, they do not have these kind of chairs right here.
Mike broke the chair, man.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Mike broke the chair.
There's no better voice for that.
Yeah, Ola is awesome.
Than Ola's voice. That might have been. No, that wasn't the night. I was gonna say, Gabe, that was the night of the Arsenal Vision event, but it wasn't. I think that was like the night before the Villa game, or it was the night of the Villa game, something like that last year.
I think I'm still hungover from that night, to be honest.
Jeez, who was it?
That was big. That was big. I do remember. Andrew from Arsebros buying us all a kebab at about 5 a.m.
Jesus,
excellent work.
There's
Excellent.
no better.
Man's a legend.
There's no the only thing better than a kebab at 4 or 5 in the morning. And if you were here for the last hour, you would have seen towards the beginning of my video, 5 a.m. chicken from Royal Farms is the next best thing. I mean, there are, as I said in the thing, there are a lot of chickens. 5 a.m. chickens are the chickens that you want, I believe, is what the wise words I gave. Do they have Royal Farms in Australia, Max? You'd think like Royal might be like it's a thing that mostly is in Maryland, here in the United States, but because the monarchy is kind of still a thing over there in the Commonwealth. Do they have Royal Farms? No, they just have beer.
Isn't a big thing in Australia. Chicken's a big thing in America. You get a bit of dirty bird over here. If you're drunk enough, you might eat some KFC. But the late night food of choice in Melbourne.
I'm sure you've been involved with a few dirty birds after a few drinks.
I have been involved with a number of dirty birds, Steve, as you and your mother know both very well.
Oh no!
Hey, that's Wednesdays only. She had to help bring me up, man.
WednesdaysOnly.com.
Yeah, we promise not to speak of it in front of you, Steve, but our love is pure.
Nothing pure about what you're up to, man. So Gabe, let's kind of start with you. Let's learn a little bit about your Arsenal background and what you're doing halfway across the world. Have you been imprisoned, and that's why you're in Australia?
I have been sent over, for stealing a chicken. Actually, aptly enough, I was sent over on the boat. I'm here now. It's lovely. It's warm, and the guards are nice. So, my Arsenal supporting life was quite recent, really. I started watching football when I was like 15, because I've always had glasses, so I've been massively blind. Picked last in every event at school. So it was didn't really like it very much. Parents went into football, but then got FIFA 2010, and that was it. Learned all the players, and I was like, right, because I was always an Arsenal fan from when I was young, but I never knew any of the players. Started watching the Arsenal, started going to the games. Me and a mate, Steve, who's in a wheelchair, we went round the world. I pushed him around the world. We watched Arsenal in China. We watched just loads of sport. I've got my LA Gooners top on.
Excuse me for a second. Is this Sebi's wife right here? Is he on the wrong account, or is his wife now cheating on him with us? I don't know.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, how do I enlarge that picture? Because I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Sebi's wife before. Sorry, Gabe. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. Yeah. So currently I'm just on holiday, mate. Because as you well know, you might have seen me just stressing out my eyeballs at all the last Arsenal events. It's been super busy.
Yeah, you didn't look too stressed the last couple of times I've seen you, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah. To be fair, you only saw me in the bar afterwards, so that was like post stress.
So it's a work hard, play hard thing for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you work solid for 3 months, like every day, 18-hour days, and then you come over to Australia and you sit in your girlfriend's mum's house on a 24-hour podcast.
Exactly. I mean, that's how you do it. So we are working together. I don't think it's premature to say I've been talking about it just in theory this entire couple of last weeks, but working on making a fantastic opportunity for anyone in the London area on Friday, September 2nd. It's wedged directly in between the Villa home game, the closing of the transfer window, and the away game at Old Trafford. On that Friday evening will be some sort of a gathering / panel show / live podcast. And Gabe, I hope you haven't watched the live shows I did in Baltimore and in Orlando. because those are examples of how to get a great show of, like, if you're standing 5 feet away together. But if you're any further than 5 feet away, including in the bar at the event where you couldn't hear anything, how not to do the production values.
Yeah, the idea of a live show that isn't really a live show. I've seen these kind of things before. There's something happening over there behind all those people. Yeah, no, hopefully we'll, we've been speaking to a couple of venues and we've got somewhere really cool that's looking like it's confirmed. Should be 100 people capacity, maybe something like that. They've got a nice bar. It's not too far from North London. It's like just a little cheeky bus ride, but you can get the tube there. It's gonna be excellent. And
It's
fingers
Brixton.
crossed.
I mean, just come out and say it's Brixton.
It's not Brixton. It's not Brixton. Never go south of the river, guys. Remember that. Never go south of the river. It's going to be maybe Dalston kind of area. Oh yeah. Big Steve's band. We'll get Big Steve's band down.
So you know Steve.
Well, I mean,
no idea.
I don't know if you can afford the full bands, but you maybe me on my own. You know.
Oh yeah. All right. Nice.
We are. We accept donations
2nd
in
of
kind.
September, did you say?
Friday the 2nd of September. Max is planning his flight right now, and he's gonna leave that kid of his that he had on our podcast.
Anything to get out of the most locked down country on the planet, the most locked down city on the planet. Anything to get out at this point would be good, because fuck Australia.
And I will not have
enough. It's easy to get in though. They will let anyone in. Honestly.
Yeah,
anyone.
You just can't get out. I will not have COVID when I go to London, which is great because I have it right now. For a guy with COVID though, lovely. I'm hanging in there pretty good in hour 12.
Again, Mike? When did you find this out?
When I got home from Florida. I mean, like, I was in Florida hugging people in a crowded environment. Those are like, if there isn't a more like, you could almost see the COVID walking around Orlando last week. So many people I know that were on that tour have it, are thankfully not overly sick from it, and just kind of happy that it didn't happen to them while they were there, or at least that they didn't know about it until they got back. But so yeah, I'm stoked. I mean, we are the panel's coming together. I know Ruth Beck will be there. I know I've been told Sophie's going to be there, which is great because she's not in London all the time. We're working on a couple of ex-players. I know a couple folks who tend to be broadcasters are not in control of their schedule, but we're going to work on Perry hopefully, and just make it into a situation where you're not coming to see me do a podcast. I mean, my God, you don't want that. You're coming to see some folks that all assembled in the same place is a pretty cool evening out. And we'll do it in the name of Gooners versus Cancer. And Gabe has offered his services at an agreeable,
very agreeable, sir.
Very agreeable.
Very agreeable.
More so for me than for you, probably. But but yeah, it's gonna be a great night no matter what happens. And my son's seen it, my daughter's seen it. My wife is now going to see how strange it is that this man who lives in her house most of the time is actually well received by people over in London. So it'll be neat. But now, Steve, my God, we talked an hour or two ago about the concept of Olivier Giroud having a vagina, but you might be hotter at this point. When do you plan on saying, okay, I'm done, now I'm going to start eating again?
Well, no, see, this is the thing. So since November, my weight is sort of slowly. Well, I'm 182 pounds. Well, I'm not 182 pounds. That's what I've lost. I've lost 182 pounds. But it's sort of slowed down and fluctuated between sort of 182 and 190 since sort of mid-November. Because of this little thing called the munchies, which somehow doesn't matter that I've got 80% less stomach capacity than I can during the day. And so My problem has been, a little bit of a bad habit but also the fact that I struggle to eat solid food, standard foods. It just makes me feel uncomfortable and groggy. So when I'm busy all the time, I don't want to be eating something that's making me feel shit afterwards. So I'll just save it to the evening. But then what I am eating is a lot more calorie dense. However, in that point, I've still lost. Huh?
Just drink Guinness. It's the best of both worlds, Steve. It's a meal in a can.
Nah.
He's right. If you're pregnant,
so even
be low calorie.
Yeah, even though I fluctuated, I've still lost 5 inches around the waist in that time. So I'm still getting smaller, but my weight has sort of stayed the same. So it's just now about kicking back on.
Have you gained
the thing is, my target
additional
now
inches on your knob?
Yeah, I was gonna say when you said you lost 5 inches, I just assumed.
Visually. Can you see your buddy?
It was.
You see your
Well, I
dick?
mean, I always could, just.
Because of the pure length of
But
it, though,
it's
I
like,
assume.
no, we're not having a discussion on a podcast that's supposed to be about raising money for cancer. And
Sure we are.
We
You
can
should
divert
have
a
seen
little
the
bit.
last hour.
Let's not talk about little Steve. Let's not talk about little Steve.
Well, which one's Big Steve now and which one's Little Steve? Because it's all about perspective.
Well, Max, only me and your mother know.
Quote of the day.
Right. No. So I've got a bit, but my target now is less
Lovely women.
weight related. And next season, I want to be fitting into an extra large Arsenal shirt as opposed to a 2XL. And last season, I want to next August, I want to be in an extra large, like comfortably. So I'm starting to sort of focus less on the weight moving down, because I know that even when it's fluctuating and sort of stagnant, I'm still getting smaller. So
when the surgeon was laying out what the next 5 years of your life would be like, was he using Arsenal jersey sizes as medical terminology, or like the first year?
That's the actual chart.
The first year you'll go from not being able to buy a jersey to a triple XL. Then you'll go down to an XL. Then you'll go down to one of those fake Chinese XLs.
The Fergus XL.
They run a little tight. They run a little tight.
I bought a jersey from Korea a while back, and I bought a medium, and it was like a child's large.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
that's
they're
what Steve
awful.
wants to get to Korean large.
Have I told you the story? I mean, I know I've told it on the podcast, but like way back in 2006, I was trying to lose some weight, and I was starting from a way lower weight situation than I am right now. But so I was using like Arsenal shirts as kind of my walking, my sweat in a lot type of things, and I didn't want to pay 100 pounds or $100 for each one. So I went on the Chinese website and I bought like 9 of them, and I got like names like Chamak and Walcott and stuff on them. And it's some of the most embarrassing purchases. Arsevin and that sort of thing.
That is cold on Walcott. That is cold on Walcott.
The Walcott one I might have gotten through legit means, but
I was okay until you said Arsevin.
I'm like, well, what?
On that.
I'm like, these are $15 each. What am I going to lose by having Arsevin on it? This was after his 4-goal game when he was already sucky.
To be fair, he was the size of Mike by the time he left. So.
He was. That's true. And so I order like the largest one they have, and I try to put it on, and it rips in half. And so I email the Chinese company with the child labor and the not caring about giving refunds, and I give her my height and weight and my phone number and a dick pic, and I said, I've worn XLs or double XL, whatever, and they've never given me a problem. And they're like, yeah, I think I was like 6'2", 225 at the time, which I would kill to be right now. Or I wasn't even 6 foot. I've never been 6 foot. I don't know why I just said that. I'm like 5'11", 230. She's like, honestly, that's a little bit too much baby fat over here. Maybe lose some weight and the shirt will fit. And I'm like, that is a business that doesn't care. That business does not care about a Better Business Bureau rating. That's for damn sure.
It would have been more impressive if they would have actually made you like a custom, tailored.
It would have been like,
shirt. Do you know what I mean? Like
just raining all the little goodies.
Everyone get together. We got a project.
Everyone get
And they
in.
ship,
Yep.
yeah, they ship it over in a piano case, like they buried that guy
Yeah.
in.
You go, what size? What size? Right. You know the tents we also make.
I'm only
should it-
surprised he answered.
What portion of the Great Wall of China should it be able to cover? Yeah. So Max, I know that you guys are like 14 hours ahead of us here on the East Coast. So I'm going to assume that you know how the Palace game is going to turn out already.
We are in the future, Mike.
Yes, without spoiling it, please tell me that we win.
I don't know. I think I've become accepting of pessimism,
of mediocrity
over the last couple of years. You know, like I'm comfortable with it, whereas I feel a lot of Arsenal fans, they're not comfortable with it. You know, they feel the need to look at pre-seasons and take some kind of direction out of pre-season. I don't take
Pre-season was good though.
Yeah, but who
And
gives a
on
fuck?
that- on that
I remember
subject-
when
on-
I
on that
remember when
note-
Chuba.
Mhm.
I remember
Yeah,
when
yeah, yeah.
Chuba Akpom looked like fucking Ronaldo in a preseason. All right,
never,
so I'm
never did.
not
Right.
You know,
But-
I've thoroughly enjoyed from the what I do now is from the end of every season to the start of every other season, I boycott Arsenal. I go on an Arsenal holiday, right? I mean, transfer news, everything. I don't watch preseason. I go on a massive Arsenal holiday because those of us who create content would understand it's incredibly draining. It's incredibly draining constantly talking about Arsenal and constantly dealing with, you know, a divisive fan base and losing and having to like get up and do a podcast and be entertaining or winning.
Especially in Australia. Especially in Australia.
You know, getting up and even actually watching the games, Gabe, to be able to get the content out, to be able to do stuff. So I take this big Arsenal holiday. And my one thing that I've said after last year that I'm going to follow through this year is that I just don't give a shit about results anymore. Like I do, like every fan, I care about results and I want to do well, and I get upset when we don't do well. But what I want to do more this year is just enjoy being a fan and enjoy being part of a community and enjoy seeing names on shirts that I like, you know, Erdegaards that I like and Sakas that I like and these players I like, because for so many years I've looked at players in the team and I don't like them and I don't like watching us run out. And then on top of that, I've got to deal with the poor results. So I'm just really having like a big emotional clear out this year, because for me, this fan base, it has enough emotions for everyone. I don't want to add to it or draw on it.
Look, I mean, to back up your point about preseason not meaning anything, I think Granit Xhaka has looked excellent this preseason. That means that it can't be real, surely.
Red card, Crystal Palace.
But that means that it cannot be accurate.
So I arrived a few years ago where Max is, as far as I and again, sounds horrible, and because I know fans hate hearing this, but like I've accepted that the landscape of football has changed, and Arsenal, it's not early 2000s. That's kind of the way I look at it, right? So I don't go into the expectations of, let's say we could win a treble, right? So, but I will say, Max, the way the season played out last season, they roped me back in, man. They roped me back in, and I cared, and
Every
I cared
time
hard.
I get out, they pull me back in.
I was out, dude. I was in the clear. I'm like, Europa League, who cares? Let's play it. And then we were floating around that third and fourth spot. Damn it, dude. They brought me back in, man. It was heartbreaking.
Mike, I think our last couple of podcasts were named like, we're going to win the league. Fuck Arsenal.
I love
it's
it.
going to happen. It's all over. You know, you go through this like this process of motion. And the thing just coming back to the first game is, if you think back to the ebbs and flows of last season, you know, like from the first 3 games of the season into pulling that back out and then looking like we were really good, into going through a flat patch, into Thomas Partey basically hitting form and, you know, putting the team on his back, into him getting injured and then it all crumbling, January transfer window, excitement of January transfer window, disappointment of January transfer window, happening exactly what most of us thought would happen, that we would tail off towards the end of the season. I guess what I'm getting at is loading myself up into this first game against Crystal Palace with expectations is just no good for anyone. And you know what? You walk out of there with a 0-0 draw. The first game isn't going to define your season. We know from seasons past that a lot of preseason is about fitness, and we know from sports science that different loads at different times, that they get people fit at different times. They can get through. They have to change those loads when you start bringing in Europa League football. All of this very convoluted
keep saying
stuff.
loads with this panel. You just can't.
So many loads, Mike. So many loads. But I'm just not. I guess I'm saying I'm just not loading heavily onto the Crystal Palace game.
Mike, are you loading heavy, Mike?
I think we have a lot more to gain in this match than to lose, which is strange. But we win this match, and I don't know, especially if we win it convincingly, it is going to be almost impossible for literally anyone to naysay Arteta, Edu, this whole thing. It's going to be very, very difficult. However, if we lose the first game or draw, unless it's just some embarrassing thing, you'll have the normal people's knives getting sharpened, but we're used to that. I don't think the positive folks, the people who are optimistic, I don't think that they suddenly flip-flop and say we suck again until we lose the following week to whatever shitty team we play.
I think now if you're online being like the standard negative, guy that just bad mouths Arsenal, I think you stick out like a sore thumb. Like my timeline has just converted completely. Not only, look, even with the way the club finished last season, but including, North London Forever song, including the players that have been arriving, like Max said, they're not pricks. These are actual players, a lot of them from our youth setup that you actually like. Like Mike, something that a lot of people know about me, I've mentioned it a lot, is like my last kit that I bought with a name was Fabregas. And after that, I was like, never more. Like, I'm done with
mine. Was Birdie Me.
Birdie, yeah. And I got to that point where like
my last four have been Walcott, Wilshere, Welbeck, and Ainsley Maitland-Niles.
So I'm like years old.
Never
Niles.
My two names have been Lacazette and Gibbs. So
I've never had a name, but if I was going to get a name, it would be on any.
So the time gap for you, for you guys to know, the time gap for me was Fabregas to Odegaard. Like I took a long time off, like a very long. Yeah, you got Mikey with the Chaka. You gotta love it. With the 29.
29.
29. Yeah.
That's my only saving grace is
adopter.
that I didn't know any better back then, because this was like right when we signed him. So
fun fact, Mikey and I.
An estimation of quantity of red cards that he would receive across.
At that time,
He's only had like 4, hasn't he, in his time here? To be fair,
I know 78 yellows that add up to that many.
I want to know where he ranks in Arsenal history for red cards.
Probably not that high.
I think someone did this. Someone did this on one of the bigger podcasts, and his
just behind
foul
Vieira
rate wasn't actually wildly high, and his yellow card rate wasn't wildly high per game.
And he's never gotten.
No, it hasn't been the quantity. Hasn't been the quantity for Xhaka. It's been the timing of those cards.
The time,
I think also people conflate. Yeah, people conflate the penalties and the just horrendous bits of defending, like giveaways that lead to goals. They just think it,
and the fact that it's
a red card because it's cost us,
and the fact that it's cards marked. It reminds me of being at school. It's like someone made a noise, teacher's back was turned, they just turn around and yell.
I mean the penalty in Emery's kind of slide into 5th place. That one, I guess that was that against Palace as well, or it was a home game.
So.
And then was it Palace that Mustafi decided when? Was it Palace when Mustafi decided I'm not going to defend anymore and beat us?
We actually played I played a video with the Benny Hill thing of the last couple of Palace games, and we got like a copyright strike, so I'm not doing that again. But
tell you what's going to be interesting this year about Xhaka though is if he plays, and based on our squad makeup, I'm assuming that Xhaka is still going to be one of the starting 8s. There's not really any excuses left for Xhaka at this point in the first quarter of the season, because so many of the excuses have been about him being exposed, him not having willing runners, him getting boxed in, it becoming too compressed around him
having to cover left back kind of.
Absolutely. I know there was a stat last year showing that he covered the most lateral distance, so across the pitch, of any Arsenal player. So we're going to find out really quickly this season if it is more sum of the parts. And someone put in the comments before, Xhaka's technique and his nutmegging people and stuff like that. We've seen that from Xhaka before. We've seen groups of games from Xhaka before, 3 and 4 games where he's looked fantastic. It's always been between his ears that's been the major problem, whether he can stay sort of in the moment and connected. So it's going to be interesting with what looks like a striker that suits the exact system that's trying to get played, how he sort of operates within that system.
I think the saying is a rising tide lifts all boats, and just because one of those boats is like a 2-pound blow up dinghy doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's still up it goes. But it's gonna
that's
pop at some point, but
that's how divisive he is, though, because like we saw the Euros, right? We saw him play for Switzerland, and if he wasn't an Arsenal player, a lot of Arsenal fans would have been, holy shit, get me that player ASAP.
And that's why you never buy players from international football, because the game is slower, it's less athletic.
James Rodriguez.
Look at Patrick Schick.
Arshavin
look at all the hype.
Schick looked like a superstar. Arshavin looked like a superstar. Torreira looked like a superstar in the World Cup.
Who was the Golden Boot Euro player who fucking Liverpool bought for a fortune and he was shit?
Are you thinking of Everton? It's James Rodriguez. Are you thinking?
No. Going back the same year Rooney broke through. What was his name?
Shit. Let me see.
Anyway,
Carroll.
shit.
They spent the
Had a
shit of money on
headband.
Carroll.
By the way, I didn't know this.
That's
I
not Carroll?
didn't know this about Stephen. I always thought his last name was Feely, but apparently he changed it to Canoe. His name was Stephen Canoe, which is weird. And then he changed it to Feely, which is also weird. But boys, I found something that I want to share with you. It is the email from 2010 where I said, "Dear Maggie," and I'm sure that was her name. I would like to know what you will be doing to replace the jerseys that do not fit me. I am 5'11" tall, which is 1.8 meters. I have weighed myself today and I'm 225 pounds. Oh my God, that was so long ago. Which is 102 kilograms. The triple XL adult size jerseys that I ordered do not fit at all. They are way too small. It is not an inconvenience. It is a complete waste of money, and I expect a normal size person that the largest size jerseys will fit me. I would like to know how it will be replaced, or I will be processing the credit card charge through my credit card company, protesting the credit card charge. So she emails me back. Hi, Mike, you can keep it, and we will refund you the product prices now. 1 minute. Honestly, 102 kilograms is a little baby fat here. Normal weight for 180 centimeters here is 80 kilograms. Should have mentioned this on the website. Sorry for the experience.
That is actually
Rich gave me my money back, but called me a fatso in the process.
She called you fat. She called you a fat cunt with a hard T.
I was gonna say, if she would have just replied, define normal. And that, just define normal.
The worst part of that email is how indignant I was, because I think that before that email was an exchange where she apologized for the inconvenience, and I'm like, it's not an inconvenience, it's a waste of money. And then
I love the fact that she tries to play it down by saying it's a little baby fat. It's like, no, you are
like a
little
bit.
Cares. She cares about your feelings, Mike.
Yeah, it's like little bit knock, little bit, little baby fat. At that stage of my life, I was a little more sensitive.
Inconvenience. He was referring to your weight.
Yes, well, it's a massive inconvenience now.
I just want to swing back to something, right? After the good results in pre-season, everybody is saying, and I say the same every season to an extent. Everyone says, don't worry, it's just pre-season, it's just pre-season. Yet last pre-season, when we weren't scoring goals and we looked shite, everybody was taking that as face value. We went into the Brentford game, and as shocking as that was, first game in the Premier League for them, first game of the season, we had half the squad out with COVID. It was never going to be an easy game for anyone in those situations. And yet everybody was like, oh, well, we were shit in pre-season, we're shit now. Arteta's got to be sacked by next week. Doom and gloom, based on the pre-season and the first game. So this season, hold on. If we go and smash Palace 5-0, are we going to say, Arteta's got to stay for the long haul? this has got to happen. These players are the best. Are we going to win the league? Because
we beat them like 5-1 in the first game of a season a few years back, and Danielson scored a worldie, and then we were shit.
Well, the thing is, what I'm saying.
You can tell Max had some scars on him still. Max
I don't remember
long-lasting
Danielson ever scoring anything.
No, I don't remember
Danielson scored a worldie, a top corner worldie against Everton. Mark me, someone.
But these arguments, right? It's all online, and I know it's mad because it seems a bit maybe contradictory because we're talking to each other all online. Right? I'm not vilifying online fans, but it's always the same people who shout the loudest. If you speak to any of us on the phone, or we go to, the preseason in America and we meet up and have a chat, everyone's going to be saying the same thing. These are the smart fans. Everyone's going to be saying, do you know what? It's just preseason. We're looking good, but it's just preseason. And it's the same dickheads every year are going to come out online, and after we win the first game of the season, they're going to say we're going to win the league, and after we lose the first game of the season, they're going to say Arteta out, Edu out, sack the manager, burn the club down. Like I just don't think we can take any notice of them. And
that was an
I ain't got the energy. I don't even entertain them.
I really wish it was an over exaggeration what you're saying, but I know that it's true.
It is.
I know that that's the reaction.
You don't get any retweets for going, wasn't the greatest performance, but fingers crossed for the next one. Do you know what I mean?
I'll tell you, Gabe, how I know that. I'll tell you how I know that, because every once in a while when we have a really bad loss, Max will tag me in a really well thought out tweet, sometimes two. Wow.
Yeah,
and nobody gives a shit about it because he's not calling a player a cunt.
Because he's telling the truth. He's analyzing it as an analyst would, and he's not throwing the words out and super fan and evening anywhere. He's like.
I mean, we all know. There are some people around the sphere who may have platforms and may not, and do. We don't have to go too far down that rabbit hole. But I'd like to think that most people we speak to, we engage with, have a brain. Exactly. We do big events. What the 900, nearly 1,000 people that turned up to the Arsenal Vision Arsebros event. Mate, you didn't hear that negativity anywhere. You don't hear that from actual fans. And this whole
just wait for the Arsenal
and you see people tweeting about it, going, "Oh, fans of this." I hear Arsenal commentators calling other Arsenal fans the worst fans in the world. It's bollocks. Yeah. It's just bollocks. Yeah, it's just a couple of loud people online, and that's it. What
gets me. What gets me is just how many idiots follow that.
Steve, this is what you get at the kind of gatherings that we're talking about, that Gabe's talking about. What else?
Is that the Clapham Grand?
That was a night. No, that's the Union Chapel.
Oh, yeah.
Packed full of people.
Nice. That was sick.
With production values, compliments of Gabe. I mean, one of my favorite nights.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was beautiful. Even though I have not adopted that song, Mike, I'm still resisting it. Can I say, Max?
I interrupted Steve before that.
Fighting a losing battle here, Mike.
Hey, Max was absolutely right.
I'm with Mike
what a rocket from Danielson.
Yeah, I'm with Mike a little bit on the song, right?
So you are now as a musician. As a musician, jealousy because you could have been.
No. See, that side of the thing is the reason I really like it. Like the Lewis Dunsford's cool, man. Like the song in itself is an all right song, but I love the fact. What I like about it is the fact that everybody has just taken it, and this guy sort of seemingly came out of nowhere. He's an Islington lad. He's written a song about Islington, and a club that is based there has gone, yeah, we want a part of this. But
here's another
song
version.
Itself.
Here's another version from the Tolling Group.
Was that Oscar?
You could definitely tell which establishment could serve beers and which establishment couldn't serve
I was
beers.
going to say, you
Compare
could
and
tell which one
contrast.
everyone was pissed in.
Yeah, well, that was
Steven just summed it up.
after the Everton game, the last game of this season, which was 2 days later after the event. No, it was the next day after the event at the Union Chapel. After we closed down the taunt and they closed the doors, they bring everyone inside. You can sneak another beer in while you're there, and yeah, there were people just singing with less musical accompaniment that time, but. Yeah, Steve. I mean, I again, it is interesting, and I haven't gotten your view on this as a musician who I think kind of sings similarly soulful, kind of and composes your own music and stuff. I mean, it isn't so much about the song.
I mean, I wish I wrote it. Yeah, of course, I wish I wrote it. But
Steve, I have a question. Steve, now that you're not fat, has your voice changed?
Yes.
That's a genuine question.
Yeah, no. I've had this.
So
we call it baby fat around here, Max. It's baby fat.
It hasn't changed in terms of sort of tone or anything else, but obviously, sort of breath control has returned, and I think where I was always pushing to sort of get my voice better when I was heavier. Now that weight has gone, I just feel it's sort of a lot stronger. So yeah, genuine question. And a few people have asked me this. They're like, no, you're not as big. Does your voice change? It's like, when I think about it, yes, because I had to try and compensate for the lack of breath beforehand. Oh, I've got a visitor. Yo, what do we think of Tottenham?
Shit.
Yes. Well played.
Well
lad.
done.
He's 8.
Beautiful stuff.
But
saying that in the playground,
but yeah, I think it has changed a little bit, but mainly just because of being able to breathe.
So speaking of being able to breathe, we have a couple of things that we need to do here. Before I forget, we need to get your top 4, bottom 3, and then we're going to bring in our next guest for a slight crossover, which I'm hoping will not go completely astray. But top 4. In fact, let's just do it now.
Shit. Here he is.
Fergus and Max.
Hello.
Together.
Fergus.
Hold on.
Max, can you afford it? Can you afford a car yet?
Yeah, no, not
Is it used?
But when I can, Fergus, I'm going to get straight on to Fergus Motors in Essex. I'm going to get. I think you might even help me out with
FergusMotorcars.com.
Listen, this is a really random thing. I'm on tea. This is because this has been going on for hours. I think it was 1 a.m. I finished watching this last night. I've had about 5 hours sleep. I probably feel more absolutely knackered than Magic Mike. It's just been
the lack of sleep is gets to be a help sometimes. You go to sleep for a little bit and you're finished. So let's do real quick. Let's do a top 4, bottom 3, and a out of left field prediction from each one of you. I have no idea what you're doing, Fergus, because we can't see that.
Oh! You can't see. Oh, Jesus! I have to be careful.
He's pointing to Salesman of the Year award.
Employee of the month.
It is nice, isn't it?
Most 3 Series cars sold.
That's very nice. That is very nice.
That is. That's
drinking Arsene Wenger's favourite cider. It's called Scapegoat.
Guys, All or Nothing is out today. All or Nothing is out today.
No, it ain't. It's out
Is it not
tomorrow,
the
Steve.
second?
Come on.
I thought it was out on the 2nd.
No,
the control of this room.
The debut party.
I just got really hyped.
The debut party is on the 2nd. If you listen to what the gerbil said, it was that the debut, the event was on the 2nd. The actual thing comes out on the 4th. And we've heard, if you were not here, 10 hours ago, we've heard from someone who's watched the first 3 episodes. Episode 3 kicks and loops you in.
I just really hyped myself up then, thinking it was out, and I was going to watch it after this before work. And now I've got to wait till Thursday.
Steve, I've sent my wife away to Cornwall. She's going on Thursday. 3 episodes of All or Nothing. Then I'm at the Palace game. Then we got football all day Saturday. She can come back on Sunday. I need Sunday.
Isn't that the night that you're taking home a dwarf? Where were we talking about? Yeah. Oh, sorry,
He's just borrowed Czar from Troops.
Did I say that out? Who is a funny guy, by the way. He was in Orlando. You couldn't miss him, really.
Surprisingly,
yes. Gabe, top 4.
Hello, mate. Right, top 4. I'm going ham. I reckon it's going to be Liverpool, Arsenal, City, Man United.
Okay. Kind of a more traditional top 4, if you will.
Yeah. I reckon this is the one season City are gonna sack it off.
Yeah, no one's got City below second until you. All right, your 3 relegated teams in any particular order.
Tottenham, and Tottenham. I don't know.
Love it.
Premier. I don't even know. Literally, I've been so out of the loop. Let's have a look. I mean, currently, as it stands, with 0 points across the board, Tottenham are in 18th. So,
yeah, they are. And
I mean, it looks quite good, to be honest. Tottenham, West Ham, and Wolves going down. Why not? I'll take that. I'll keep
their first match is a massive 6-pointer.
No change here then. Tottenham, West Ham, and Wolves. Those are the teams that are going down.
I'll take that all day long.
I like this Gabe guy. Except for one thing, Gabe, you need to improve. You need to improve us a little bit. We got to go number 1.
Gabe, have you ever considered purchasing a BMW?
A BMW. Fergus seems to be the guy to talk to about that.
Yeah, I wish I had that video clip. I'm going to try to upload it while we're doing this, but Gabe, now
face is a picture,
a clip, or not a clip, a prediction that is kind of out of left field that you think could happen, but no one really would expect.
Oh, all right. I'm just going to go for a player from the Arsenal squad will be excommunicated, a la Aubameyang, Ozil, Torreira. One more player from the squad, potentially Maitland-Niles, but that is hearsay, will be excommunicated and will be like sent into the fires of Mount Doom or whatever it is that he does.
Not Bellerin. They're going to pay Bellerin off, aren't they?
No, Bellerin's going to go.
Ending the contract.
My money is on Pepe if that happens.
Ending the contract is not what you're talking about necessarily. It's like
it's the Oba. You're still in the squad. Yeah. Same as Ozil. Kind of, he loves it, man. Arteta loves a little smashy. Get him out. Kind
another
of
Arteta freeze out. We have that called then.
Yeah.
Max, your top 4.
I think there's a very real world where Chelsea and Manchester United both aren't in the top 4 this season. So I think City most likely to win it. I think Liverpool, there's a few miles under the tyres, a few miles on the clock. I don't
Fergus,
know.
Is that right? Is that right, Fergus?
Is that how many miles? Yeah.
Couldn't possibly. I'm moving electric now.
Yeah, I think with Liverpool, I think they've got a couple of players. They're going into that slightly older age bracket. I think they'll drop off a bit. Unfortunately, I always get fucking killed in the comments for this, but I think likely Tottenham to finish 3rd, Arsenal to finish 4th. But that's because I don't have this same mentality that everyone has that Tottenham are always fucking shit, because they have finished above us. So they've finished above us so frequently, and I don't think at this stage we've done enough to bridge that gap. I think we've done enough to come up on par with a few of these teams. I don't think we've done enough for me to unequivocally say we've done so much that we've gone beyond them. Now, if we were to sign another midfielder, I would flip that. So that's basically where I'm at. If we were to sign another midfielder and if we were to sign probably left back cover, I'd very much flip that. But those are the 2 places I think we're going to fall down. Also, I just think having the Europa League football is very difficult to finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd with that kind of schedule. Bottom 3, I think Everton are getting relegated. I think this is the year Everton get relegated.
Yeah.
So I mean,
amazing if that happens.
Yeah, their squad is shit, and Lampard is not a good coach. So I'm just going to go with that right away. And
Look, I think Southampton are probably due if we look at the cycles and the way they've been hovering. I think they're more moving towards the bottom of an arc, not the top of an arc. And then take your pick. You know, one of the guys who have come up, maybe Fulham. Leeds, good shout, could go down as well. I think Leeds could go down as well.
Well, that so you have Leeds, Fulham, and Everton.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my out there thing that could happen is for Man U to finish in a worse spot than they finished last year. I think that club is fucking cooked.
Yeah, I mean, when will they understand what they need to do?
I was rooting so hard for West Ham final game of the season.
Guys,
I wanted them in the Conference League so bad.
When an Aussie says it's fucking cooked, that is a really fucking bad thing. Like, that is bad. That is really fucking bad.
Gabe, that's polite for him. You want to see him on his Facebook. Everything starts with a C.
I really think we could be looking at Man U getting worse before they get better. They were the nightclub that I used to run in Melbourne hosted them last week, hosted Man U last week. They're over here for games. They got fucking booed in their own VIP booth in this nightclub, right? Because they rolled up with like Maguire. They said, "Oh, we're bringing top players." They rolled up with Maguire, McTominay, and some fucker I'd never heard of before in my life. And they got booed in their VIP booth, and it went all around on Twitter. Heaps of people filmed it. So I don't know. Fuck Man U. I think I hate Man U more than I hate Tottenham these days. For some reason, I've started to hate Tottenham less and hate Man U more.
I do, and I think it's a generational thing, at least for me, that the way I view it. Because a lot of people that are older than I am hate Liverpool, and Liverpool, I'm kind of like, whatever. But I grew up during the period I was supporting Arsenal when I growing up.
Yeah, Liverpool was in the doldrums then. But yeah, if you started watching the 80s or 90s, Liverpool was in the 80s or 70s, I should say. Liverpool was
dominated, right?
I think I enjoy us beating Tottenham more, but I enjoy watching Man U lose more. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know what I enjoy more than either? You know what I enjoy watching more than either one of those two?
Chelsea losing.
But Max, because we haven't gone to you, anything you want to say to Fergus and Steve before they ship out and we bring in Mike?
Clean. It's morning time in the UK.
I just wanted to say for a start that Fergus looks unseasonably tanned, and he must be doing really well in the used car trade, whatever the fuck it is that Fergus does, because he's obviously
I'm not a used car. I work in financial services.
Yeah, you work in whatever I say you work in, Fergus. And for Steve, there is never any excuse for half and half scarves, especially when you're dancing around your bedroom naked with it sort of sweetly draped across your tits.
And it wasn't in my bedroom.
No, I don't do that image again.
And it wasn't the half and half, so you're triply wrong. But
if I remember correctly from those very early Guns and Yellow Ribbons podcast, Fergus, where that story came up, I was never, ever, ever sober, even margin.
Holy shit! I did not realize that. I did not realize that Mike came into the end of that.
Wow.
It's literally the same grouping plus Gabe,
and there was two Steves on there. There wasn't one Steve. There was two Steves.
Oh my god. Yeah,
but it's crazy though. It's crazy because you think last year when I came on that podcast, everyone was saying the same as they are now. Fucking hell! Look at the size of them now. Look,
I'm not going to play the whole thing again, but I wasn't even looking at this. Yeah. Check it out again. I'm going to play it again real quick. Or just let Max. Because we haven't gone to you. Anything you want to say to Fergus and Steve before?
That's what baffles me. Like, that's what's really hard for me to process is like I look at pictures from a year ago and I'm like, fuck. But then at that point I looked at pictures 6 months prior and I'm like, fuck.
But you know what's even more surprising, Steve? Max is sober.
Max is
currently sober.
Steve, I'm exactly the same with my hairline, mate. So me and Fergus.
Your hairline is fine.
There's never been a better time comment where everything just got quiet around him, and he says, "You do exactly what I tell you do for a living." That was the greatest. I fell in love with Max at that moment, and
I haven't spoken to Max for a year.
I told him.
It used to be years. The thing people may not understand, Mike, is that Fergus, myself, and Steve, like we go back really far to like very early
We go back to before podcasts had video.
Yeah, we go back to very early unprofessional podcasts.
When
So
you used to
there's
podcast
a
on
lot of-
Prodigy.
There's a lot of like very old like in jokes between us, and like old friends can sort of get away with saying certain things to each other. But
If you do like old-fashioned podcasts, go onto your audio platform. I think it's episode 62, which is Arsenal had just beaten Tottenham at Wembley.
Drunkest
and Aaron Ramsey.
fucking podcast, drunkest podcast
it's
host
filth
in history. Steaming
So
piss.
it was 12:30 in the afternoon. I'd sat with a Tottenham fan watching the game. Started on Carling because of session beer and so on. I went, oh, this is crap. Went on to the Moretti. Well, we had about 8 or 10 pints. I was absolutely ruined. And the WhatsApp chat one, should we do a podcast? Go, no, guys, I'm really drunk. I can't do a podcast. Really, Ferg? Really?
Never
really?
stopped me before.
It didn't stop me.
It was,
and
it was so unfiltered.
I had no,
wasn't it?
I had
was
no
great.
filter. No filter.
Man,
We had
well, I saw
Manny.
you and Dan Potts doing one of
Christ.
those not within the past 12 months.
Well, that
Fergus,
was Leeds away.
yeah, we got to get your top 4, bottom 3, but we're technically only at the beginning of your hour. So I mean,
Yes.
as long as you don't kick any of the rest of these guys out, they're welcome to stay. But first we have our 7 a.m. UK time giveaway, our 2 a.m. Eastern time giveaway, which is yet another Ruth Beck print. Ruth herself will be joining us in an hour, in less than an hour, and I'm looking forward to that as the European audience wake up. But we are going to give away a Ruth Beck art print, and the Ruth Beck art print that we are giving away now is, Fergus, can you identify this for us?
That is the North Bank, isn't it? The old North Bank, is it?
It's the stairwell, I believe. Or
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Isn't that the car park at Fergus's dealership?
No,
it's not.
Gabe,
there's a building
Gabe,
in Chicago that looks like this.
I've known you 15 minutes.
See,
It might be the long.
Gabe. I've literally known Gabe only about 10 minutes longer than you have, Fergus, and yet his sense of humor is. I mean, I knew he would fit into any combination of people we've had on this podcast. So
It was a long 10 minutes, to be fair. It was a long 10 minutes.
It was long. I mean, I remember 10 minutes of it. I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna give this away. The winner of the Ruth Beck art car park picture is what we're gonna call it. Let's see, car park.
I'm sure she'll love you for that.
Well, this is why I'm getting this out of the way before she comes on.
She hops on.
The winner is.
I'm going to message her now.
She's excited to pod with Fergus.
That's true.
The winner of the car park picture is. Let's have it. Where are you? Nick Canning. Now, Nick has already won a Ruth Beck art print, so he cannot win another one. So we're going to redraw. This is the first time we've had to redraw. I think during last year's podcast, the same guy won the first 3 prizes. That has not happened yet. I'm actually surprised about that. So let's try this again. Try number 2. The winner of the Ruth Beck art car park is Joseph Francina. Thank you, Joseph.
How you doing, Joseph? How you doing?
I think this guy is one of Sebi's friends from the New York area, so I don't think you're that far off. Joseph Francina, congratulations! You have won a Ruth Beck art print of debatably maybe a car park, maybe looking at the North Bank through a car park. We don't really know, but. This is when you need Hoggy to explain to you the history of the Arsenal. But thank you very much for that. If you want to win, we are now in our, what are we in hour of? 12?
12, 13, yeah.
11 to 12, yeah.
This is hour 12, and that means there are 14 more giveaways, because we're doing 26 total giveaways. No, but we skipped one already. So we're doing 15 more giveaways. some of the really juicy ones are going to be new Arsenal kits, signed Arsenal memorabilia. So if you have not donated yet, you're going to want to get your donation in now because there's tons of really good stuff to still win. We have on this 24-hour period for this podcast so far raised just under $4,000. So we need another donation to push us over the 4,000 range. And our goal is to beat last year's record of $5,000 raised. So hopefully once the world starts waking up again, we'll get those things going again. So so thank you to Ruth Beck. And now back to you, Fergus, for your top four.
Top four. I think
Fergus's top 40.
The top four has to be made up of Arsenal, Tottenham, Liverpool, and Man City. The order
have to be.
I think they are the best four teams. I think Chelsea are in slight disarray at the moment, and exactly what Max said earlier. Man United, if they won't even finish in the European spot, I think they're cooked.
What you're looking for, Fergus? They're back and cooked.
How many injuries? Like where does Tottenham go if one of those two guys gets hurt? I'm sorry, Richarlison is not enough to completely.
To be honest, people like Max talked.
I know.
Max talked about how they strengthened. I think they've added depth to their squad. I think Richarlison is a good buy, but he's not anywhere nearly as good as Jesus or Zinchenko. I thought we could challenge for third before I went to the game on Saturday. And as I was sitting watching the game in club on Saturday, I thought, yeah, we're definitely going to give them a run for their money. And then as we just got better and better, I know it's pre-season, I know I'm getting overexcited, I know I consumed loads of beer, but I think we're looking really, really good. I think somebody mentioned on here we need an extra midfielder, or Tielemans or somebody like that. I don't think we need left-back cover because we've got the Swiss Army knife in Zinchenko who can play everywhere. So I think we're covered there. We could do it right-back cover. But I think, with this, the starting...
I didn't ask you who your top four is.
The start. It's called context, Mike.
Okay.
The start.
You've got an hour on the show. He's going to use the whole.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I am. Yeah. The start of our season allows us to be top of the league by the time we meet Spurs on the 1st of October, because every one of those games are extremely winnable. So it's really hard to predict, but I'll go for us to be third, but I think we could push on further than that. So it's probably City retaining the title, Liverpool failing yet again, and I'll delight in that. Us finishing above Spurs for the first time in 6-7 years, which will be a delight, and I'll be running around with hanging out and everything else. Down the bottom, I'm with Gabe. I think Everton.
You'll run around with whatever hanging out that I say that you're going to have hanging.
Mate, if it hangs out, I'll be very happy. I'm going Everton, Leeds, and Watford to go down.
Everton, Watford. That's a first. Okay. We've had no Watford.
Watford aren't even in the Premier League, are they?
Watford aren't in the Prem next season.
They went down the end of this season.
Sorry, I meant to say Wolves. I meant to say Wolves.
Bad. They're going to go down again.
Yeah. Well, that's what who was it at the beginning of the podcast that said Norwich was going down, and I said they went down, and they said no, they're going down again. Second consecutive Wolves. Gabe said Wolves just because they're already at the bottom in the table right now.
But also, I did think about it lots, so maybe.
You thought about it long time?
Yeah, I thought about it really long time.
Solid 5 seconds.
We've got two Americans
for sure.
We've got two Americans on here. Do you think Ted Lasso can be a success at Leeds?
At Leeds?
Ted Lasso itself, yes. Marshall, no.
Marshall.
Is that what's his?
March.
There you go. Yeah.
Marshall.
Thank you, Mike. Took the heat off me.
I'll take Ted Lasso though.
Call me a Trout, but I'm not letting you say Marshall. And a little bit baby fat. By the way, for those of you, since we're now like almost half a day away from when these moments happen, name another podcast that could get an Arsenal legend, and I don't use that word lightly, to do this. In fact, he came up with the idea of kind of a this is our new goal celebration of a love triangle.
Love it.
With Lee Dixon, and I put that up there because I keep seeing every time we put a comment up, you end up seeing Goofy Andy in the bottom of the screen. You know, when we put up a comment like, well, that one is not a good example, but like that, you get to see Andy's chin. Your prediction, other than the next rollout of the 2023 BMW is going to knock people's socks off, your prediction. Oh wait, that's not a used car though. That would be a new car.
This is a used car salesman, Mike.
That's true.
Doesn't
Yeah.
do the new stuff.
That's true. I forgot.
Brand new,
So did I.
pre-owned.
By the way, we ended up not getting a BMW. We ended up getting a Mustang convertible, which is ready now. I get to pick it up as soon as I'm out of whatever we call it.
I left when you mentioned Ford.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've never bought American before. Your out of whack left field prediction of something that people wouldn't think would happen, but will, in your mind.
The Arteta out campaign will stop.
Bollocks.
And what will it be replaced with?
Impossible.
A big fat guy with a ginger beard. Oh no, he exists.
What cuts deeper, the ginger part or the fat guy?
Well, he's got an upside down head as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's responsible for
Egotistical.
He's responsible for being able to attend 95% of the Arsenal games I've been to over the last 5 years. So there is that.
I tell you what's not left field, but I think it's going to be a fact this year. There was a video I sent out to all the season ticket holders saying they sold out every season ticket this season, and they've also upped the number of season tickets to something like 45,000. But
is that because
Leicester,
of the safe lap sitting thing that they're doing, where now two people can stack it on the same seat and they can?
No, that stops next year. At the moment, there's 5 per seat in the North Bank. The thing that I think might happen is every game sells out within 30 minutes because Leicester and Fulham sold out within 10 minutes to red and silver members.
Well, there is quite a controversy. Maybe you can speak to this because we might as well speak to it here. With the away tickets, I'm reading on multiple websites that away tickets seem to be either being held back or going to less than deserving people for resale. And you know, I know it's a complicated subject, but you know what I'm referring to, right?
Yeah.
Are people justified in being upset?
My sidekick and good friend Trev is absolutely fuming. He can't do as many aways this season for various different reasons, but he's got friends who have been to every away game for 20, 30 years. There is only a small allocation of Bournemouth. But
well, Bournemouth is an extreme example.
No. But I'm saying there is only a small allocation, but they couldn't get tickets to Bournemouth away. You know, it is Palace.
Meanwhile, you're seeing them on certain resale sites for disgusting prices.
Well, that was the thing that wound him up even more. And he did want to track down somebody, but we shan't name the ginger guy. But he did. So you know, he was asking how people are getting tickets, and you know, there are people who are fortunate enough to have connections and stuff, but they should be equal, especially when it comes to away tickets. And I think it should be rewarded by the effort that you've put in the past, not just because you know somebody.
Yeah, well, I agree. Even though that works counter to my purposes, but it's just such a strange thing because Mikey here in the States. I mean, like if you want to go to an away game, you just buy tickets. I mean, it's in you sit in the other team section. You don't get your ass kicked unless you do. But yeah. So yeah, Max, we Owen wants.
How many do you want?
Owen would like
that's
to know.
last season.
So that was during during a different podcast, or was that during the POD-a-THON that your wife was like her placenta was exiting her body?
That was a different podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a different podcast, but so he's been wondering. He's had 2 kids in the meantime, and Mike said,
no, definitely one definitely appeared. It was not black, which was a fear because it's definitely mine.
Steve and I are thinking the exact same thing right now. By the way,
I had a name picked out if it had a black, and it was going to be Reginald. Because I just thought, just the widest.
Should have called him Money. Called it Money.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Manny.
I was worried about Steve.
Reggie.
I was worried that Manny had caught a flight over and slipped her a link.
call it Scunny.
Cut him off.
Oh my God. This is exactly how I hope this hour would go. It's like a combination of just random fellows who all are not random to each other anymore. Gabe, this is going to be.
I know it's a bit odd, right?
This is going to be.
It's a bit odd. Yeah, go on.
This is going to be your hour now. From even when you're in England, and not in Australia where it's the middle of the afternoon, you'll be doing the 7 a.m. hour on the Pod-a-thons because I really this is the most enjoyable midway point for me.
Oh mate, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drink as much at 7 a.m. but I'll give it my best shot. Can I ask a serious Arsenal related question? I know it's a bit off brand, but
bad panel, but go ahead.
Exactly. It looks like Lucas Torreira has gone to Galatasaray, right? It looks like it's all agreed. Like what, 5.5 million euros plus 1.5 in add-ons?
It's money, which apparently we aren't able to get normally. So
is it money though? Is it money? Like what do we like? When I saw Lucas Torreira score that goal against Tottenham, I was like, "This is our midfield for years." What a guy! What a man! What a tiny little legend!
Oh, I love him. I still love him.
It's just so mad how quickly it's gone downhill. Like it's just.
I was talking to some people last night about this.
Wasn't it? He didn't like England. That was primarily the reason. It wasn't footballing reasons. He couldn't.
Well, he was also, after that goal, I think Emery decided that he was a creative advance.
Yeah, he was a number 10, wasn't he?
He pushed him to an 8 and a 10. Yeah, that's what ruined him. That's what ruined him.
What I didn't get about Torreira was even after Unai left, he 0 chances with Arteta.
That's
what I didn't get. So Arteta's all about like training.
But do you think?
But he got 0. He did not.
Do you think that's because he knew? Do you think that's not because of? Not even so much that the fact that Arteta knew he didn't want to be in England. So even if he was performing and he knew he didn't want to be there, and Arteta has said outright since the start, if you do not want to be at this club, then you will not be at this club.
I think that's...
Arteta wished to work with Torreira. I think there was always indications that he liked him and that he wanted him to sort of go away and then come back. But
I have to say it. I have to say it because I haven't heard it said anywhere else. And it is, I get the homesickness because he had a parent that died, didn't he? I think his mum died.
He was home. He was
just let me
homesick.
finish his thought though, because
he was homesick for Italy.
He had a parent that died, and then and that's awful. And you want to be back home. I think he was given compassionate leave. The same thing happened to William Saliba, and he never kicked up a fuss. He went on loan. He's come back now. Again, awful things to happen to both of them, but that's the difference between the two. William Saliba.
That didn't happen with Saliba. Arteta didn't rate Saliba. What are you on about?
No, because I'm saying he had a parent died. Saliba had a parent who died, and I know. Sent home.
Yeah, Steve was being sarcastic. And people try to read into this Arteta Torreira thing as though they didn't ever have a conversation, and Arteta's were just formed based on how Unai Emery treated him and how he appeared. Like I'm sure they said, "Do you want to be a part of this team?" Not saying that you can be, but do you want to be a part of this club? Not really. Okay, goodbye.
He had an issue when he first went to Italy as well. He was homesick for Uruguay. Or he seems to be very much a homeboy, and he just
so Turkey should be great for him then.
Yeah.
Why sign for Arsenal?
Great.
Is Galatasaray the new West Ham of the 1990s?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know.
Very, very odd. But I was really he's the one that got away from me in midfield. I really thought he was going to change everything. I was like,
Gabe, I think everyone's got that guy
in their mind who they looked at and they were like, this is the guy. When you create content, the funny thing is you're on record for saying specific, like certain things. You know, my one, like the Torreira thing, you know, I really liked Torreira. I always thought the game was moving a little bit away from Torreira, that kind of small bulldog. And it was moving more towards these, you know, big, athletic, lung-busting, breaking midfielders. You know, but everyone's got their funny little nuances. Like, you know, my two were...
I have two.
I said on a podcast, I think it was 2 seasons ago, Arsenal's future midfield two, their dual pivot eights were Ainsley Maitland-Niles and Guendouzi. And I saw those two as like archetypal modern players who would fit in, who would come into the team. You know, and Guendouzi either through, you know, complete immaturity or Arteta's lack of desire to work with someone and change them. Within the modern scope of football, you don't have the time to do that. Yeah. You've either got someone on board or you don't get someone on board because you're going to get sacked next week. So, you know, it's interesting. Everyone's got their little nuanced people.
My two were in 2016-17, which was our first full season of podcasting before the video. I was so enamored by Hector Bellerin that I called him a 70 million pound player.
I remember this. Yeah.
This was before his first ankle injury, before the North London Derby ankle injury in November. This was, I think we were like season 1, episode 5, and I was calling him like an unsellable 70 million pound player. And my second one was after the Aston Villa game, the comeback where we were down 2 and came back and scored 3. I think, which was like September 2019 or something like that. I said Guendouzi was the future captain of Arsenal Football Club
because said that on a podcast
because of his leadership skills and his passion.
Yeah, I never went that far, lads. I never went that far. Just Guendouzi. Oh, he always just.
That's the problem with having somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 to 600 hours of recorded conversation about Arsenal and knowing nothing about Arsenal.
Yeah, I have to apologise, by the way, for wrestling this back towards like actual football stuff. We were talking about used cars, having a great time.
No. We need somebody. I'm supposed to be hosting this thing. Mike's supposed to be a host, and none of us are doing it. So, Gabe, that's all you. Now, Fergus, you've been on a lot of podcasts. What's the stupidest thing you ever said?
Oh, Jesus.
Can
we try it the other way? Can we ask us what's the most intelligent thing I said? Because it's probably a very limited.
Because I don't want 20 minutes of dead air. So while you try to think of something.
Well, to be honest, I don't think I can't think of anything stupid except for that very drunken one where I let my filters go, which was really funny about some dickhead slapping and stuff like that. That was just like unreal. But no, I maintained my position about Bellerin. I said he couldn't cross himself in church if he tried. And Guendouzi, rather than Guendouzi, is what I'd always called Guendouzi. I like Guendouzi for some of his tenacity, but I didn't like his lack of self-control and his disrespect for referees, the way he used to flap around and dive on the ground.
Didn't he? He was such a diver.
He was the one that, like that's something other teams do. And then Guendouzi was like,
Owen, I know where you love. I know where you love.
you just couldn't defend Guendouzi when he dove. I'm like, Arsenal players don't do that. Spurs players do that. Richarlison does that. Zaha does that. But then when Guendouzi did it, it was like you're undermining our high ground right here, motherfucker. Sophie is up. It's
I
up.
Thought,
it's 11:30 at night.
I thought Socrates was a decent center back when he first started for this.
He was.
Oh, well, here's one that's considered.
Well,
like
I have another one that you just reminded me of. But go.
So here's like a hot take for a lot of people, but I truly believe David Luiz was a great. Like he did a really good job. Did a great job. Did a great job. I'll say it like that. I don't think he's as
Somebody
bad
killed
as...
a Mexican.
Awful take. That is the sweatiest, coldest take.
I once said that Lacazette reminded me of Alan Shearer.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay,
I
okay,
remember
let's
when
end
he
the
went
show.
through that-
Max wins.
Because he sits on a sofa every week.
It was after he scored that cracker against, was it Tottenham? He scored the absolute belter against.
Yeah. I think I
Lacazette.
remember that one.
Yeah.
And my brother and I were doing the Arsebros OG, the original Arsebros OG, and we had this long-winded conversation about, strikers who didn't care about placement and they just hit it as hard as they could, and they'd put the keeper in the back of the net with the ball. And doesn't he remind you of Alan Shearer? And he should be starting over Aubameyang. And then he proceeded to do absolutely fucking none of that ever.
What a guy!
Do you remember when? I mean, this isn't a comment that I made, but do you remember when? Who was it? Fabianski that threw the ball into his own net, defending a corner kick or something. Was it him?
I remember Ospina standing.
No, it was
behind
Ospina.
the
It was
line.
David Ospina.
He stood behind the line and he was like, "I'm going to catch this. Look, I caught it." And it's like, "You're in the net, dickhead.
Yeah, no,
You're
it went
in the
from
net. Get out of the net.
You're in the net,
like a yard inside."
No,
That
but
is
listen,
keeper
listen. As
101,
bad as
do you know what I mean?
As bad as Fabianski was, Almunia, that game against West Brom, I walked out. It's one of the only games I've ever walked out from.
yeah, Almunia was not is what they call in the industry not good.
Shit.
The other comment that I believe that I made, because I certainly remember believing this at the time, was that I thought we had made an absolutely smashing free transfer signing in Stefan Lichtsteiner. I was so excited that man was coming to our club.
I did read a thing saying that he was phenomenal back of house for that period of time with him.
Was he?
That Lichtsteiner was just outstanding back of
Because
house.
that's when we needed like the man whose place he essentially took, Bellerin. It was the yin and the yang of what Arsenal was. It was like, we have no steel. We have Guendouzi, who is like who's not steel. He's just a maniac. But we have no like dark arts kind of, and that's what Socrates and Lichtsteiner, I was buying into the old experienced.
I know what you mean. You do
dark
expect
arts kind of guys.
You expect leadership from a guy who is 400 years old.
Yes,
Lichtsteiner
and then when you actually see them on the pitch, you're like, his leadership, he could lead all he wants. He's 400 years old.
I know. I couldn't believe they let him on with that wheelchair, just up and down, up and down.
It was crazy. But
he could still cross the ball better than Bellerin.
It wasn't his wheelchair. It was Karlstrom's wheelchair that just had it.
That he borrowed from Wilshere.
Yeah, it was hilarious though, because I used to go head to head with Lee Judges all the time about Lichtsteiner, because he couldn't pronounce the name. So, Lichtenstein was constantly what he would say, and he would just constantly go on and on and on, worse than Sophie about Callum Chambers, and I'm only saying that because she's here. But like, he would go on and on and on about it. So the two of us end up sitting in Jack Stevenson's amazing seats for a League Cup game against Blackpool, I think on Halloween a couple of years ago. And who scores his one and only goal for the Arsenal that entire career of his at the Arsenal, which was one season? Stefan fucking Lichtsteiner. And I have video of myself essentially sitting on Lee, like jumping on him. It was.
Could you?
This is the great.
Sophia's got a point of order. Socrates, isn't it? So
Socrates. Yeah.
There we
Could
go.
you imagine Arsenal
Gra.
in today's day and age signing a 37-year-old? Correct me if I'm wrong. He was 37 when he came to us.
Socrates?
So no.
Lichtsteiner. I thought he was maybe 34 or something.
90% sure he was 37, but maybe I've made
He's
that up.
38 now, so I don't think.
Yeah, he was 34.
He's
but
well,
no, I
mean,
couldn't imagine that.
He's 34 going
Still.
on 90.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Oh, listen to this.
tell you what.
Stefan Lichtsteiner. This is his Wikipedia. Stefan Lichtsteiner is a Swiss former professional footballer, an attacking right back or wing back. He was known for his energetic runs down the right wing, as well as his stamina and athleticism, which earned him the nicknames Forrest Gump and the Swiss Express. So,
I mean, in
I'm
Italy,
not having
in
that.
Italy,
I'm not having
that was all true. And Juventus,
Swiss
he was
Express.
like, in
yeah, we
Juve,
didn't
he
get
was-
we got more Forrest Gump than Swiss Express, I think.
I think we got
You're
more
not talking
Forrest.
about the running ability.
We got the Virgin train service to somewhere in the northwest.
Southeastern from Margate to London.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
Thinking about the dark arts, we got Ben White now babyface Ben White that does some shitty things himself. Like I think I saw it twice this past season where he's like in the middle of the.
He robbed the liquor store a couple weeks ago. That was pretty.
He robbed the liquor store, but it was like, so somebody got the best of him. He was like halfway through the line, and he just blatantly just trips the dude, and he like looks around like and like nothing gets called, and I'm here just laughing my ass off because he's getting away with these calls. So Ben White has a touch.
He was as woeful. Was it the Newcastle game where they stitched him up and put him in, and he clearly was not fit to be out there.
Yeah.
Both of the goals that Newcastle scored were on him not being fit, not necessarily on him making bad decisions, although the bad decisions came because he was a step or two slow. Or actually, it was one goal that almost happened, an early free kick, and then the goal that ended up being an own goal off of him. If he was fit, that would not have happened.
I expect in about 2 years' time, Ben White will go on sale for 50% off at a bank holiday weekend. Do you know when they do those leather sofa sales? Because the amount of sun tanning the guy is doing is...
Used sofa salesman.
I've got an interesting one for the group, for the room. Overrated, underrated, current squad. One player who's overrated and one player who's underrated.
Steve, go.
Okay. Overrated, I would say... at the moment, I'm going Saliba. I think a couple of times in pre-season and a couple of times last year for France, his pace got him out of a shitty situation, and just his size to be able to get his shoulder into the man. But his positioning was poor. He wasn't quite didn't quite read the game, but the way he managed to use his pace and get his inside shoulder inside the man has got him out of the issue. You know, in the Premier League, if he does that against a Zaha or a Salah, they go over penalty all day long.
Right.
So
Underrated?
Underrated. I am still going with the Egyptian king. I am still going with Mohamed El
Water
Neni.
carrier.
Boom! Yeah. I've said it for years. And if he wasn't my guy, I would go with my other guy, which is Mr. Eddie Nketiah, which was actually one of the ones I was going to mention when you were talking about players.
I think that might be the first time it's been brought up on this podcast. But it's going to be brought up a lot more.
Reece Nelson is underrated, but at the same time, he hasn't done anything to be rated.
What's the proper rating?
That's it. He's not done anything to be rated yet.
Fergus, overrated, underrated.
Overrated Eddie Nketiah. He's too lightweight, and he's overrated by the Arsenal PLC. Arteta,
by me.
Underrated. Well, I think his rating has probably increased a lot on the back of last season, but he came in with people slagging him off that he's been relegated twice, in goal, between the sticks, and Ramsdale.
You're saying he's overrated?
No.
You're saying he's underrated?
Yeah, sorry. So underrated is Eddie Nketiah. I think he's too lightweight in that, and the person who's underappreciated is Ramsdale.
Okay. Who's next? Gabe.
Mike. Big Mike. Magic Mike. Go yours.
Okay.
Go on, Mike.
I'm going to go. This is a little controversial, but overrated. I think he's not necessarily had the opportunity to prove himself to be the level that we now call him. And I think there was a little bit of flip over because we all thought he was nobody, didn't know who he was, came in, knocked our socks off. But I'm going to go overrated Tomiyasu. I think
he could get found out this season.
He could turn out to be what we think he is right now. He has no opportunity to exceed that this season because we've bigged him up to the point where I think he, So I mean, if we're talking about somebody who regresses to the mean potentially, as Arsenal players seem to kind of do after they impress in early doors, I would say Tomiyasu, although I certainly hope that isn't true. Underrated, just because right now he's rated about as low as he can be by people, and they haven't seen enough of him yet. Matt Turner. I think Matt's better than he's shown. He's certainly better than people think that he is based on.
Did you watch preseason?
I was at the games, and Matt's a commanding. He's a commanding person. Plus, I'm trying to.
If Matt Turner wasn't American, would you be saying the same?
I wouldn't know the same things about him I mean, like I would know as much about Matt Turner if he was an American and I was an American. I would know the same amount as I would about Alex Runnerson.
Preach. Yeah.
So
for me, underrated Eddie Nketiah. I think he.
I almost said him.
I think he will have a breakthrough.
Chewed my dick off every bloody week. For saying exactly what people are seeing now. I saw it 4 years ago, and I'm not going to say I told you so.
We had conversations about this, but I don't think Eddie did himself. I don't think Eddie did himself any favors.
No, but he didn't get the proper chances.
He missed shit goals when he had chances, like easy goals.
Doesn't matter what he did last season. Simply by playing with, training with, practicing with, and getting time on the pitch every once in a while with Gabriel Jesus, Eddie Nketiah is going to score double-digit Premier League goals this season, and then
I might break the bank. I might break the internet a little bit here, but I think Kieran Tierney is grossly overrated.
Oh, you know what? That's
grossly overrated. And I'll tell you why, just very quickly, because I don't want to go into it too deeply. But everyone sits there and says, "Oh, we don't have a centre forward," and I sit there and say to Kieran Tierney, "Stop fucking smashing high crosses into the box." Over and over and over and over again when there's no fucker there to receive it.
He's proved that he can cross the ball well, but we don't have a guy who can get on the end of it. Like if we had Giroud,
you work with what you've got, Mike.
Well, I agree.
No one there to fucking head it. Why smash 40 fucking crosses into?
Well, yeah, if you're good at bicycle kicks, it doesn't mean you should do like 8 of them from the midfield strike. So,
it's more annoying because the only time he ever cut in, went in and banged it top right with his right foot. It was like, just do that more.
Was that the goal against?
Do it more often, KT. I think because
he did it West Brom, in the snow.
Guys, and he had the Tesco bag, and he doesn't act like a footballer, and he works his fucking hole off. There's this bias towards him, like positive bias towards him. I can't think of more than 3 games where I've been like, when we used to do our 3-2-1s on the Arsebros, KT very, very rarely picked up that much, and if he did, he'd pick it up in it.
There was a Europa League group stage. There was a Europa League group stage game a couple seasons ago that he won on his own, or it might even have been a knockout game, like against.
But you can say the same thing about Pepe.
Against like Rennes or something like that.
Pepe on his best day is, I think, the best, most pure striker that Arsenal have. Hits the ball better than anyone else.
How can you say Pepe underrated or overrated though? Because at this point, his rating is just kind of his rating is
He's a 10 or a 2. He's a 10 or a 2.
I rate his left leg highly, but his right leg is absolute dog shit.
Mike Hurst, who's your overrated, underrated?
Okay, this is gonna be painful. Ramsdale is overrated in my opinion. He leaves a shitload of like near post goals go in last season, and some of his the way he approaches some of the crosses drives me absolutely insane. Yeah. And their Copa del Rey run, Bellerin really left them down. And just to spice things up, I'm gonna agree with my man Dean in the live chat, and Granit Xhaka. And
underrated.
Underrated, yes. Underrated. I've looked. I know he has a mistake in him, but I really do feel like now that the group is coming together, he doesn't have to track. Yeah, speaking of Tierney, right? I mean, half the time Xhaka was moving to left back every time Tierney bombed up the left field. So my theory is we could see Switzerland Xhaka. So
Gabe, have you given your over and under? And then I want to go to a question, but I have to ask Soph if the question is okay, because as our one female viewer at the moment, I have to find out whether this is okay or not. But Gabe, go with it. Over under.
If you're asking her, Mike, you already know the question. It's not.
So my overrated is going to be it's going to be Mo Elneny.
Overrated.
Yes, yeah.
What the
thing is, he played
Gabe wants to
three.
fight.
He's been here for 5 years or something, right? He played 3
and he's
games
never
last
let
season.
us down.
He's never done anything
occasional.
good. He's never done anything good.
Manchester United masterclass.
That was next to party. That was next to party. The thing of my nightmares, my absolute nightmare scenario, and it could happen. This is why I still think we absolutely need a midfielder, is to watch the 2 least complete players in the league next to each other in Granit Xhaka and Mo Elneny. We have one person that cannot pass forward in El Neni and Granit Xhaka, who just can't turn. And between them, like that's how many times have we seen that midfield and just been like, oh my god.
And then El Neni can pass forward. It just goes into the back of the net when he does it.
It's mad because El Neni scored a banger in preseason.
He's literally just lost another stone in rage.
In 5 years he's done that, and everyone's like, "Oh, Nenny's pretty bloody good. What a good backup to
There's
party."
body fat just coming out of his pores.
Right?
Coming off in
People
steam.
didn't see it with El Neni. I'm steaming. People didn't see it with El Neni because he wasn't a 20, 30, 40 million pound player, right?
What are you,
People
Arsene
didn't
Wenger
see it
now?
people didn't see it with El Neni because he didn't play that often. But every time he did, he was the one player that would never let us down, always did the right thing. Could score a banger if need be. And I agree with you. I agree with you that he didn't do much, but he didn't let the team down when everyone else around him was.
For me, it's a very low bar not letting the team down. He didn't ever let the team up. You know, don't
but
just
there has
not
been
let
times.
the team down. That's not the bar, man. Just because you can pass
Gabe,
sideways.
El Neni is a late night kebab, right? If they charged you a tenner for it, it'd be shit.
He's
But
5
it's
a.m.
free
chicken.
food, you're fucking drunk, and it does the job.
Yes, but then
Max,
you go
just
to you
to
wait.
sum
Let's
it
just
up.
if we're going to continue with that analogy, you know, you go out to a lovely restaurant. Let's say,
But are they open at
City
3 o'clock in the
away.
morning?
No, but it's not 3 o'clock in the morning. This is what I'm saying. When
But
it's
at
not 3
times it
o'clock in
was
the
3 o'clock in
morning-
the morning, and when it was, El Neni
No,
was
no, no.
there, and he was there. We were crying on his shoulder. Everything
Exactly,
got
we
to
were
shit.
all
Granit
crying
Xhaka
because
told
he
us
was
to
all
fuck
we
off.
had. No, we went to a lovely restaurant which was City away, and we had to get served an absolute kebab. And it was just like, no, we don't need this. If we have an El Neni Xhaka midfield 2 for any length of this season, we won't be finishing in the top 4. We know that.
I
But
thought
anyway,
Glenn won.
let me get to my.
Who's your underrated for the season?
So my underrated for the team. That's interesting. Mo El Neni. No, it is probably Eddie Nketiah. He is he's incredible. The fact is he scored 5 goals in 8 games last season. We haven't seen him do anything. We haven't seen him in the team before or since.
He's crazy.
He's going to score double digits this game.
He's
this
done
season.
he's done the Mr. July thing again, except
He
this
went
time I
on-
feel like
yeah.
there's some real stuff behind it because of Gabriel.
When he went
Jesus.
on loan to Leeds, he was scoring and he was
Ah,
great,
that
but he
doesn't-
wasn't.
that
But he was
doesn't
behind.
count.
No,
It
but
does
this is
count.
what I
It
mean.
does
None
count.
of it counts.
That-
But we
that-
haven't
that's a big
seen-
story.
We haven't seen the volume of evidence to know whether or not he is going to be amazing. But I think he will. I think he'll show.
There's a story about his attitude at Leeds that only the gerbil will know.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true. Speaking of 4 a.m. kebabs and food that tastes better, this quick video.
5 a.m. Royal Farms. Most of you will not know what Royal Farms is, but let me just explain to you what Royal Farms is. Chicken. Really good chicken. Especially 5 a.m. chicken. Pretty good chicken. I mean, I know a lot of chickens, and the chickens at 5 a.m.
I love your Scouse accent. Chicken.
So I apologize to this chicken.
If Mo El Neni
Thighs in
is
the
that
world
5
who
a.m.
I shall be
chicken,
eating.
then I'll take
Love
that.
thighs. Big fan.
Fuck, I
He's
want some
eating
chicken.
the El Neni of chickens.
Royal Farms.
Can we, for this season, only refer to players based on what type of takeaway they
Food
are
they
at
are.
what time? Yeah.
Thing is,
I-
on Nketiah, I've said this for years, and I've been slammed left, right, and centre by Max, Manny, Scunny, Mike, Fergus at times. What I've said about
No,
Nketiah,
not on El Neni.
at
Eddie,
times,
yes.
yeah, about Eddie. What I've said about Eddie is, whenever
I
he
love how
came
it's
into
just
the
a
side,
child has just appeared. And a child appeared.
whenever Eddie came into the side, generally it was either in an underperforming side with their underperforming players. You know, William would come in, David
El
Luiz would come in,
Neni.
Cedric would come in. El Neni, yes, El Neni would be, El Neni and Guendouzi with Eddie up top, with William and fucking Cedric, and he was playing amongst the shit within the shit. And he never got the real opportunity, and everyone talks about Balogun, and as much as I think Balogun is one for the future, he is not going to have a sustainable career at Arsenal. I don't think he will. I think the problem with Balogun is that everyone has gone, well, Aubameyang and Lacazette aren't performing. Eddie is shit. They already made their mind up. It's got to be Balogun. It's got to be Balogun. And everyone was screaming for Balogun. And this
I
is a
was
guy
on
that
that.
was
I
only
was on
just
that train 100%, and then I saw
yeah,
him play.
but this was a guy that was only just playing under 23 football. He was only just getting into the under 23 side.
Well, that's the problem. He's too good for under 23, but he's not nearly good
He was
enough.
scoring
he's not-
weapons in the under 23s.
Yeah.
He was scoring
And
bangers every
people
week.
would
So was Reece Nelson.
and people would
Reece
argue
Nelson
that.
was fucking unstoppable at under 23. He was the best.
And this is it. This is it. And so was Eddie. And so was Eddie. But as soon as you make that point for Eddie, they go, well, it's only under 23s. But yet they're screaming for Balogun every week. And it's like, well, this guy's only doing the under 23s.
Chuba Akpom was the best under 21 I have ever seen. Chuba Akpom was the fucking
No,
shit.
see, for me, it is Eddie. I mean, I saw Chubba. I saw, had a chubby for Eddie. I like Eddie, man. I really
Eddie's
like
sick,
Eddie.
man. Eddie's sick.
I like how raw he is. I like the poacher. We don't have that instinctive finisher.
That's the problem,
and even
Steve.
when he was
meant to be a poacher, and last season he missed countless fucking open net
Yeah,
opportunities. That
but
header where it was
so
open
did-
net,
but
he smashed
so
it
did
off his
everybody else.
shoulders.
So
that
did
was like his
everybody else.
first game in the squad,
Yeah,
though.
so did
Like,
and once the team started to gel and we went through the middle of the season and we started to move forward, and then Eddie was needed up top. He came in, he did a job, he showed exactly how good he can be. And I'm not saying I want to see, because of the chances missed, I'm not saying he should be or could be our starting striker for a whole season. But is he good enough to be second or third within
I
this
just
squad
don't
and playing
want
the cups and playing
Steve,
Europa?
Steve, I agree
100%.
with you. I had him as my underrated, but this is what I don't want Eddie to end up being. When you're hammered pissed in a nightclub and you decide that this particular person, this particular bird is like the best, the absolute best that it could ever. I don't want to wake up in the morning, Steve, and look over at Eddie and go, oh, I've got fucking herpes. I've definitely got herpes.
when you realise it's Mo El Neni instead of Eddie and Kaya, you're like,
Or as I said earlier in the
Or
podcast,
both of them.
in the middle of the night,
Nah,
Olivier
see
Giroud with
that
vagina.
about his movement is not. It's just that's like 2-3 seasons ago. Like he presses, he runs, he goes at everything.
I actually I agree with you, Steve, and I disagree with you, Sophie, that he offers the team nothing when he's not goal poaching.
Yeah.
The biggest single thing that will change that impression of him is Gabriel Jesus. He is one of the players.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
Whether
I'm
they're
with
on the pitch,
Sophie.
whether they're on the pitch at the same time, which we have seen, or whether they're not, Eddie Nketiah is going to be a completely different player this season. I'm getting back in his shopping cart where I was a few years ago, despite Tom Canton's protestations. Nketiah is going to be a more well-rounded player. I guarantee.
Yeah,
Can I
but
just
we
say
do need a
like,
third
those
striker.
Europa League game.
Not
He'll
you,
play
Steve.
every
We need a
Europa League
third
game and he'll
striker.
score 15 goals.
Steve Fahili in the comments was like, yeah, rates Nketiah, but doesn't rate El Neni. The difference is
For the same
Nketiah
reason.
is 21, 22, and El Neni's past it. He's not going to get any better.
No,
he's not going to get any better.
He's not
We what we saw from El Neni, what we saw from Nketiah was probably the same level of performances we saw from El Neni. The difference is the curve is upwards.
Nketiah's got
with El
that
Neni,
ceiling.
it's
Nketiah's got
not
that
gonna-
ceiling.
It's not going to get any better. He's only going to get worse, and it's not good.
But we do need a third striker, don't we, guys? Because if Jesus goes down and we have only got El Neni? Sorry, we have only got Eddie. We are semi-fucked. Because then who? Yeah, I do.
Transitioned into the middle.
But I don't think. I think Martinelli, as good as he is, and I've said before, he can play down the middle, and he can play down the middle, but he isn't going to offer us that same threat that he's given us on that left-hand side now.
Third choice, and Martinelli provides us with the ability to maybe not have to go into the market and buy a Lucas Perez to cover a backup position.
Yeah.
Where we will run into problems is if something happens to Jesus and we end up with a kebab out front. That's where we're going to run into problems.
And I think Nketiah's breakout season comes as a result of playing with a healthy Gabby Jesus. I agree with 100%, and whether this means that we should sign a third, I would agree with that. I agree 100% that if he is the man, because God, please don't let this happen. But if Jesus is out for a long period of time, we are fucked. And we do need to act in January if that happens.
Because everyone knows you have a kebab more than 2 or 3 times a week, you've got the shits.
You can't have a kebab every night. You can bring a kebab in. You can't have a kebab every night.
No,
Otherwise, you'll be back to being Big Steve.
I think there's a stroke of genius. I think they extended his contract. He's going to have a good season, but once we qualify back to Champions League, there's going to be another Jesus caliber striker coming in. Eddie's not going to be third. He's not going to like being third striker. We are going to sell him, and we're going to make a lot of money off him.
I think he'll then play more in the league.
That or we extend Eddie and then are able to actually sell him for 25 million or something.
That's what I'm saying. The extension is already there.
People will start saying, like they have at Liverpool and Man City, just not good enough to make it in Arsenal's first team is good enough for us to spend 20 or 30 mil on.
Well, if we're lucky, we might get 2, maybe even 3 million for him on a 5-year contract in a couple of years. Given the way our selling's gone,
I think we're towards the end.
I think that time is gone. I think that time's
do you
gone.
think?
I think as an operation, if you look at our operations management, I think that time is gone. We're much more connected to our line of fit now. We know where our end point is, how we get there, and what we're doing. I think for a couple of years,
I think you're right.
It spoke about that.
I think it's gutting to see
about the rejuvenating of the squad and upping the value of the squad. And he mentioned about how he thought it was even paying off players. He referred to it as a investment in order to not block other players in those spaces. So similar to what Mike and Max said, I think this might potentially be the last year. Assuming Pepe leaves, assuming Pepe leaves, I am still convinced that if Pepe leaves the club, he's going to go out on loan and we're going to pay like at least 50% of his wages. Yeah, I still truly believe that, but I think Pep is the last one out of that group. Yeah. I truly believe Bellerin's going to probably leave. Pep and Torreira is going to leave. He's already in that boat. I think Elneny, they gave him the 1-year extension, and they're thinking maybe just one more year for Sambi to put on. I mean, if you guys noticed, like Martinelli, Eddie Nketiah, and even Saka did it. They went through this transitional year where they put on like fucking 10, 20 pounds of muscle. I think it's going to be the same thing with Sambi, because Sambi technically is sound, but lots of times when he played, we saw him get knocked off the ball fairly easily.
Speaking of getting knocked off, we have to knock off Max. Max, you've been with us for almost 2 hours. Appreciate it. Love
Max,
you, my friend.
What a pleasure, dude. Next year. See you next year, dude.
Lovely to meet you, mate. I'll see you in London.
Yeah. We're actually going to cut Max. We're going to cut Steve and Gabe, and bring on Ruth in just a second. But Gabe, let us know your Twitter at BeatMonkeyG. Well, actually, Max first at the Arsebros. Does that work?
This year, yeah, we took a bit of time off because Darren, my counterpart, got quite unwell, but he seems to have come out the other side of it at the moment. So we'll be back at minimum doing a monthly. We may do a weekly. We'll definitely do a monthly. But head over to the Arsebros if you like a weird combination of analytics and dick jokes that come together. They scissor.
There's no better.
Scissor me timbers.
Thank you, Max. Appreciate you joining us. Take care, buddy.
Steve, I really wish Ruth wasn't in the back now for that.
I know. I'm like, I've completely changed my attitude on the language now that we're doing, and because Mike and I are the ones that can see that Ruth is waiting to come on. So, Steve, I love you, my friend. Take care. I can't wait to see
you guys next month. Well, this month.
I'll see less of you next month than I have in the past. Take care, bud.
Later.
And Gabe, let's be in
always
touch.
A pleasure.
We're gonna make this thing happen.
Absolutely, and yeah, let's all remember, we all love a good heated debate, but we're all fans at the end of the day, and there's going to be some people who are idiots, but we can ignore them. We can have good chats.
And I apologize
before you go. Okay, best European city to visit. Go on, best European city. One hit.
Oh, where did I go recently? I can't remember. It's in the Czech Republic somewhere. Czech Republic's very cheap.
Kutna-Hora. Have you been to Kutna-Hora, the House of Bones, the Church of Bones?
That sounds very nice.
Check it out. Check it out. Amazing. UNESCO cathedral there, and a church which is all made out of human bones. Really check it out.
I'm scared of what's going to come up when I Google that, but guys, have a good one.
Take my friend. Take care.
Churches.
All right, here's what we're going to do real quick, because I actually need about 3 minutes off camera So because I know there's a pre-existing relationship and a friendship here. Fergus, can I hand the actual controls over to you to say hello to our wonderful guest, Ruth Beck?
Hello.
We've been featuring your art all 12, 13 hours. This is hour number, 13, I think.
Wow. Unlucky for some.
Ruth,
Sorry?
more importantly, have you been to the post office yet?
Oh, I was there yesterday. Not yet. It's not open yet. It's only 8 o'clock.
Jared is back. Ruth is here.
It opens at 9. I expect my painting to be.
I promise you, it's off today. You'll probably get it tomorrow. I'll send it signed for. So will you be in?
Depends on what my diary says.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Ruth.
It's Mike. Jared.
Hey, good,
Hello.
good morning. Hey, Ruth, nice to finally meet you. Fergus, always good to see you, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. I'm just this unusual tea, not beer. You know, it's early. It's daylight outside. You know, Mike's sober. Mike's sober. Not hurts. Magic.
Yeah, me. It's gonna be midnight.
It's like most of us after 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's gonna be midnight. I do have a few beers, but because I have to be back in about 2 to 3 hours, I'm gonna save those for my last podcast shift. I'm afraid if I drink now, I might not wake up in 2 hours to podcast a little bit more. So I'm gonna stay sober for the time being. Plus, it's officially midnight for me over here. So
yeah, it's not a bad idea because the last one I was on, I had a couple of beers talking with the boys and then slept for about an hour and a half and back now it's like 2 a.m. So I think you're going the good route with staying off the alcohol for a little while.
That's the water for me. Yeah.
I think I'm glad this is an annual event because I sat up last night and started watching Kevin and Sophie and everybody else, and I just kept on watching. And it's 1 a.m. It's just like Jesus.
I was just the same. 1:30. I was up till watching this. I'm knackered.
Yeah. Lovely, absolutely lovely.
And Saturday was no better. I went to the Emirates Cup on Saturday. We're in the Coronet at 10 a.m. And then I've done a bit of club. It was really good up in the club section. I wouldn't like to be there every game. I wouldn't like to experience club for an average match day, or for like a friendly or for the Carabao Cup or something like that. I'd definitely recommend people do club. But then we had Alex, one of the Danish Gooners. He was staying with us as a guest, and he was out with friends. So I waited up to make sure he got in. And then we sat in the garden because it was so warm over the weekend. 1:30. So it's just been. I'm getting too old for this. Getting too old.
Are you working today? Are you going into work?
Yeah, I've just fired her up. Yeah, I'm at work now.
Oh, that's all right then. Working from home. My favourite type.
I've got to go down south. I've got to go down South London today and pick up my Crystal Palace tickets.
It's amazing. It's amazing how you can sell used cars from the comfort of your own home. I mean,
that's absolutely amazing what online can do for you, Fergus. I'm sure it worked out great for you.
Ruth, I'm
just
so
to
happy
clarify,
for you. How you been?
To clarify, I facilitate the purchase of them. I don't sell cars.
Splitting hairs, Fergus. You're just splitting hairs at this point.
Ruth, lovely to see you. Your name has been. I mean, other than like I think Xhaka and Jesus, your name has been the most popular one tonight because we've just been giving away these incredible pieces of art.
My doodles. All my doodles. I do new homes.
They're amazing, and we love and support you and just as you support us. The last time we talked was to give away things. We're doing the same thing today.
Yeah.
But how have your last couple of weeks been? Since I know there have been some sad moments and sad moments that you have done incredibly well in crystallizing with your art. But let's talk about Maria for a couple minutes here.
Yes, that was such a sad time, isn't it? It still is. I mean, it's a great loss to the whole team, the community, to Islington, to everybody. Yeah, it's really, really, really sad. But the outpouring of love has been wonderful for her, and her family. I was in contact with her nephew briefly and her goddaughter as well. So, I did the painting of Maria, which I sent to her nephew, which her family have now. And I've contacted the club as well in the hope that maybe they could do something with it to raise money for the Arsenal Academy or something, because the family are keen for that to happen too. But yeah, it was a very sad week, but it's had some lovely messages sent through, and it just shows how loved she was, really.
So
and how
on
missed she was.
Twitter, that person that represented themselves as being Maria's nephew was in fact her nephew.
Yes. No, he confirmed it. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
No, it was nice. Like you literally sent up the bat signal, or others on your behalf.
What have I done? No. Yeah, her family have it, and they're really, really chuffed with it. So.
Well,
Mike, I don't know. I've just sent it to you on WhatsApp. I went into the armory on Saturday, and as you walked in, there was a pink shirt with Reyes on the back of it, and next to it was the black shirt with Maria Petri won. Come on, you Gunners at the bottom of it. And I just thought, like, wow.
Yeah, I think that was you that had posted that in our WhatsApp group, and I'm going to bring it up on the screen right now. But
the only shame that they didn't put something to Terry Neal there. I know they've done something in the stadium and so on, but it would have been just the perfect touch of it on all three.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm trying to get this posted here, but yeah, I mean, but the this is what brings the Arsenal family together, sorry, Ruth. Is the and I keep saying this, and it doesn't have to be at the expense of other clubs, but I just don't feel like there's this kind of generational this honoring and praise of fellow fans who are kind of this passing of the torch. We felt it when Dave Faber passed away, and the outpouring for Dave Goonerholic just kind of came through. And my family, I have a Jewish family that takes Passover very seriously. It is the holiday for us, and you literally see the generation to generation passing down of traditions and stories and routines and that sort of thing. And I always just kind of thought that was a family thing. I never can. I mean, I can't imagine that with the Philadelphia Eagles, or I just can't imagine that in a sport. But Arsenal has that.
Well, we've always had class, haven't we? I mean, it goes back decades since the beginning of time with Arsenal. It's just like you associate Arsenal with class. Well, I do, and it's just they just get it right. Well, most of the time. So, and the fans, there's such a community. It's Gooner family.
Ruth,
that's true.
Ruth, do you think the club have lost a little bit of that class in recent years? Like you look at Steve Rowe's funeral, and there wasn't any representation of the Arsenal Football Club PLC or whatever you want to call him at his funeral. There was Arsene Wenger was there, David Dean was there, Tony Adams, and some of the other old players were there, but there was nobody from the current squad. I know a lot of them were on the way to Germany for pre-season and so on, but somebody per Mertesacker, somebody could have attended. Do you think we've lost a bit of that class?
I think we might have lost our way a bit, but I think it is coming back. And I think the elements, things that happened with Maria particularly show that. I think the fans are behind more of an outpouring of respect to past players or fans. So I think we're getting more of the class. I think is returning. I think with the Emirates, Highbury was very sort of class orientated. It was nowhere was like Highbury Stadium, well, Arsenal Stadium, Highbury, but we lost it for the corporate side of things. I think for a while, but now I get a feeling that we're finding our way again. I think there's the real passion back, especially with the players as well. They want to be there as well.
What do you think the key driver behind getting that element of class back? Is it Arteta? Like, congratulations to Mike with his interview with Arteta and asking the Maria question, because you were the first one on more or less on the scene on the tour and asked that question. And I think it brought the focus about Maria and the impact it was having on the fan base. I think it brought that very much to the forefront. But do you think Arteta is the key driver behind that? I know some people love him and some people hate him and stuff, but I do think he understands the values of the club, don't you?
Well, here's his answer to that real quick. A bit of sad news this morning. Arsenal lost probably the matriarch of the fan base, Maria. One of the best-known fans probably in Arsenal's history. Any words for the family or those of us that are mourning her passing this morning?
Yeah. Well, first of all, obviously, we are really sorry to hear the news. She was an integral part of our supporters, our community. The way she transmitted the Arsenal values and the feelings of this football club. It was something like I have never seen before. She was everywhere, every single week, and she will be missed big time. Okay, thank you guys.
Yeah, he's got it spot on, doesn't he? And also, it's like, yeah, definitely. But I think Arteta's more in touch with the fans being an ex-player. I think he understands really how we tick better than somebody who just comes in to manage the team.
I think that's true, and I want to expand on that. But before we do that, I know Mike Hers needs to leave us, so I'll give him a chance to get out of here, and we'll kind of go further into the points on Maria and kind of the way the club's going.
I'm going to take my my 2-hour union break, and I'll be back in a few hours. And I just want to touch on something that Ruth mentioned just a few minutes ago about Arsenal being related to class. So I had the opportunity to grow up in Central America during the 90s, and it's something that transcends not only English culture and American culture, but even the Spanish commentators would always speak about Arsenal and its class. So this has been, it's woven in our history as a club. So it's really nice to grow up, and I'm gonna say luckily I ended up choosing Arsenal for one reason or another and decided to support this. And I met a ton of wonderful people, not limited to just all of you on this pod. So it's pretty cool. And yeah, the Arsenal and the class, it's kind of always been there, and it's a pretty cool thing to be a part, because we never been soiled, or if you will, like some other clubs have. So
I think Mike has.
Up the Gunners. Yeah,
27 hours.
Specifically, 27 hours.
You don't got 27 hours without soiling yourself.
We have a poll at like what hour Mike is going to soil himself in the podcast.
Why do you think I had to disappear for 5 minutes?
That he's willing to admit. That's right, Ruth. All right, thanks so much.
Take care, Mike.
Pleasure talking to you, Ruth. Pleasure talking to you as well. Mike, see you in a bit. Jared, keep it up, my amigo.
So just a quick reminder, we are, as more and more people wake up and rejoin us, we are here to have great conversation and draw attention to Gooners versus Cancer and the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Please, if you have not already, and many of you have, please consider going to goonersvcancer.com. You can donate, you can get raffle tickets, and those raffle tickets get amazing prizes. We still have something like 16 prize draws, one of which we're going to do in just a minute, where we have a jersey. The grand prize is a new home shirt signed by Saka, Smith Rowe, and Tomiyasu. We have brand new personalized first team kits. We have brand new unpersonalized first team kits. We have pretty soon getting ready to give away what's over Jared's left shoulder there, and kind of obscured by our banner, but it's a Cesc Fabregas piece, and definitely the prizes that are amongst the most popular that we give out are things like this: some beautiful Ruth Beck art from Ruth Beck herself, and you asked me before. I am a little lower on these than I thought that I was, actually. So,
gonna get a parcel to you.
I mean, 4 years now. Formerly, this just person I just met on DM on Twitter, emailing me and sending me things overseas, and now the relationship that we have, it's so incredible, and people love your art. I have them on display.
Not everybody, Ruth. Not everybody.
Oh no, this is that well. Don't do people. Stick to the buildings. Okay.
Yeah.
But most of the people listening are probably familiar with Ruth's work by now, just from our pod and her presence on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah,
but
if supportive.
Yeah, well, you're very supportive of Gooners versus Cancer, and it's greatly appreciated. And if you want to get a look at her stuff, Ruth Beck art on Instagram, and also right now still on the Gooners versus Cancer Instagram story. There's a really cool work she did of the Arsenal ladies in their England tops. It's really good too. You can check that out there. Really, really cool stuff.
Thank you.
And I'm having a little coughing attack. My residue from COVID. This is not an expression of how I feel about the artwork. It's quite the opposite, actually.
He's so moved.
Yeah,
it's the face. It's the faces, Ruth. It's the faces. It's just made him move.
I love the art. So, excuse me. So, Fergus, Tell me how this came to be. Apparently, you're a man called Fergus when Ruth is around.
Not anymore. I can't do that.
There's only one person allowed to call me that. So, Mike, I ask you to refrain from using such a name because that's held with such high esteem for one person only.
And because normally when Fergus asks me to do something, I listen all
Ignore
the time.
it.
Yeah, it's basically he's giving me a template as to what to do. But you can buy, if you're not lucky enough, and I am trying to get as much Ruth Beck art into hands of people, especially if you're in the States, because it isn't as easy to get Ruth Beck art on an individual basis when you're in the States. But is that changing? Or I think you said something about that changing, right? Or no? You're still shipping only to the UK?
I ship worldwide.
Okay, yeah, I thought that had changed.
But it is expensive to send to America. I've got to send everything tracked. So the Royal Mail are not cheap. But it is worldwide now. Yeah. Oh, don't die.
Oh,
please don't
God.
die.
Yeah, no. This is Jared's got the last 16 hours. But yeah, go to buyruthbeckart.com, takes you straight to your Etsy page with some amazing stuff on there. And I wish I had individual pictures. I have a whole retrospective of Baltimore where I've got this great married couple that I'm friends with, Taylor Harper and his wife, whose name's escaping me at the moment, but just they made a generous donation in Baltimore. We gave as incentives for large donations in Baltimore and Orlando their pick of, depending on the size of the donation, either the card sized art or an A4, and people just absolutely loved it. And they're like, oh, I want this, but I'm going straight to the game. How do I take care of it? Can you send it to me? But like it's just a massive hit. And
excellent. Oh, I'm really chuffed. It's really humbling because I just sit here and in my just play around with my pictures. So to know that they're in another country, I mean, I never ever sort of stop. I really appreciate the fact that they go worldwide. I've got stuff in Australia, in parts of Africa, in Russia. I mean, it's insane. I never thought that
they're going to rename Lincolnshire after you, aren't they? Because Trevor's got so much of your art in Lincolnshire.
Oh, it's got a little.
I have not found a taker for this one yet, though.
I bet.
Which makes me happy because, maybe this needs to end up on Hoggy's wall. He would get this, enlarge it. He'll ask you he'll commission a copy of it, but yeah, it's just. And the thing that immediately struck me when I started looking at and enjoying your artwork is all the Highbury stuff, because Highbury, I don't know if you know this, guys, but I lived in London when I was a teenager back in the late 80s. And
no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't talk about it very much, but
no.
Well, I only talk about it thrice an hour, but Highbury Highbury is where, from a sporting and a kind of a lifestyle perspective, where I kind of had my coming of age, and it really does hold a very significant part in my life. And to see, there's one that I can't find it right now, but it's just of the North Bank terraces, not the seats, the terraces with the leaning bars and whatever they're called. That brings back so many memories, and that's why I love that kind of art, because no one else is doing that I can see. There's a lot of great artists, and we talked earlier on the podcast about how you're a community almost. It's it's not a competitive my art's better than your art type of thing. It is really like the podcasting community. You'd expect it to be a little bit more competitive and cutthroat. It's anything other than anything.
No, it's a beautiful community. Yeah, we've got artists that do such different styles as well. There's amazing realistic portrait artists to I do the watercolor buildings. I don't think there's many. There's Dell that Fergus has there, who is incredible. I'm so pleased you managed to get one of those Arsene Wenger. Don't let it fall on the floor. It'll smash.
If he falls on the floor, he'll end up doing that thing like he did on the beach, where
he'll cry.
You need to do that one. If you did a photo of him lying on the beach,
I did not see it. I did not see it.
Did not happen. And then we've got Charlie Shanks and North Banksy. I mean, we have some amazing
and Santa sketches,
loads and loads. Yeah, French is fabulous.
and poorly drawn Arsenal, who we had on the show earlier.
Wonderful. Again, his style is completely
yeah,
like different to everyone else's, and we all support each other. And we do these things on Twitter where you do like an art. It's called like an art train, and you are nominated by somebody. Then you nominate 4 people that you admire or you want to share amongst the community, and then they do the same, and it just rolls along. And then it's amazing how many there are out there.
Like an artistic paying it forward, which is, I mean,
yeah.
Which is my favorite expression when it comes to, you know, to things.
Mike, can I be really cheeky? And it's only because it's exactly on the topic that Ruth is talking about. Over the summer, rather than transfer rumours and stuff, the Guns and Yellow Ribbons podcast done Arsenal community contributors, and we started with Ruth. We had Fran, we had Charlie, we had North Banksy, we had Harry Simew, because it wasn't just all about art. It was art is subjective, whether it's vocally, whether it's music, whether it's art, whatever. Like
you kissing
drawings
Harry's
and
ass. Yeah, and
me kissing Harry's ass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and I know
we had Ashburton Army on as well. So there we go. That was nothing to do with Harry's.
Well,
ass.
Stephen Feely, Ruth, I want to. If you haven't already been introduced to each other, Stephen Feely, who I mean is not as perverted as his name feels, and his name used to be Stephen Canoe. We learned earlier tonight, like Canoe. But anyway, Stephen is an incredible artist who does a lot of T-shirt designs, including the one that you can see in his thing there. And I think I might still have one of the shirts that he did that is my favorite of all time, if I can find it here. But Stephen is an incredible artist, and I'd love him to link up with you if possible. I can't find it, but it's the 89. And the 89 is made out of the Brian Moore call of the Anfield 89 moment. You know, Arsenal comes streaming forward, and what surely must be the last attack. And it's an idea and an artistic rendering of it that's fantastic. And I've met Stephen. He's a wonderful guy, and you know, I'd love for him to be in. If there's a artist community like we know there's kind of a podcast community, he belongs in it.
We'll have to
reach out through me to connect, because while Stephen is an expat who lives in New Orleans, I know you know that isn't a limiting location, isn't a limiting factor, because we know at least 3 or 4 of the people that we've talked about in that grouping are here in the States. So it's a great community. Let's give away one of your large pieces here. And I have not figured out how I'm going to ship these yet, but I'll worry about that later, because I like them so much. We're going to give away a very special one, which is a compilation. Now, what would you call this? Is this a collage?
A composite, I call them.
Composite. Okay. We've got Henry and Aubameyang there, which, you know,
that's not popular anymore. I have to change that one. I'll have to.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're I like the one that
top left is coming to me.
Oh, that's Fergus's next one.
We've got
that'll be out today, I promise.
we've got the Golden Trophy. We've got Highbury. We've got the front of Highbury. We've got Patrick Vieira holding up the trophy, and we've got the North Bank as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm telling you what's on here, and you can't even see it because I'm turning it to myself. But this is a special print right here. It's A3 size, and we're going to have the winner picked in front of the artist herself. Let's do the randomizer here. By the way, our latest total for funds raised since the beginning of yesterday, which is when this podcast essentially started collecting funds, we are just under. We're still $55 short of $4,000 raised. With a goal of smashing 5,000. So we've got $55 to go to get to the $4,000 mark. And it's been a great year for us so far. So let me fire up the randomizer here. And if you have not already won a print, you are eligible to win a print. My son is apparently on somebody else's thing right now, but while he's up, I tend to have a pretty good idea. All right, the winner of a Ruth Beck art print, a large composite, where she's going to paint over Aubameyang.
Eventually.
Is Who is the winner? Come on, computer. Who wins? Joseph Franchina, who has already won one. In fact, he won the last one.
How you doing?
He's apparently doing really well. All right, so we're gonna have to pick another one.
Do the lottery tonight.
He won the last Ruth Beck art piece. So this one goes to Vincent Eagle. All right, Vincent.
Wow.
Vinny,
Eagle.
Congratulations, buddy.
Vinny has won this. Vinny, I don't think it's breaking confidence to say Vinny is right now going through a very difficult health situation to where this is a very important and meaningful charity to him. So, Vinny, I'm glad that you won. I'm glad that you won the big one.
Well done, Vinny.
In the presence of the artist herself.
Oh, bless
and
him.
you are still eligible for one of the kind of the memorabilia / shirt prizes as well. So let me see. I'm just writing this down. Vincent Eagle, congratulations to Vinny, and thank you for your incredible support. And here come the congratulations in the chat. We have a very supportive chat room. They're not like, God damn it, Vinny, I wanted that, you suck. Like, everyone seems very happy with each other, which is great.
And maybe they're familiar with Vinny. He does a little podcasting here and there and is one of the nicest people you'll meet in the Arsenal community. Really a great guy. So I'm glad to see his name get pulled and get some cool Arsenal stuff.
Yeah, I got to get to know him a little bit better. I'm not as active in the what's it called, the Discord. But so Ruth, what's next for Ruth Beck? Besides being at the Gooners versus Cancer event on September 2nd, which I cannot wait for. We don't have any of the details yet, other than the date. But
are you having it in the same venue? Have you chosen a venue?
No, we're bouncing between two potential venues. We've almost got that nailed down. Gabe, who was with us in the last hour, is coordinating the venue and the production of the podcast. So it'll be something that will be hopefully to remember. But
will it be selling beer?
It will be selling beer. It will be drinking beer. It will be collecting money. It will be giving away art. It will be doing all those things.
That's all right then.
It will be containing my wife, who this will be like her first. My Steph will be with me. We have a wedding the week before by the man who's getting ready to join us on the panel, and another wedding the week after by the man who plays the music at the Emirates Stadium during Arsenal games. And in between that, we're going to raise a little bit of money for Leukemia Lymphoma Society. So, but what's next for you? What's your next painting? Are you able to shed some light on that?
To be honest, I did the Beth Mead and Leah Williamson one yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Oh, it was yesterday. Anyway, whenever it was blurred into one. So I've got a commission to do, which is, just private jobs that people ask me, but I haven't got one lined up as such yet. I've got a pile like this thick of references, but I struggle to choose what I want to do next. So I'm not sure.
Earlier in the podcast, we had a question. This was when Danny and I were doing the Sunday roast. We had a question of create a person based on different body parts of Arsenal players or something like that. And we turned it into podcasters, and we made this very freaky sounding, like Sophie's hands and feet, Kevin Campbell's arms, my belly with somebody coming out of the belly like an alien. And it was Chris Carpenter's hair, Simon Collins' face, Clive's voice, and Lee Judge's legs. And my friend Sebi, who does Photoshops, that's his art form, said he got started on it and he just got so scared he had to stop. Yeah, maybe that's what's next for you. I hope not, but
oh no, I like my buildings. I do people, but
that's
North
composite. You do composite.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to blend it all into one. North Banksy said to me yesterday, "What you're doing profiles now? Like you're doing people, but I'm not really. I mean, I did do Fergus and Trevor, but that was for Trevor's birthday present. Yeah, his daughter commissioned me to do, which was amazing. Well, the whole thing was amazing, really, because she approached me when it was coming up to Trevor's birthday and said, "Would I do this particular photo of Trev and Fergus. So I said, well, I'll give it a go, but I sort of did it with the Guns and Ribbons badge in the background as well. So it was all like really personalised. And I charge a fee for my commissions. There it is.
Oh, that's outstanding. Wow.
Put Canon in there for you too, because I knew you'd like your Canon, and you've obviously got your beer. So I did it, but I charge for my commissions. But I asked Sammy, who is Trevor's daughter, Trevor's daughter, if she would send what she would have paid me as a donation to the Benge Seller Trust instead. So she did that. She sent that money on behalf of Trevor and the whole thing that, you know, our little community's trying to raise money for. So that was a real win-win-win, because I drew for these guys who I adore, and you know, was part of his birthday present, and the money went to charity. So it was really cool.
It gets even better, Mike, because I like the picture as well, and I got a picture printed on canvas. So Trevor's got 2 pictures of me and him. It's very Brokeback Mountain. Honestly, it really is.
There's some bromance there.
I think Fergus just imagines him and Trevor walking down the beach hand in hand
with the sunset. I could draw that.
It's like, oh,
that's the next drawing.
There might be a square inch still left on our wall for more Ruth Beck art, and let's get that going. So just so much funny, and again, it's my goal that every Arsenal supporter, especially over here in America, has a piece of your art, and hopefully through their generosity to Gooners versus Cancer will be the gateway to getting it. But anyone can get it by going to buyruthbeckart.com. Great website address.
Thank you. I love that website address. It's fabulous.
I'm the king of domain names. It's not as hard as people think.
You are a godsend.
I have
genuinely.
like 90 of them. We are now 13 and a half hours into the 27 hours. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the midway point of the podcast. We started at
You've got to do this all over again, Mike.
We started at 3 is this how this works? We started at 3 p.m. yesterday, so it's 12 and a half. No, we're 12 and a half hours in, not 13 and a half hours in.
Longer.
This is hour 13, but it's only 12 and a half hours in. So I've got another hour to go before we reach the midway point. But again, we've raised just under 4,000. We need somebody to nudge us over that amount so that I can feel better about that. But go to goonersvcancer.com. Go to buyruthbeckart.com. Go to fergus.usedcar.com.
We buy any Fergus.
And
buy any fingers.
For every 2017 BMW you buy, Fergus makes a 250-pound donation to Gooners v Cancer, and I've just decided that that's the case.
That's fine.
And I believe our next guest is probably finishing off his 97th consecutive 8 a.m. Transfer update. So we have a little bit longer. Any other? Oh, Ruth, I need to get your top 4 predictions for this year.
Oh, okay.
Top 4. Bottom 3, and an outlandish prediction that you think might come true that would surprise people.
Okay, top 4. I am the eternal optimist.
You're going to do it, aren't you?
And my top 4 are Arsenal,
yes,
Man City, Liverpool, and Chelsea. And I think it's going to go down to the wire. But we're going to do it this season. Because I said it about the women's Euros from the day one. I said, England going to win this? No problem. England going to win it. And I never had an element of doubt in them. And we did it. And I know Arsenal are doing it this season.
It was such an exciting.
Mark my words.
Well, and who would doubt you? I mean, last year we had JJ predicting Arsenal would win, Tottenham would get relegated. We didn't take him seriously, but I'm taking you fully seriously. And
I can fill it in my water.
Yeah. Then the bottom 3. Let's delve into some negativity here.
Is it what I think or what I want?
What you think?
Okay.
Predictions.
Okay. Right. This is going to be controversial. Man United,
Really?
and Fulham.
Wow.
Maybe that's more airing on what I want. I don't know. If I can't have Man United, I'd say Leeds, but Bournemouth and Fulham for sure.
You can have whoever you want. This is your prediction. So
you don't think Watford are going down
again?
Again. No, it might come up.
And the outlandish prediction that I think you've already kind of given it in the Manchester United, but any outlandish predictions that you think could potentially happen that people would not expect?
I think I would like I'd like someone to come back as backstaff who was massive for Arsenal, like Bergkamp or Cazorla. And be a mentor.
All right,
I'd love that.
Bergkamp to return home.
Yes, or Santi.
That would be nice as well. Yeah, so that would be fantastic. I've just gotten a message from Tom looking for the link. So let me just quickly give that to him.
Ruth, who do you think, and Jared, who do you think is the first manager going to get sacked this season?
Conte. No, actually, I think he'll walk in January.
I think he might.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he doesn't end the season there, but I'm with her. I think it would be him walking, not him getting sacked.
Yeah, no, he's not going to get sacked.
That should be the one that should be the obvious. That if it doesn't happen, I think this team's going down. Would be Frank Lampard.
Yeah,
yes.
They've looked absolutely awful, and it doesn't look like he's got any plan to turn it around. But I guess we'll see as the season gets going.
I think somebody who's up there as well as Brenda Rodgers.
I'm not a fan of him. I think he's been found out, and when that team doesn't respond to him, and players are continuing to want to bail, his stay will be over. His ability to turn it around and coach those guys up is not there.
He's bound to have plowed through all the dressing room wives by now.
And on that note, Ruth, Fergus, it's been fantastic. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. And we will see you both very, very soon, hopefully in person, just one month from today.
Hopefully, yeah. When you tell us where to be,
as soon as I find out where I'm going to be, I will let you guys know.
I've got to go to the post office now anyway.
I reckon it's going to be Sutton United. That's where we're going to be meeting.
Yeah, we're going to be in Sutton. All right, bye, Fergus.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye, Ruth. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for everything. And welcome to the podcast. A man who doesn't read my texts because he had the link and then he asked for the link. How you doing, Tom?
Yeah, good. I've got a lot of stuff going on, man. I forget things.
Have you been on? I mean, look, you haven't been on more than me the last 13 hours, but you're probably the second most online person over the last 13 hours when it comes to our podcast.
Yeah, nothing tonight. I my own, and that's it. That's it, and then I'm done. So.
Yeah, yesterday you I was up late at night. I was listening in on your 8 a.m. Stream. And you're like, I'm doing this one at 8, then 10, then I'll be on the Arsenal Way, then I'll be on the Arsenal Lounge, then I'll be on the Arsenal Gerbil. It was just one after the other. At some point, how many times can you talk about Paqueta?
Yeah, and lots apparently. Apparently, you can talk about it loads. I suppose when you're on different channels, you can just talk about it in a different way each time. That's how it works. So yeah. But no,
that's how it works.
Yeah, or not how it works. But it's going to be a more chilled evening tonight. Thank goodness.
You seem a bit exaused, which you're not allowed to be around me right now.
I am now. I've got an 8-hour shift starting at 10, and then 2 more Arsenal Way streams today. So, and then it's my stag do of the weekend. So no rest for the weekend.
Are you doing your Arsenal Way stream? Will it be with Chris Davison or Chris Davidson?
Well, it depends who you're asking, I suppose, Mike.
Well, let's focus less on Arsenal in this interlude and talk more about the 26th of this month. We are now barely 3+ weeks away from the end of your life.
From the end of time.
How are you feeling? Are you beginning to get nervous? Are you excited? Are you nervous about your guests?
I'm most worried about you. Genuinely, that is my biggest concern.
Well, someone brought up earlier about how you and I have been having our fun feud lately, and that you really struck the latest the latest blow to me by essentially inviting my entire podcast on without me. And I'm like, but the biggest opportunity is still ahead of us. Like I don't, all I have to do is probably psych you out by having nothing planned, but just
literally staring me dead in the eye the entire time.
You would be more happy if I pulled something off between now and then, just so that you would know that. But like I promised to you, and I promise in front of the world, I understand the difference between
banter and ruining someone's wedding.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. The difference between banter and standing up and calling someone a cunt in the middle of a wedding is well known by me. I'm not going to blur those lines. Trust me. Plus, I'll be with my wife, so she's she would not let me.
Yeah, see, I was smart enough to not even invite Mike to my wedding, so I didn't have to worry about it all day.
He did invite Owen to his honeymoon, though.
I think Owen invited himself from the sound of things. Like, pulled every string to get Jared to Ireland.
I mean, that is kind of funny. He paid all the travel agents to draw you there. Although, by the same token, if you had said you were going to Prague for your honeymoon, Owen would have suddenly lived in Prague.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But Paqueta news.
He's not even coming. That's like
I know. We knew that from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, like the thing is with the morning shows, I get questions like that a lot. That's like, he's not coming. Why are you still talking about it? And I'm like, because it's a news show, and if someone reports something, that like we just round it all up. That we just tell what's been reported. And to be fair, it's not like I sit there going, X has reported this. You must believe it. I genuinely go, X or Y has reported this, and you probably should be taking this with a pinch of salt. That's usually how it goes. So, despite having to talk about Paqueta a lot, or Tielemans is the other one, obviously, that's going on, but he actually might happen still. So that's the hope. So yeah.
Well, I couldn't be less arsed about the remaining transfers. I certainly hope that we get one or two more in, but I'm thinking about the football right now, not the roster anymore. I'm more interested in outgoings than incomings anyway. But so the wedding. Was it planned on a Friday specifically to avoid the potential for being on the same day as a football match?
I would be lying if I said that influencing the day for it not to be on a weekend didn't factor into my manipulation of the entire situation.
I've never been to a Friday wedding, and this is not even a Friday night wedding. It's like
it's a day, but it's a bank holiday weekend here in the UK, so it's an extended weekend basically. So no one has work. It's a summer holidays as well, so teachers are off. So I've obviously, because I used to be a teacher, so there's a fair few teachers that are going to be there. So they're not working. So yeah, it's despite it being on a Friday, it's not like everyone's going to be working sort of thing. It's pretty chill. Yeah,
I'm excited.
Every other weekend in the UK is a bank holiday weekend, right?
Yeah, really.
I benefited a lot as a teacher from that. It was great.
The banks are essentially open 7 days a year, I think. Good luck getting your money, but. I mean, from what I understand, and now we are flying into, just to give you an idea, because I want you to be comfortable with my itinerary. We are flying in. Are you having a reception at your parents' restaurant in Leicester Square the night?
That's the after party. That's
the after party is at Canton restaurant in Chinatown. The flight gets in on Wednesday, 3 days after saying goodbye to our son. Off at university, so I'll be crying at your wedding, but it's not going to be over the nuptials. We get in on Wednesday. We spend a night actually we are staying south of the river on Wednesday night because we have a train from London Bridge on Thursday to Royal Tunbridge Wells.
Yes,
and I've heard that it's a very lovely. I mean, the area it's Tunbridge Wells.
They're two different places.
Yes, but they're not far from each other.
Oh, of course not. No, it's nice. It's like out in the countryside. Yeah,
and I mean, are we gonna love it? Like my wife's like, I want to be on a vacation. I know you have these weddings, and I've dragged her now into 3 Arsenal matches while we're over. She's not thrilled about that, but are we gonna feel kind of like
out of place? Like,
very concerned is Mike
Well, I
going to
already
have
know-
a good
I already
time
know that-
on the weekend of your wedding?
I already know that I'm going to be the Jew in Kent, but like, but like, it's going to be nice, like rolling hills, like the.
Yeah, it's a nice. It's probably it's very. Yeah, I mean, the American parts I've been to are all very urban, you know, and urban areas in the US are very different to the urban areas in the UK. But it's very green, very country. Although nothing's green here in the UK, everything's yellow because the sun has just destroyed every bit of green in the country right now. So, you know, the only thing green is my artificial grass out the back. That's the only thing that's remained green throughout this entire heat wave. So, yeah, props for
And Jared, that he wasn't invited to the wedding. He's got the green with jealousy, but.
The amount of people I
Absolutely.
podcast with that now are like that give me like evil looks whenever the wedding comes up because
Well,
they're like,
because
how
the
did Mike get there?
yeah. Well, it's not that they're not invited; it's that I am. You know, like I think the decision and the cutoff was like a year ago when you know when we were in a really good place. You
No,
and
we're
me. No, I wouldn't say that, but I am actually honored to make the cut. Can you release the identity of any other luminaries besides me? Anyone whose name might begin with an adjective, for example, that will be attending the wedding. I know Drew.
Drew is going to be there, which will be the second time I've met him.
He said Drew, not Drood.
No, not Giroud. No,
I got excited really quick.
I mean, I think Georgia will be running away from me at that point if Giroud turned up. But yeah, no, Drew will be there. Obviously, me and Drew have been friends for the best part of 6-7 years. So you know, he's been my main guy on the podcast, and it's a shame he's not been able to come on more. But he's been very, very busy, moving all around the world. So yeah, he's a busy guy.
And I've met Drew a couple times and absolutely love the guy. One of the times I met him was when you first met him. Somewhere in my phone, I have the moment that you set eyes upon each other. But are we going to be at the same table, Drew and I?
You are, yeah. You'll be on the same table.
Beautiful. Who else? Anyone else?
Well, no. The thing is, like, of course, Andy was meant to be coming, but Andy is somehow officiating on the day of my wedding, which as excuses to not come to a wedding, to say that you are going to be the efficient another wedding is quite the excuse. So yeah, that's
yeah. I can't see him. You know, we are gathered here today.
I can't see it. No, that's strange. But no, obviously some of the boys from the Arsenal Way and Football London are coming in the evening, and it's like Bailey and a few of the others in the Arsenal Way. So yeah, unfortunately, you know, John was meant to come, but John can't make it, which is a shame. But John has a lot going on in his world, as a lot of you know, and specifically his wider family do. So, you know, that's completely fair. But it's it's gonna be fun. To be honest, the stag do this weekend, I'm kind of, you know, I know absolutely nothing about it.
Oh, the stag do is this weekend.
Yeah, I know nothing. Like, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what the theme is. I don't know what we're doing. I've been told some of the things I need to pack for, which doesn't really give me an idea. That's one of the items was athletic shoes, shorts, and trainers. So we must be doing something active at some stage. So that's going to be fun. My kind of like, we've been trying to guess like what I would be dressed up as. And so a running joke between our friends is like, whenever I'm in a public place with them, they just go, "Is that Tom Canton from the Gooner Talk?" Like that's all they do all the time. So one of the things I thought they'd do is like dress me up in kind of a sandwich board with that plastered over like the sandwich
Yes,
board.
I'm
Tom Canton from the Gooner Talk. That is what I thought they might do. So we've got ideas, but I know genuinely nothing about what's happening.
That's kind of interesting and very brave of you to walk they're just willingly into that because I mean, I don't know your buddies, but I know some of mine, and I'm not sure I would sign up for something that kind of open-ended. And there you go. There's an option. Maybe this is it.
What was your stag do, Jared? What did you do?
Not much. I'm not a stag type of guy. I didn't really have an interest in, you know, going to Vegas, doing that whole thing. I've done that with my buddies a bunch of times. It's, you know, I've had the wild times where you go to Vegas, it goes sideways, somebody ends up in the hospital. Like, we've run the full gambit of that over the years. So
the whole Hangover series.
Yeah, it really was. One of my good friends, it was actually his weekend. His younger brother ended up in the hospital when we were in Las Vegas.
Jeez.
And, you know, we got up, everybody's drinking at 9 a.m. and it was the next 5 a.m., we get back to the hotel and everybody says, "Hey, where is this person?"
Yeah.
And, we're all like, I thought he was with you. I thought he was with you, that sort of thing. And then one of our group walked in and they said, "Hey, we got to go get him. He's in the hospital." And we're all like, and we assumed it was a joke. We're like, "Yeah, I bet he is." And then they said to me, "Why don't you see if you have any voicemails?" So I look on my phone and I was like, "Oh, I do." And it said, "Hey, this is such and such from Desert Springs Medical Center in Las Vegas."
Oh, no.
And I was like, we've all been drinking for 20 hours. It was like, what do we do here? Because the message specifically says we need a responsible party to come pick him up. And I was like, we ran out of
We'll
those
let
yesterday.
you know when we find one.
Yeah, so that was an adventure. We got to take a trip to the local hospital, feel that out. And the Las Vegas hospitals on weekends at like 5 a.m. are an interesting place to
the
find
one thing
yourself.
on a bachelor party or a stag do, the one thing you don't want to be feeling out is the hospitals, the local hospitals.
Ideally.
That's for sure. I want to take a quick break, just kind of out of nowhere, to give a major thank you to somebody in the chat right now, and that is BX Gunner. As far as I can think, he has been with us since the start. Let me know if you've been to sleep or not, but you have been here constantly and doing an amazing job of supporting through your words and posts. Of Gooners versus Cancer. I just wanted to recognize you and say thank you. If I remember correctly, you're in Charlotte, North Carolina, so you're pulling an all-nighter just like I am, and I really appreciate the support, mate. It is not unnoticed. That said, he's got a good point. Do please go to goonersvcancer.com. We've kind of been, and I expect this in the middle where people have either donated already or they're asleep. But we're kind of stuck at this $3,945 point here, so we'd love to kind of crank past the 4,000 and head to and over 5,000 raised. But we certainly need your help to get there, and we've got a lot of great prizes left to do. We're going to be drawing Ruth Beck art next, one more. Then we're getting into Cesc Fabregas signed photo mount at the top of the following hour. Which is right over. We're literally going to fly you to Jared's home to take that off of the wall and bring it home yourself. You got to fly yourself back home, but
this is a pickup only situation. I'm not shipping anything.
We're not made of goddamn money, but then we start getting into in the 12:30, 1 o'clock kind of time frame, UK time. We start getting into some kits, some Legends Choice retro shirts, and get those taken care of. So please don't hesitate to go to goonersvcancer.com. And Tom, I have to, again, as I have hopefully many times, but not enough, thank you for your support. For most people in their late teens aren't concerned with helping charity. You have shown that much like my son Jake, you're mature beyond your years, and you've been very, very helpful and cognizant of helping the charity out. And I have no doubt in all 9 of your streams yesterday, you probably said something.
It's always in our description. So,
yes. Thank you for, and people actually read your description, whereas no one actually sees our description.
You say that. I'll tell you what, I've been so frustrated because
you should put like a secret message in there, like suckle me or something, and see, and like it go 2 weeks and no one will notice it or something like that.
Our YouTube partner got in touch and was like, so like, you need to make sure that you trim down the amount of links that are in your description. Like, just have a link tree where someone clicks and it takes you to all the links. I was like, okay, fine, I'll do that. I made the link tree. And I was saying to people, like, if you want to join our fantasy league for next season, click the link tree. I have received hundreds of messages going, what's the fantasy code? I'm saying it's in the link tree. I spent time making this. Go and click the link tree. It's there.
I don't mean to be a jackass, but there have been people in the chat in this podcast that are like, how do I donate to the charity? And I'm like, it's running along the bottom. I'm wearing the shirt. I tattooed Gooners versus Cancer on my forehead. You can't really see it that well, but but look, I'd rather answer that question than not answer that question, I guess. No one asked about my stag do. We were on covered wagon. We were on covered wagons in the Wild Wild West during the gold rush, and trying to hunt rabbits. But I don't even
What did you
remember.
actually do?
I remember. Okay, I really have to think about how much I can say about this. It was at a hotel in Tyson's Corner. There was entertainment there that was hired by the people, because the people I worked with were absolute pervs. I didn't want any part of it.
I don't think you'd say anymore. We know what you mean.
No. And at one point, I was put in a compromising position. Nothing that involved cheating on my fiance at the time or anything like that, but put in a compromising position. And I just remember, at this point, I was lying on my back on the floor of the hotel room, and no, I mean, it's not what you're thinking. It was a more complicated situation than this. And I just see my 60-year-old pervy friend Greg Mitchell hanging over me, going, "Yeah, yeah," and I just I punched him in the face from the prone position, and that's all I remember about my bachelor party. Is me punching someone in the face, but no, there was nothing that would cause me to be impure for my wedding night.
I'll tell you what, if I manage to do the 8 a.m. show on Monday, at the moment I'm planning on doing it.
If you do it on the Saturday, I'd be really.
Well, we're going on the Friday. We come back on the Sunday. So Friday morning, I am doing the show at 8, and then I leave
on your wedding day.
No.
In fairness, he's been up for a long time, so we'll let that slide.
You're talking about for the stag.
On Friday, I'm doing the 8 a.m. show, and then I leave at 8:30. But on my wedding day, I'm not doing anything at 8. There isn't anything planned.
You know what? Can I for once give you some fatherly advice?
Well, don't do it.
Don't do it. Even if you're doing the thing where you don't see your wife on the wedding day.
I'm not seeing her. No.
Yeah, my wife and I did the same thing. We were at a hotel in Miami Beach, and we did the whole don't see each other until she's walking down the aisle. But don't do a podcast that morning.
I'm not doing it on the Saturday. Surely I could do it on the Friday.
You better not do it on a Saturday, but don't do it on the Friday either. Thursday's pushing it.
Yeah, I suppose if I do anything
watch us because it's during the transfer window. Watch us sign.
We're gonna sign some. I tell you what, if we pull off
sign Paqueta on Friday morning, and you're gonna.
If we do pull off anything on the Thursday, it will take some willpower not to do the show on the Friday morning. And I think that the other thing, obviously, is I'm going on a honeymoon from September 17th through to September 29th. And there's only one Arsenal game I'm missing. That wasn't actually planned. It's just fallen that way that across a 12-day period, there's only one game, which is quite fortunate. But, I think there will be times where I'm chilling and I'll just I'll be able to record something. I was talking to Clive the other day about this, and he was like, "Look, don't worry, we'll sort something. Your subscribers won't go without content. So I'm gonna have to pre-plan, I think, content to go out and schedule whilst I'm away."
Or just feed me the inside, and I'll do the podcast. Because an 8 a.m. podcast is 3 a.m. for me. Although I'll be over there, so that doesn't work. Stephen Feely says Tom seems like a nice bloke. I might follow him on Twitter. Weren't you saying that Tom blocked you about 12 hours ago?
You block a lot of people.
That's what we 80% of the people that we talked to at the beginning of who was our guest when we were talking about that? Was it Simon?
Simon Collins.
Yeah, Simon Collins, who was joining us from a pub in Trafalgar Square, kind of drinking off the Three Lionesses glory, yeah. and got we were able to see his blood alcohol content double during the time he was on the podcast. It was great. But yeah, he said that I think we somehow came to the conclusion that half the people in our podcast audience at the time were blocked by you, and I just
I mean, do you want to know how many blocked accounts we had? Do you want to try and let's play that game? Guess how many blocked YouTube accounts there are from seeing TGT? And you just to caveat this,
you can block a YouTube account from watching.
From watching. When you click hide this user from the channel, in the StreamYard chat box.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so even all the spam people that.
Yeah. So this including spam. So you get those silly spam. This includes them as well.
We had a few.
There's a lot of. I remember there was a few years ago, there used to be a thing where your stream would get bombarded with loads of accounts at once. They would just jump into the stream with awful named accounts. So there's a lot of those. But yeah, go on, guess. How many do you think? I was going for 368.
Higher or lower?
I'm gonna say
it's higher.
797.
It's lower than 797.
Okay.
567.
The answer is 421. Accounts are, yeah. But to be fair, just for caveat, like I have a pretty strict policy on it. Like it's not a case of like, but some people time people out, some people just let them fester. If someone abuses the coach, cheater. If someone abuses the coach or players, calls them whatever, it's just not community I want. I don't really want a community that's being abusive to anyone or anyone else in the chat. I used to hate it, to be honest. I've stopped doing it now, but I used to if someone would be like, your opinion is delusional, like you're deluded and stuff like that, I'd just be like, there's nothing respectful about going up to someone saying what you're saying is deluded. Like, it's just not encouraging.
So does that earn you a block?
Not anymore, but it used to. So there's probably some accounts that have been blocked based on saying you're deluded.
I feel like I block a lot of people on Twitter just for random reasons like that. I'm like, I don't want to see it. I'm good.
I don't know how many I've blocked on Twitter. It's
does taking my side on a Tom Canton, Mike Feinberg feud get you blocked?
It depends who you are. If it's Kaya, it might be.
Welcome, Kaya, to the podcast.
Good morning.
Kaya is up early with us. Now, do you do an 8 a.m. transfer podcast, or is that just Tom?
That is just Tom. I don't envy him every morning. It's very impressive that he's able to get up and do that every morning. I struggle to get up for our 10 o'clock starts, so I don't know how he does the 8 a.m. ones. They are very, very impressive.
I'm still up when he's doing the 8 a.m. ones, so I would never catch an 8 a.m. local time. But Kaya, probably of the guests on this podcast, other than my son Jake, the person who I've most recently seen. Oh, maybe Aston. But how you been, my friend? Are you normalizing? I mean, we had some times together, man. I mean, we
did. I'm always worried when you say that about how much you're going to reveal on these live broadcasts.
I'm not revealing anything that you.
It was fun. Yeah, it was a great time out in America. Thank you again for being so hospitable, and thank you to all the Arsenal America fans and everyone out there for being so nice and welcoming. We had a lovely time in Baltimore first and then Orlando, and yeah, it was a great 10 days, and 10 days that I genuinely will never forget, and really, really good experience.
I think that's, I mean, that is well put, and it sounds like a strong statement, because I mean, you have a long life ahead of you, as opposed to someone like myself. But to say you'd never forget it, but I mean, like there isn't an experience like that. I mean, you cover the team, home and away. You're just embedded. You're very, very kind of. It's an everyday thing for you, but the fan base part of it, the community part of it, I feel maybe isn't something you would normally report upon, even if you were living that in London. I mean, you're not, reporting on what the tally's like before and after a game, because that isn't necessarily what your editors want. But in this situation, it is relevant to what the club's status is right now with its fan base when you see what you saw in Baltimore and Orlando. So I'm glad that we gave a good showing to some folks that can come back and carry that forward. But man, those nights, there's a picture of you, me, and James that I just wish I could put out, and I can't because it was too much fun.
That's like scary.
Yeah, well, it was at that 22.
Completely naked, Kaya. Like.
No,
not again.
It's just funny faces, tongues out, that kind of thing. But
I put that one up on my Instagram actually.
So yeah. Well, so I put it up, except I don't have authorization from James. But after the tour, we now are back to the business of Arsenal again. Everything's still positive around the club. Everything's still, in the dressing room and in the press conferences that you've been to. I mean, are we still entering this season on a high?
Is Kaya frozen, or is he on that face like that?
Yeah.
What a perfect time to freeze.
I'm print screening that. That's becoming my. I'm changing his work picture.
Yeah,
Kaya, you froze on the best face possible. That
really?
Yeah.
Really? Oh my god! I swear to God. Virgin Media are destroying me at the minute. They are every day they seem to be doing something in the local area. So
The
sorry,
Virgin,
guys, I'm on a hot
Virgin
dog now.
Media. Why would you name it that? Because it's clear that they've not done it before. They're not good at it before. I mean, because they're Virgin. Why would you trust them with your internet connection?
Sometimes
So
first time best.
so yeah, the positivity is it still kind of just oozing out of Arsenal at this point? And how do we have more to gain on Friday than we have to lose? That's a concept I've put forth.
I don't know if I'd go that far, because I think all the positivity that has been built up is knowing the nature of Arsenal fans slightly precarious. It always feels slightly precarious just because we always feel one defeat away from crisis. And that's the nature of being at a massive club. And Benge said it himself, didn't he? He said every defeat has to be a crisis. And I think Arteta sort of ate those quotes slightly in some way, basically saying something along the same lines. And so I wouldn't go as far as to say, there's nothing to lose, but I would say the positivity is, limitless pretty much at the minute. I mean, everyone is so upbeat. Even people who have been very critical and negative about the club are very, very. But it's very difficult to focus on what I'm saying when that comment comes up.
I hadn't read the second part of that yet, so I took that down really quickly.
Okay. I think everyone's very positive at the minute. Obviously, preseason was fantastic. No one was there for the behind closed doors defeat to Brentford. Everyone was there for the wins. Against Sevilla, against Chelsea, against Orlando, against Nuremberg. So they were fantastic experiences in front of the fans. The bond between the team and the supporters is really close. Season tickets are sold out already. Emirates Stadium was a sellout for the Emirates Cup. So everyone's really positive. And I think they have been pretty much actually since that final day of the season against Everton, where, I think most Arsenal fans had a right to be pretty upset and pretty downbeat, because top four was, it was technically possible, but we all knew it wasn't going to happen. But everyone was so upbeat, and they stuck around at the end of the game. Everyone gave the team a standing ovation because they see that, this team is on the right track. They've made some very good signings this summer.
There were still people storming out of that place, bitching and complaining about and I had to go at them on that day, and I think ticked Sophie off a little bit, ticked a few other people off, but I was just so happy in that moment, and it had a lot to do with the fact that my daughter had just moved to London for the summer, and we spent the game together, and she was all excited. Couldn't have cared less about fourth place. And I'm just like, if you just can't enjoy today for today, then I don't really want to be associated with you at the moment. And that was a bit of an overstatement, but yeah, I mean, I forgot to ask you as well, the game in Orlando, the second game against Chelsea. I ran out of media journalist steam, pretty much after the fan event, where you looked completely out of steam at Universal. First time I've not seen you ask a question of anyone of the interviewing. I mean, was that because you couldn't, or you just decided?
I was hot. I was bothered. I was not in a good place. I wanted that to be over as quick as possible. So,
is this the same place where James Manicola said he was sweating pure alcohol? Is that?
That's
because it was the same night. The three of us out till like 3:30 in the morning, and then the next day I get a notification at like 9:40 that there's a media event that starts at 11, or no, it was 11:10, and the media event starts at 1 or something like that, and so I got my ass down there, and you all, I mean. I felt like I was doing something wrong because I was going into places, like I sat someplace where I could get a more straight on view, and I stood in an area where I could get closer to, and no one else seemed interested in it. So I just wasn't sure. And then I realized everyone was just kind of over it at that point. But that was pretty much the end for me. I knew that the final day of the tour, the final game, the Chelsea game, that was going to be, as a fan, the day to really participate as a fan, and you can't do both. You can't just truly enjoy the whole day and then show up in the press box and be professional after that. So I didn't even try. I sat with the fans all the game. What was the feel back? I mean, first of all, what were the media accommodations better than they were at the other stadium in Orlando? Because that was a joke.
Much better. The food was much better. We had pulled pork sandwiches, little mac and cheese pot, and some pinto beans, which were very nice.
Instead of empty pizza boxes.
Yeah, slightly better than the anemic pizza boxes and sort of like Homer Simpson looking cookies that they had in Orlando City Stadium. But it was good. the leg room was decent. I mean, I always feel weird complaining about these kind of things when I'm talking to like people who aren't privileged enough to go to games every week, and I'm there moaning about my free food not being up to standards. Like it's fine. Like I'm all right. I eat what I'm given. I don't mind. Like it's something to talk about, I guess.
Well, I was doing the ranking of all the different press box meals, and in fact, it sounds like this one might have been somewhere between second and third had I chosen to take part in it. But after the game, I mean, huge stadium, 60,000 people. Was it? What kind of access did you get? Was there a mix zone? Was there? Were all the the big names wondering why Mike hadn't shown up for this? Like where is he? We need him.
That was question number one in the mix zone from all the players. Actually, is where is Mike? No, we got we got the usual post-match press conference from Mikel Arteta, and then to go into the mix zone, they made us put on these rather fetching pink bibs, which were not what you wanted to be wearing in that level of heat, on top of sort of a really tight pink bib.
They give you more clothes.
Exactly. So it was warm, and then it was slightly funny actually. After the game, we were supposed to be getting Zinchenko to speak to, and he hadn't been. I don't think there must have been a miscommunication, and the club were going literally flying more or less straight from the stadium, and he went sort of from there to he was trying to go through security, and he'd gone through security by the time sort of the club press officers realized, and so one of us sort of had to be nominated, sort of like travel through Arsenal security, run past the line, and then go and speak to Zinchenko after that. So the access was good, but maybe not the best. But by that point, like you said, we got a lot of content, and we had our interview with Edu sort of in the bag at that point. So I think we were all very happy.
And in how many weeks does the embargo for that end?
Oh man, embargoes are so silly.
I've had my, it's so funny because when you, let me try to say this delicately, individually talking about the whole concept of the dynamic, it's you hear one thing and then there's a lot of deference given to people who I don't believe deserve it, but that's my own personal opinion. But it is an interesting thing. There's a pecking order. It's fascinating to just be a fly on the wall sometimes. I did quite clearly piss somebody off.
No.
During the media scrum, I was
apologize for it, Mike. We're good. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
No, I was trying to do everything right. I was taking it very seriously. I was avoiding being the person that they did not want to be at these events, which is the fanboy who wants media credentials so he can get a different experience and and wear his shirt and that sort of thing. I tried to follow all the the protocols that I possibly could. I think I might have interrupted and overspoke somebody. I didn't recognize who he was, but he this was during the Mikel Arteta interview. No, it was during the Martin Odegaard interview. So it was in that scrum. He was standing directly next to James, I think, the black gentleman. I think we both started talking at the same time. I didn't hear him, and I just kept going with my question. And Martin turned to me, and afterwards he was just shooting me this look, and I don't know who he was. I was like, if I interrupted you, I didn't mean to. I couldn't hear it, but. Is that pretty much what went down, or am I projecting?
I didn't notice that, to be honest, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, everyone has to interrupt everyone. It's kind of like every man for himself in those sort of situations. You just have to get your question in, and no one's gonna thank you for being more polite. Like, you just got to get your question in. Right. Like, naturally, it's not something that I feel that inclined towards doing, and like, I prefer it if they sort of pointed at all of us and gave us one question each, but it's just the way it is. And,
which technically after a while in the actual post-game pressers, you would usually have Dan or Mark doing that. And so what did you make? And then Tom, we'll come back to you, but what did you make of the, and there's a reason I'm bringing this up now, because quite shortly we'll have a couple members of this organization who I think are transforming and changing it come on. But in the Orlando City game, you had a tremendous media credential representation from Arsenal Fan TV, surprisingly so. And and in fact, after the press conference, or after the game, Robbie and Cecil, both decked out in Arsenal gear or shirts and stuff, came to the press conference after the game. which I would have thought the team would have discouraged. Not only did they not discourage it, but Dan Tolhurst, who was essentially dictating after the first 5 or 6 questions who would get to answer one, finished it off with a question from Cecil. Did that surprise you in the moment? Were you, intrigued by the fact that they, oftentimes I guess the club will act more based on the downside of taking an action than try to make a statement like that. In other words, we don't want AFTV going off on us for that sort of thing. But did that surprise you? Did that not really move the needle for you at all? What were you and when some of the other guys came into the press box taking selfies of themselves in their shirts, were you guys snickering at that or not even noticing?
No. I just sent Kaya the picture where his face froze and he was laughing at it.
I don't really know what my question is for you, but answer it. Is he frozen?
No, he's there. He's there.
Okay.
The question to me about the sorry, I thought you were asking Tom.
I was asking you because you were there.
Yeah, no, I was surprised. Just because I've not really seen it before, but I think it was interesting. Like pre-season, you get different fan medias in, and I think it's weird, isn't it? Sort of football's changing a bit in the sense the way it's covered is changing, the way we engage with it as fans, the way we engage with it as journalists is changing all the time. So I think if the club are happy to explore different avenues, I think that's a positive. And I think if they're looking to engage with their fans in various different ways, then that's a good thing. And they're trying to engage with their fans. The fact that they're expanding their sort of avenues for doing so, I think is a positive, because I think, maybe in the past you could have accused them of not being, I guess, having their finger on the pulse when it comes to fan culture. But I think that's changing now. And I think Mikel Arteta has made that a really big sort of thing in his revolution, is he's trying to bring as many fans on board as possible. And, I think things like that do help.
Well, and I think the lines of communication are open. They're not always direct. They're not always responded. I mean, you know firsthand that I had a bit of frustration at times kind of being this hybrid where, there were communications for credentialed media and there were communications to certain credentialed media. And, not everyone was on both lists. And it's interesting. And I can't blame the club for that. Because the club have a duty, like how I use the have a duty, not has a duty. The club have a duty to not turn its communications and stuff into a circus. And I certainly don't have a employer or a credential or a tremendous amount of history, though I'm trying to build it, of respecting that and walking the line. So I would think that they would err on the side of caution when it comes to inviting me. I certainly was not invited to speak to Edu and have that conversation in the hotel, and maybe next time for that. But great reporting, by the way, in that you and James both did incredible reporting on that interview, and I liked what he had to say. So, Tom, when do you get the call to come over for a tour? Are you going to Australia next year?
I'd love to go on a tour. I'd love to do that fan experience. But as Kaya kind of pointed out, doing it as media, you are working, at the same time, and whilst you can associate yourself with the fan experience, I would love to do the tour from a fan perspective, more than anything. Sure, I think when you kind of go into this kind of realm, maybe you end up taking for granted your access to players and managers, and getting to talk to them is great and stuff. And maybe, there will be thousands of Arsenal fans that go through their fandom without ever having anything close to that kind of access. And we probably end up taking it for granted sometimes. But at the same time, there is part of me that always feels like you do disconnect for a little bit from the fan side of things sometimes. And I think that I'd love to do a tour as a fan, just going to all the fan events, going to all the games, in the crowds, and just completely immersing myself in that respect. Because, doing a channel for 6 years where half of the listenership is based outside of the UK. So, that in itself is something that I'd love to get more involved with. As you can see, like fans sending scarves from different supporter clubs, you know, in the US, and more are coming. I think Harry Symeou's holding on to like 3 at this point from people that he needs to hand to me. So yeah, it's great. But I think, yeah, maybe sometimes we do take for granted a bit the fan experience, and equally the other way. But, you know, and interestingly, on the AFTV question, you know, I think what's interesting is obviously everyone has an opinion about AFTV and that, and I've certainly been very vocal about both sides of the channel. But what I think has happened more recently is there is a genuine effort being made to try and change, you know, the opinion, how it's run, what they do, who they speak to. There is a genuine effort being made to try and change things, and I'm never for cancel culture at all. Like, I don't think people should be, you know, cancelled off of stuff. I think people should be given the opportunity to change and show they can be better. So if that's what they're going to do, fair play to them for it. And if that means they're, you know, going to ask questions in press conferences and stuff, fine.
Yeah, you know,
I'm against the cancel culture thing altogether as a whole. But I think the nice thing, if you're an Arsenal fan right now in the online world, is we're pretty lucky to have so many good outlets and so many kind of different types of shows out there. I mean, what do we have in this 24 hours? Probably a dozen online personalities, not just, you know, professional journalists like yourself, but other people who just like Mike and I are podcasters, fans, things like that. And there's something for everybody. I mean, if you don't like one show, there's 100 other Arsenal podcasts out there, and everybody kind of does it their own way. So we're a little spoiled for choices. And for people who enjoy the changes at AFTV, I think that's great, and it's there for them to enjoy. And people who aren't a fan, there's nothing wrong with that. There's plenty of other outlets for you to enjoy the Arsenal space online. So we're pretty lucky to have a lot of good content creators out there, along with all the journalists who take time out to do it as well.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by something that happened here at home, which is a funny thing. I will say, Tom, I mean, just walking through at the pub events, talking to people, a million people talk about how they listen to your podcast, the transfer stuff. I mean, I'm in WhatsApp groups of people who are trying to connect for events in Orlando and stuff. And I mean, you are, and this is the thing that makes me truly kind of paternally happy for you.
Paternally,
you know, because I've watched you grow from a fetus to where you are now, and you are a standard bearer now for a large portion of people in the community of Arsenal, and getting good content and being, you know, well balanced, and you know, so I just want you to know that in the States, while you weren't here, while your employer has not seen fit to send you,
that is not fair. That's not fair at all.
Kaya has it covered, apparently.
Kaya has it very, very well covered.
He does.
Very well covered.
But you know, you're still a part of the experience there. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So speaking of which, we've completely blown past the last drawing because I completely forgot about it, because we are at and into our 13th hour, and in fact, in 9 minutes, we will be exactly halfway through this podcast. And I'm seeing the light at the end of the rainbow. I do not feel tired at all, which is the famous last word.
Yeah, that you shouldn't have said that. It's gonna take a dramatic turn on you.
At some point, the Red Bull will start falling out of me, and nausea will kick in, and I'll. But we need to do a drawing right here. We have started once again over the last 20 minutes with the donations. Donation from Gabe Maillard, who was on with us. A nice donation from Tash, who I know Tom knows well. Natasha Lee, thank you for your donation. Sophie as well. Melvin Marks, getting some podcasters in here. And we are now at the grand total of $4,050 raised from this podcast alone over the last 24 hours. So thank you for everybody that's helped donate. You are all entered in to the next drawing, which is once again a piece of Ruth Beck art. We had Ruth on in the last hour, fantastic artist, and we're going to be giving one of her drawings away. And let's do this right now. And then we need to ask for some pics from you guys. Bear with me here. Hold on. going to share the screen. And the piece of Ruthbeck art. Oh, we're gonna pick one. It is. You know what? I'm giving this away. I'm not. You're not gonna get a choice. I'm giving away the Cronky Out Ruthbeck art protest, and it looks like this. Hopefully Russ will win it, but look, you can have this on your wall as a moment to say, look how far we've come. Or if you really do hate the Cronkies, then you can just put this on the wall and celebrate it. But this is an interesting piece of art, and it has been won by. And I see our spammers back, but I'll take care of that in a minute. Oh, Jared, you got it. The winner, Henrik Feeder, who actually can't win. He's already won a Ruthbeck print, so we're going to go to another draw. The winner is. What is that noise? Is that Virgin Media going on? The winner, Nick Canning, also can. This is the point where we're getting repeat winners here. So the winner, if I say it slower, if I say it like Tom Canton does, where he says, "There's a lot going on with that transfer window," and that is all for today.
You got to do a big Love reveal. You got to wait for ages and then do it.
Brandon McKenna. All right, B has won. This is interesting because I'm pretty sure he is not going to like the Cronky Out thing. I will let him switch one, but B, former member of the Gooners podcast, always a friend, has won the Cronky Out Ruthbeck art, and I will, in fact, if he does not like it, let him switch it out for another one. So thank you to B. What happened, Tom? Oh, you got kicked out.
I don't know. I got kicked out.
Sorry, I just saw.
It's like, no, I wanted to win.
We should have mentioned right when Tom came on. We get the giveaway last hour right before you came on the show. The winner was our good buddy Vinny.
Oh yeah,
How was it? Oh, brilliant!
Yeah.
That's so good.
Vinny won he won the large. It's a composite of multiple scenes and players and pictures, and this was the one essentially picked while Ruth was on the show. So Vinny, I was really happy that he won that.
That's great. That's so
this one has been won by who won it?
Brandon McKenna.
Brandon McKenna. That's right. B.
I was listening.
And I love Brandon. He is almost certainly sleeping right now. He's in Colorado, I think, and it's 2:25 a.m. there. So I'll reach out to him in the morning. Thank you, Brandon, for your support. At the top of the hour, at 5 a.m., we will be giving away the Cesc Fabregas mount that has been kindly donated by Jared Carver. And in fact, so that we can see that, I'm going to switch this, and that prize is going to be up for grabs now in about 30 minutes.
So you weren't giving away the Bergkamp shirt, Jared?
Maybe next year. No, that's the prized possession of my small Arsenal collection.
How many things did you win in the end from our giveaways, from the football prizes we did?
I got both of those from it.
Yeah.
I got a Pepe one over there, which maybe I'll give that away if you're interested in that, Tom.
Yeah, you'll have to give that away.
But no, the Fabregas one from my wall to yours. I'm sure Michael send me the address. We'll get it out as quickly as possible.
And we'll pick the winner. Now, Tom, I know you're going to need some time to prepare for your big shift. What does a 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. shift involve? Just writing 19 articles?
No, yeah, it's 20. No, it's just we hop on at 10. We do the stream at 10, so I'll be competing with you for views.
How dare you? You know, the one time you could, just because I called it the Arsenal Lounge that one time, you're still on one.
Yeah, you know, me and Kaya, you know, we're not on good terms because of our feud. You know, Kaya's tried to stay out of it, but I'm sorry, he sided with you in my eyes.
Davis in America, I didn't want to be used as a pawn in your war.
That was it was a highly edited piece of evidence of Davison Gate.
Davidson Gate, yeah, unbelievable. Yeah. By the way, Chris definitely thinks you've said Davidson. Just putting that out there, like
it is. I've slowed it down, and it's one of these things where like the lips snapped snapped at the wrong time. I've known what his name is. I know what I said, but I also know how it sounds. And so, look, I can't, I'm not going to die on this hill. Let's just put it that way. I did ask Chris and Bailey to come on the podcast together, and it didn't work out. And I'm pretty sure that you have something to do with that. But
I didn't know you'd asked them. But
that's
you actually asked them.
But that's okay because we still got.
I will
August
get them
26th
on. I will pester them until they do. I didn't know you'd asked them. So.
August 26th is coming up. Now they were like, what's the topic? What are we? I don't know if they realize that we're mates, but.
You probably said my name and they were like, nah.
I'm not sure that you've realized that we're mates, but Tom, I know you got to get going. Thank you for joining us for the last hour. Kaya, you good to stick around a little bit longer?
Yeah, good to stick around a bit longer.
All right, beautiful. And Tom, we're just weeks away from being in each other's loving arms. I can't wait. Can't wait for my wife to meet you. I can't wait for my wife to meet G.
I have met your wife before.
What? When? Oh, we were in London together.
The 12 pins.
Yeah, that's right. After the Chelsea game. Yep. Well, that's true. Well, but she's never met G, and I think they'll get along swimmingly because I'm sure Georgia's just going to have tons of free time on her hands.
Oh yeah.
When my last question to you is, when what on the invite when it says something about carriages at 8 or something like
that means no, carriages at 12 midnight. That means that's when it finishes. That's what it means.
That doesn't mean that we're gonna get a carriage.
There's no horse and carriage. No,
from the location. I almost gave the location by accident.
Please don't do that.
I almost did, but from there to Royal Tunbridge Wells, where we're staying, there's not a horse-drawn carriage.
From the sounds of things, I'll have loads of people from the US coming over. What you said, pinpointing the destination.
I mean, I've just given the vicinity. That's not the
Tunbridge Wells. So you can. There's a lot of wedding venues there. To be fair, so you'd be hard pressed.
Well, to be fair, I love you, and
likewise.
And thank you for everything that you do, and thank you in advance for all of the mentions to Gooners v Cancer that you're going to make on your streams today.
Yeah, I will do it. I've already done it this morning, so I will do it on the 10 a.m. as well. And then if we do another one in the afternoon, and then I've got one at 6, so I'll do it again then. So yeah.
You came on here just saying, "Oh yeah, I have a light day today." This is a light.
That
day.
is light. That means I'm done at 6:30. It means I have an evening off. That is light. So yeah, but no, it's good. Always a pleasure chatting. Jared's pleasure. Kaya, of course.
Likewise, good to see you, buddy.
Take care, mate.
Speak to you guys soon. Have a good one.
So, Kaya, we're not really enemies. We're not in a feud. It's a very friendly relation.
Doesn't sound like it.
It's a feud of mutual admiration. Well, at least one directional.
It's mutual admiration that goes in one direction.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the who's the Harry Styles? It's the One Direction of Mutual Admiration Society. But yeah, it's going to be. I mean, I will. Should I be live streaming from the wedding? I mean, what would you do if I'm not throwing away my shot, but no, I don't think that. I think that this will be one of those things like like where the phones are confiscated at the venue, right?
If he's smart, he'll do that. If
not,
then...
how long will Mark Irwin embargo the wedding information?
I don't know.
What they should do. Have you seen that new trend where people are doing a video of themselves and say, like, "Hey, I'm Magic Mike. This is my first drink of the night," when they start the evening, and then at like 3 a.m. they're like, "Hey, I'm Magic Mike. This is my last drink of the evening."
Every video stream that I do is that basically.
Yeah.
I mean, we put together the Baltimore. I had a shoddily edited together Baltimore thing that I did a few hours ago on the stream, so that I could have a couple of slices of pizza and have a quick break. And not only I must have been drunk when I made it, because like 4 or 5 different clips appeared 4 or 5 times each. Like it was the same. Oh, Saka scored again because it's the 3rd time somehow it ended up in here. But some of them are basically like, we're here at 5:45. Let's do some interviews, and then the game's over. It's 8:30, and then it's like 5 a.m. chicken, and I'm like eating fried chicken at 5 a.m. in the hotel room. So Kaya, are you home and away now? Like are you traveling to every single game?
Yeah, home and away. Hopefully I'm doing 23s as well this weekend. So they start their season against United at Bournemouth on Saturday, and definitely going to be doing a lot more women's coverage as well. After, I don't know if you guys spoke about it too much on the stream already, but Euro's success over here, which we're all very happy about. A fantastic shout out to all of them.
You got back in time for you got back. I mean, I remember watching the from the pub before the Orlando City game. That was was it the Sweden? No, not the Sweden game. It was the Spain game. The extra time.
Yeah.
And, at that point, you didn't necessarily see it coming home, but what a. I mean, I have always struggled a bit, just being transparent, watching women's football on a club level. Mostly because I struggle a bit watching like football that isn't Arsenal. Like it's a time and capacity thing. But international women's football for me, World Cups, now Euros as well, amazing competitions. Like there's nothing remotely different to me that between watching the women and the men as far as the competition, the sport, the spectacle of the whole thing. And I really, really got behind my Three Lions, but I know Simon was quite happy about the result. He got to cover the whole thing. Were you a little disappointed that you weren't on the Three Lionesses beat, and you had to be stuck with me in the States?
Well, yeah. I mean, if I'd done the Lionesses beat, I wouldn't have been able to come out to the States. So it was swings and roundabouts, but it was an amazing game. I mean, I actually so I was on holiday last week, and I came back, and I basically, on the cab back from the airport, I was just streaming it all on my phone, and my friends are there, sort of wondering why I was very sort of moving quite suddenly and aggressively every time like a chance got missed or anything like that happened. And I was on a bit of an emotional roller coaster, nearly started crying at the back of the cab. Like, it was all over the place, but it was an amazing day. And I just think you sort of the atmosphere around the women's game. I said this on another podcast yesterday. It's a lot more positive. As much as anyone can try, and I'm sure they will, there's no way you can put a negative spin on what happened to the England women's team on Sunday. Like there's just positives. Like, so many people inspired, 87,000 people inside Wembley Stadium to see a women's game. Like, that was unthinkable. Probably even last year. Like, I think Alex Scott said on the TV coverage that they were struggling to find stadiums for the tournament, and now they're selling out Wembley Stadium for the final.
It was it was like the highest attended Euro final of all time, men's or women's, or was it even just did it World Cup final even? Maybe I don't know.
I don't know about that, because I think they've got that Azteca Stadium in Mexico.
Yeah. I was thinking 86 probably was.
Yeah.
But I mean,
mentioned on the broadcast, I don't know if it was 08 or 09, maybe it was back in 09. They said that the ticket sales were like 15,000. So in just a matter of a little over a decade to go from that to selling out Wembley is pretty remarkable and pretty cool to see.
Yeah, well, we've had a bit of a false dawn in this country with women's football, because after the Olympics, it was massive, because the connection with the women's team is just a lot stronger than it was with the men's team. I'm not sure why. It's probably to do with the quality and how well they played, but that sort of nothing really happened after that. Like, there wasn't really this groundswell of investment. People weren't inspired to go. Girls weren't allowed to a lot of them in PE at school still don't get taught football, whereas that seems to be changing now, and there seems to be like sort of an active movement to change it. People are encouraging people to get down to WSL games, to come see Arsenal play, to come see Chelsea or whoever.
Well, there's always a momentum that happens. I mean, I remember after the 94 World Cup here in the States, there was a big momentum that led ultimately to the formation of the MLS. Yeah. There's, when the American team, I think the first time was in 1999, the women's team won the World Cup. That was the famous Brandy Chastain sports bra moment, which we saw somewhat replicated yesterday or the day before. But there was then a kind of a huge groundswell again of, and now it's about equality and grassroots and little girls and what they want to do with their lives. And I just think it's great. And Simon, Simon says that it was, just the most inclusive, happy, positive atmosphere, and that was a great thing. And And the only people that could tear down what has just happened are people who would just want to tear things down for the sake of tearing them down.
Exactly.
And we're not going to let them win this because this is it's a positive story. Even if England, and by all regards, it looked like England was going to run out of steam once Germany equaled up. I don't think anyone would have said they were favored to.
I think
come
everyone
out.
assumed it would go to penalties and then England would lose because that's just what happens. Like that's just the way it goes for England.
Well, to the point where Ian Darke was basically saying, did Germany get it wrong? Did they play for penalties and in the process end up conceding as a result of it? I mean, it just because when you play for penalties, if there's a scrum in front of your net and someone sticks their foot out at the right time, that's the game. There's no penalties. So.
That's the thing. And England managed it so well after that as well. I mean, Germany couldn't get out of the corner for the entire last.
Oh, that was beautiful to watch.
Oh, the housery there was next level. I mean, just corner flag football, that's unbelievable. But
housery.
Yes, housery. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear on this podcast. I didn't want to say it.
Come on, Kaya. I can understand if you don't want to be seen
time
doing
over
it.
there. I don't know.
I understand if you don't want to be seen doing it, but we just had a highlighted chat conversation about how many diaper changes I've had on this podcast, and then rolled right into a beautiful statement from Lynn Simpson to have 97,000 people at Wembley on Sunday and emotion the commentators showed at the end of the game. It just proves how it's come a long way. My daughter is in her final 4 days of her London 10-week experience, which started with the Everton game, ended with the charity shield, the community shield, which she just absolutely loved and took 8 of her friends to. What I wanted, when I saw what was going on in Trafalgar Square, I said, "Are you watching the game? Are you going to Trafalgar Square? This seems like your cup of tea." And she's like, "Dad, because apparently they went to the I said charity community shield. I meant the Emirates Cup. She did not go to Wembley for the community shield. She went to the Emirates Cup.
Community shield was actually at Power Stadium this year because of the women's final. So
that's true. But she's like it was such a heavy weekend. Like we are so knackered at this point. And by knackered she meant hungover. But she's like, I really wish we could go down to Trafalgar Square. And I just me not being able to be there, I love just flocking to where everyone is located for an experience like that. And it just seemed like the most incredible environment. And in fact, I think there was another flocking to Trafalgar Square today, kind of maybe not a parade, but like some sort of celebration. And I think that is what the tail end of what we caught Simon at, because he was at a pub near Trafalgar Square when we saw him.
All right.
Okay. But yeah, just it's a great story, and I'm really glad that you brought us back to the women, because we hadn't really talked about that in the last many hours. So
no problem. I mean, any chance to boost the coverage, because we're doing a lot more coverage of it on Football London this year, and I know lots of media outlets are doing more coverage of it as well. So
well, and that's what I just did to myself. I talked myself in and out of a circle, which was the momentum that exists now with women's football, with girls football on the grassroots level, whatever level it is. Now you already have a competitive women's Super League. The S doesn't stand for soccer; it stands for super. But so it's not like you're forming a league and then trying to get it up and running. But I mean, are we going to see more? And we asked this question of Simon: are we going to see more women's games played at men's stadiums in front of larger crowds, even though it may be a smaller percentage of capacity? I mean, a full Meadow Park versus a 2/3 empty Emirates, one's got 5,000 fans and is full, the other's got 20,000 and looks empty. But I mean, what's going to change, and what's the next step in the evolution of the women's game on the heels of what's just happened?
Well, ideally selling out men's stadiums as well. I mean, the groundswell of support. I think the Arsenal website crashed yesterday for the number of people trying to get tickets to the North London derby at the Emirates, which if anyone wants to, I've tweeted out a link to it. I'm sure there's loads of links on social media as well. Just people looking to get tickets. I think it's September 25th at the Emirates, which is Sunday at 2 p.m. UK time. I'm not going to even get myself into American time zones after I sort of tripped myself up on Twitter by saying
9 a.m. Eastern. 9 a.m. Eastern, although that's one of those times. No, it's not until October that the time zones get wonky.
Okay. But yeah, it's an amazing experience, and if they can sell that out, that would be so good, because I think a lot of it is if people see stadiums being sold out, they'll go. Which is a weird sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. But if people see empty stadiums, they'll think, the atmosphere looks crap. I'm not going to bother going to that. It looks terrible. So I've been to a full Meadow Park. I've been to a half full Emirates for women's games, and I would say the atmosphere is definitely better at a full Meadow Park, just because it's more intense, it's tighter, it's closer. Everyone's
everyone's right on the pitch practically.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Leah Williamson was actually speaking about it, and she said sort of at first playing at the Emirates, she was like, I don't know why we're doing this. It's kind of like an away stadium. We don't really have that home advantage if we're not playing at our stadium, but that's changing now with the number of people coming to games. Like last season, North London Derby was in May, and the number of people that turned up to that was decent, not great. It got changed from a weekend game to an evening game, so a lot of the kids who would have gone couldn't come. But the atmosphere there was good, and everyone's positive, everyone's welcoming, everyone's friendly. A lot of people are reticent to sort of bring their kids along to men's games just because of the sort of, I guess, the reputation that football has, but that's not really the same when it comes to women's games. So if you've got a chance, get down to as many games as you can this season, because I really do think that we're going to see a lot more people attending those games, especially off the back of the Euros, and hopefully we can all ride that wave together.
I hope so. I mean, if the coverage of the women, and we are obviously sorely on the outside looking in when it comes to this, but it's mostly because of my level of experience with it. But in the podcast universe, amateur podcasts and professional podcasts alike, you're seeing a lot more coverage of the women's game. There are a few podcasts that have delved into that. I know Ryan Fletcher of Mr. Arsenal podcast has certainly delved into that a lot. There's another one which unfortunately I'm not gonna name because I don't really care for the guy, but I give him credit for covering the women's game the way he does. But yeah, I mean it's football. It's not. I mean it's a different brand of football, but it's football. Championship level football, League Two football, non-league football is a different brand of football, but it's still enjoyable. I love me some Sutton United games, which used to be non-league and now are League Two, and their season's already gotten off to a start. I mean, it's just, to me, a football game becomes interesting when you understand the stakes, you understand the interest, and you can be part of it. Whatever level it's at, whether it's 80,000 people at Wembley for a cup final, whether it's 700 incredibly rabid people packing a 700-person stadium in Sutton, and there's a lot more than 700. That's a bad example, but Cowdenbeath up in Scotland, if whatever it is, if it's rabid, if it's bringing people together, then it's something you want to be part of, and that's what you're talking about, that self-fulfilling prophecy of, the stadium's only half full, why would I go? Oh, the stadium's 80% full, let me be one of the people that fill it out and sell it out. You do want to be part of that, and I think that's the next step for the game. I mean, it should be. And what I can say on the Arsenal level, supporters clubs here in the US, at which I'm very well plugged into, I'm a member of the Facebook groups of most of the local branches and supporters clubs in the US. A large percentage of them show both the men's and women's games at their pub and get good crowds for them. Not all, but that the stigma of we're only getting together for the men's games is being banished. I mean, the posts are there, the get-togethers are there, the coverage of it is there, and I think that's great. Long may it continue. So, Jared doesn't like the women's game, though.
Thank you for that. That's amazing.
As the misogynist on the podcast, Jared is not.
The DMs are coming in. Thanks. That's great. Appreciate it. All the hate mail on its way.
That's a clip. Just get isolated right there.
Yeah, I'm like Mike. My exposure to the women's game has really only started within the last couple of years, and part of it too, it's limited by, my work. My schedule's not to where I have a ton of free time to watch football, so kind of what I see is just limited by how much time I have in the day. But it's definitely something that's getting shown more over here, and on Sunday, my wife and I sat on the couch this afternoon, and you're not going to find a person in the world who cares less about football in any capacity than her. And we watched the Euro final, and we were talking about it, and even she got interested into the game as we were watching it. So
now, was she rooting for England, or was she just excited about the game?
Yeah, well, I explained to her
you were rooting
who
for
Beth
England,
Mead was, who Leah Williamson was, and kind of pushed her in the right direction for who we wanted to win that game. But no, she enjoyed it. She thought it was a cool thing to see, and she's not going to be out buying tickets to a game for herself probably next week. But I think the fact that
I heard she was on a jet.
Interest in someone who cares about it, not at all.
She's on a jet back to the UK, but is that to follow the Arsenal or to go back to Newry?
Yeah, yeah. Newry, Northern Ireland is such a destination now that we've been. I'm sure she's itching to go back and hang out with Owen again.
It is. I mean, Kaya, if you've never been, it's where the cool honeymooners go to enjoy Guinness with Irish men.
Okay. So my wife and I we just got married a couple months ago. Neither of us had ever been to Ireland. Oh, thank you. We had a tropical destination in mind, but it wasn't the right time of season to go. So we said, we've never been to Ireland. Let's take a trip there. And one of our podcasting buddies on the Gooners Pod, Owen, is from Northern Ireland. So, there's not a lot of chances us being in the States for us to cross paths. So I said, if we're going, we've got to take one night, go up there and visit Owen. And it actually worked out. The night of the North London Derby was a night we were over there. So enjoyed everything but the game.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate that was the game we had to see, but it was great to meet some new people, hang out with Owen. So it was all good. And it was like a 12-hour break from our honeymoon. And then we went back to tourist stuff.
Nice.
One of the things, Kaya, I want to get your opinion on, because surely being a media maven like yourself, you are aware of this, is this piece of footage. Now, I've tried to avoid a copyright thing by putting my own sound effects in there, but basically the verbals were "good evening, you did a great job at Arsenal," probably sarcastic, which now all of a sudden he can pick up on sarcasm and English to begin with. Good on him, right?
Yeah, I think the guy had it coming. I think Unai Emery tried really hard to speak English when he didn't speak that much when he came over. He tried really hard, and I won't even try to distance myself from it, because as a fan at the time, I was very much involved in sort of we found it funny, but
as a journalist at the time, I can tell you that his press conferences were kind of amusing.
But I guess that's maybe that's an us problem, not a him problem. I don't think
it's 100% an us problem.
Yeah, and I think
English way better than I speak any other language. So
exactly. I think when we look back on the job he did at Arsenal, I think we're all maybe we criticize it because of how it ended, but there were some positives. I just don't think he had a clear identity, and I think Arsenal hired him because they wanted to get straight back into the Champions League. They wanted a quick fix. It didn't work out.
Yep.
That doesn't mean he was terrible or the worst manager that's ever been at Arsenal. It just means that he wasn't the right fit at the right time. And I think everyone at the club still holds him in high esteem. If you speak to them, they still talk very highly of him. He left in a very gracious way. And the whole good evening thing, to say it to his face is kind of a bit of a dick move. It's like when that guy went chasing Pep Guardiola down the street. I don't know if you guys saw that clip. Pep Guardiola's just riding on a bike through Manchester, just on a late night bike ride. And this guy sort of from the other side of the street sprints down to catch him, shouting "Pep, Pep, Pep!" And then Guardiola looks obviously quite rightly a bit rattled, a bit scared, and the caption is, "Oh, I managed to rattle Pep Guardiola," and that whole sort of the way
it's a trophy culture of
exactly.
Do you remember? And I've brought it up already, maybe once or twice on this Pod-a-thon. But do you remember the fake handshake with Per Mertesacker?
I have seen that clip.
I love that clip. I have to find that clip because he just literally he did that whole thing of made you flinch. That used to be like a game, like 2 for flinching. You can punch the guy in the arm if you go like this and the guy flinches. I mean, that was the greatest payback.
Intimidating guy. There's not many people who are taller than me, but he's one of them, and he looms over you. You don't want to. He's not someone you want to annoy, unless you're that guy. But I think he's someone who, commands respect.
That was hilarious. I love that clip. So before I forget, we are 8 minutes away from our next hour, and the next hour, the next half hour, if all goes well with connections and internet and all that, we have a special foreign traveling. One of our hold on, stuck in traffic, might be 10 minutes late. James Benge has 30 minutes with us and is going to be 10 minutes late, but that's okay. He's in the Amalfi Coast in Italy, I think, on vacation, and he still agreed to join us. So, Kaya, let me get, if I can, your top 4 prediction. Oh, I didn't get Tom's.
Well, we can get it from him.
I know how to. Kaya, do you know how to reach Tom? Do you have his?
Yeah, I'll drop him a message now.
Okay, and yeah, I forgot to get his top 4, bottom 3, but let's get your top 4, your bottom 3, and a prediction that bold prediction that you think might come true, but most people would not think is likely.
Okay, just writing that in a message to Tom as well. Okay, so top 4.
I was kidding. I'm going to text Tom now.
That's okay. I've done it. City to win the league. Liverpool second. Then it starts getting difficult because I don't think Chelsea will come top 4 this season. I don't want to be as optimistic as to predict Arsenal third because then I look like a fool. But then I don't want to predict Spurs to come third, and I don't think I can, in good faith, predict Man United to come third. So,
what's the quandary?
Who
did you say first? Did you say City, Liverpool, or Liverpool, City?
City, Liverpool.
Okay.
And then why not? Let's go Arsenal third. What's the worst that could happen? I'll be accused of being PR anyway. So
I'll tell you the vast majority
my top
of
3. So
the vast majority of the 20 some odd people that have already put in their picks have Arsenal in third. No one has Arsenal outside the top 4 so far. It's not a single person.
Yeah, I don't. That's the thing about predictions. When we're making them, there's no way you can say that Arsenal will. There is a way, but you can't. You'd have to be sort of denying what's in front of you to say Arsenal won't come top 4. But it's like last season when everyone was predicting Arsenal to come nowhere near the top 4.
No, we had like two out of 25 people, I think, picked them above 5th, and only like 1 or 2 people had them 5th. Everyone else was 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th.
I actually did predict them, but that's another thing.
I think Sophie picked them to come 10th or 8th, maybe. I don't know.
10. Jeez. Okay. Wow. Maybe that's where Man United will finish. But let's go Spurs in 4th, even though I'm not happy about that. But I think Conte is a good manager, and I think they have got some decent players. Annoyingly.
Okay, and your bottom 3.
I have to get all the teams up in front of me because I'll forget some teams otherwise. So let me just.
Well, the 3 promoted teams, just so that you have them, are Forest, Bournemouth, and Fulham.
Yeah, Fulham feel like they have to go down. That's just the way the Premier League works. They come up every year, they go down every year. That's just part of
them and Norwich. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They take it in turns. I'm gonna say. I think Leeds could struggle because I don't think Jesse Marsh has impressed me that much. I know they spent a lot of money, but I don't really know anything about any of their signings. And then my third team to go down is Everton because I saw them in that preseason friendly and they were atrocious. And I think Frank Lampard is an even worse manager than Jesse Marsh. And I think
it's one of these things. We want you to stay. We want you to stay from the opposing fans because the longer they keep him, the more they are going to be in a fight, in a relegation scrap.
Yeah,
but who's their next manager though? That could. Are they going to go to just Duncan full time now?
Or I think he's left actually. But I reckon they're a big enough club. They'll probably appoint someone like Sean Dyche, even though that's not stylistically what they want to do. But I think if they could get someone like a Graham Potter and actually back him, then they could.
That would probably be one of the better things that they could do.
Yeah. I don't think they will, but
they should blow it up. They should go back to. The money that's been poured into that club already with zero benefit is insane. But they have an opportunity to kind of. It won't take them as long as it will Manchester United to blow up, start fresh again, and build under a guy like Potter. I think that would actually be the smart thing for them to do, rather than to try to keep going for the patchwork, try to lure Pochettino to come there or something like that, and have that not work.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast things change, because I believe it was just, I guess, almost 2 years ago now that they bring in Ancelotti, they bring in Alan, Decore, James. They come out 6 wins from 6, top of the table, to now being a team that just lost 4-0 to an MLS side in the preseason.
I made charity bets at that
dramatically.
moment. I made charity bets at that moment. We were like 9th and they were 3rd, and I said, this was probably 3-4 months into the season. I'm like, we will finish above Everton. I'm like, Everton is not going to keep this up. Ancelotti is not going to stay. And people in the chat, and in other WhatsApp groups kept accusing me of saying he was washed up. Never said he was washed up. I said he was not a good fit for Arsenal at the stage that Arsenal were in. He was not going to turn a team's fortunes around. And so I did not promote him as being a good hire for us. Not that he's washed up or couldn't coach, but I thought he would be a bad fit because I knew he was a bad fit for Everton, and that was one of the most predictable things you could see happening. And your bold prediction. I like Jared. That's what he called the bold prediction.
Yeah, well, it's funny. Carl Anker put a tweet out saying sort of time for your sort of realistic predictions, and I said that Gary Neville will understand Arsenal's transfer policy come May, but I feel like I should put something a bit more realistic than that. That's a tough one. Let's say Gabriel Jesus will score more goals in the Premier League than Harry Kane.
I like that one.
That's my bold prediction. That's me.
Right.
It doesn't feel as bold as it maybe could be, but yeah, that's mine. I've
can
got
get
Tom's
behind that.
to me, by the way, if you want them.
Oh, you got Tom's. Okay. Well, so he responded to you and not to me. Okay.
Yeah, well, this is a little feud thing that you guys got going on.
But say it in that Tom Canton kind of that we'll call it a draw. Southern draw.
I'm not even going to try. I'll go. So the top 4, exactly the same as me: City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Spurs. The bottom 3 is Bournemouth, Forest, and Southampton. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, we've
I
got a
think he
lot of
matched my bottom 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom and I are on the same page on that one.
Forest, maybe I should have put Bournemouth to go down, but too late now. But yeah, Forest are a bit of an unknown quantity. His bold prediction is West Ham will win a trophy.
Wow, that's good. I think those are both qualified.
Are they in the Conference League or?
They are, yeah.
All right. Well, that's winnable. I mean, what was the final of the Conference League last year?
Roma final.
Yeah, I mean, West Ham's in that league. All right. So we have now reached. We are at the beginning now of out, and again, James is a little bit late. So Kai, do you have a couple more minutes, or do you got to go?
Yeah, no worries. I'll stick around.
Okay.
I've just got a bowl of muesli waiting for me to eat it here, but that's about it. That's my schedule.
You can eat it on camera.
No,
nothing about that. But we're gonna do a prize draw, and this is a special prize draw. Jared, can you demount the prize and bring it close?
Do you want me to? I can.
I mean, it's the only thing I'm going to be asking you to demount on this podcast as we welcome Mikey Hers back into the show.
Hello.
Mikey, Kaya, have you met?
3rd time now.
Twice.
Okay.
Yeah, 3rd time. You ask us every time.
So what do we have here, Jared? Give us your best sales job while I get the randomizer ready.
All right. So what we have here is a signed, framed. It's completely covering me, so I can't tell what you can see on camera. But yeah, a framed Cesc Fabregas mount. It's got 4 photos of him. Signature on the large one right there. So you'll be getting this framed as is. Certificate of authenticity will come with it. And look forward to sending it out to somebody here this week.
All right. Well, we are going to find who the winner is here, and this is our something like 13th or 14th prize drawing. We're now in the second half of the pod, and let's get the randomizer going now. We've done a lot of Ruth Beck art prints throughout the night, and there's a maximum of 1 Ruth Beck art print, but this is in the category of the shirts and the jerseys. So if you have won a shirt or a jersey, and there are only a couple that we've given away so far, you are not eligible to win this. But if you've won a Ruth Beck art print, you are. And if you haven't won anything, of course, you are. The winner of Jared's Cesc Fabregas signed mount is Jordan Lewis. Jordan, thank you so much for your donation. Congratulations on the win.
Well done, Jordan.
Jordan Lewis from, I believe, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Probably sleeping at the moment, but Jordan, you have won. And Jared, you have won because you do not have to ship this internationally.
I know, they just saved me a bundle. I'm glad he's
Trust
stateside.
me, as someone who has been in the business of having Ruth send me Ruth Beck art prints from the UK to the States and then having to send them back to winners in the UK, it's not ideal. It's part of the deal, but it's not ideal. So yes, congratulations, Jordan. And are you excited to finally get that out? What are you going to put in its place?
So I actually have a piece of art on the way, so it works out good. That's going out the door. I have something from an amazing Arsenal artist. His name's Dell. You can find him. It's Llewellyn Illustrations on Twitter. Does some incredible pencil drawings. You may have seen him across your social media, but a super nice guy who does some amazing artwork. And I actually have something on the way from him. So maybe the next time I see, well, not the next time I see, I'll see you again in like 3 hours, but maybe next week sometime it'll be replaced and I won't be showing up with a random hole on the wall.
Well, and Henry says the best adult dating is advertising again. This podcast won't be dealing with the mediocre or the worst adult dating sites, only the best. BX is asking for a link. I'm assuming the link is for your friend as opposed to for the best adult dating site. Is there a link to send for the artist that, or is that what you're asking? I don't know. I've been up a long time. So yeah, we have now reached the beginning of our number 15. And Ryan Fletcher joined us right after we were talking about him. We were talking about your channel and the coverage of the women's game, Ryan. I don't know if you were in here yet. But yeah, hour 15, we're going strong, having a great time. And he wanted the OnlyFans link. we're that's on our Patreon.
Yes, you got to pay for that.
Go to patreon.com/TGP to check out our Patreon, and it includes late night texts saying "you up" and that sort of thing. So, speaking of late night texts, Kaya, I love you. You are the biggest revelation of the last 6 months for me. Our friendship is growing. Again, it's one of those unilateral things where our mutual friendship is growing on one side. No, it really was a pleasure getting to spend more time with you in the States, and you're wearing of two hats, the fan hat, the kind of the social hat, and then the journalism hat with the professionalism that you exhibited is a good demonstration of why they sent you there. And I'm looking forward to doing Australia together.
Yeah, pleasure was all mine. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you to say. I really appreciate that, and thanks again.
Well, I appreciate it, and Kaya, have a great day at work, and we'll talk to you soon, bud.
Thanks,
See you later, guys.
Later.
Bye.
Kaya.
All righty. All right. So then there were three. As we check to see, I mean, it could be James is stuck in traffic around Pirano, which I know actually my uncle, my wife's uncle and his wife have a place in Pirano, and I believe that is where you can fish for piranha. But how you guys feeling? I mean, I think it's almost worse to just like be on for 3 hours and then sleep for 2 hours and then be on. That would bother me more than what I'm doing.
Yeah, the last segment, which was fun with the nap guys and Mike, I logged off of that, did a couple things, set my alarm and slept for 90 minutes. And now I'm going to go to bed again here in a bit and sleep for maybe a little bit longer this time. I don't think I'll have to be back for about 4 or 5 hours.
I tried.
You're next on in the 4 p.m. UK hour, I believe, and it's 10 a.m. now. So you've got you got the opportunity to sleep. Although you'll be sleeping through some really, really good guests, though.
Yeah, I'll see where it falls. And I've been up since yesterday morning about 6 a.m. my time, and it's 4 a.m. our time now. So I'm not sure how long I'll make it.
Well, obviously you're being a massive help. Both of you are, as is Owen, as is not Andy. We are now at with our latest donation from Henry Seal. We are now at $4,075 raised for the POD-a-THON. We're halfway through. I'm under no illusions that we're going to double that in the second half because obviously people have donated and it's always going to be heavier in the first half. But I'm under a massive illusion that I would like to smash last year's record of $5,000. I think we can do it. We all work together.
Achievable.
And it's eminently achievable because we still have in front of us drawings for Ruth Beck Art Legends Choice Retro Shirt. This is the same prize that was the grand prize in the Orlando and Baltimore raffles, which is your choice of Lee Dixon, Kevin Campbell, Perry Groves, Alan Smith, or Kaya Kaynak signed shirt. And you can choose what they say on it. And it's a retro shirt from the Arsenal shop. That's coming up. More Ruth Beck art, a non-personalized new Arsenal kit, a personalized new Arsenal kit, thanks to Jerry Riedel I believe he's from New Jersey or New York. An Alan Smith signed shirt, a Perry Groves signed shirt, 2 more kits, and then the Saka ESR and Tomiyasu signed shirt. So we've got really, really, really good ones coming up in those final 10 hours or so. And if you haven't already, this is the time to get in at goonersvcancer.com, as you can see on the bottom scroll. So Daniel Bailey, it's great to hear from you. Keep up the great work, guys. I've been popping in and out throughout the stream. I did witness your awkward encounter with Lee Dixon last night. It wasn't awkward. It was electric. And this is what he's talking about here, I believe.
Triple high five.
The triple high 10, as a matter of fact. It just so happens that my hand appears to be high-fiving Andy's. That is not, in fact, what it was doing at the time. But yeah, Lee at least had the presence of mind of having his down hand away from his body instead of going directly into it. But yeah, that was an awkward and wonderful moment. So
here's a good one. We need a koozie signed by Magic Mike.
A koozie. I love how it's spelled like the basketball player.
Yeah, I thought
koozie. That's like the beer holder, right? I received an Arsenal koozie while I was on my trip, and it came in quite handy because it was hot AF at the block party outside of the stadium in Orlando. But
you can never have too many. We probably got 100 in the house, but I'll see if we've got any red ones laying around. I can have the old lady make us a few and maybe send some out.
Let me see if I have any. Well, while we wait and watch the bottom and let me know immediately if James shows up because I've got a different screen on. See if we
you'll
have
know. And once James is here, I'll take off. So we'll make a quick transition / upgrade.
Bye, James.
I'm trying to see of any interesting videos from Orlando to play because I have not been able to kind of make an entire thing of it. So what do we have here? Let's just play one randomly and see what happens. From Orlando.
TGP on tour. We are now at Camping World Stadium. We are in the fan zone outside. I say we, I just mean me, and thousands of Gooners. Cold beer. It's hot AF. It's about 40 degrees. I know you guys have had that over in London, but look, it's hot. It's hot AF. I got cold beers. I got to drink some more. And we're going to be talking to some people in the house about Arsenal and Chelsea and about how much better Arsenal are than Chelsea, which will be demonstrated tonight and then 4 more times throughout the season. So we're in the house, except I keep saying that, but there's no house here. We are covering the Florida Cup, and we're bringing it to you on your #1 podcast, the Gooners Pod.
Now you can see why I was I made the smart decision to not insert myself into the actual like media room or anything like that. Do you think that was the prudent decision at the time?
For once in your life, I think you went the smart route on this one and showed a little bit of discretion, which I'm sure they probably appreciated as well.
Yeah,
and
it was.
Every time I see the videos, I'm more and more gutted that I couldn't go to any of the games. I know it's been kind of a common theme of the podcast. I know Elliot from Arsenal Vision already had plans when we talked to Scott.
Yeah,
I was the same. I had concert tickets out of state with the in-laws. We make this trip up there. We do the whole thing, and then the day of, just to top it off of not being able to go to Arsenal, there's severe storms in the area, and the authorities cancel the concert and don't let it move forward. So we just didn't get to go.
I didn't know that. That's
insult to
awful.
injury.
Yeah. So I mean, they rescheduled it for like 3 weeks from now, so we'll probably still do it. But yeah, that was the only reason I couldn't come watch Arsenal and hang out for the week, and then it ended up not even going off.
You should have just hopped on a plane. I had an Airbnb with an extra bedroom you could have stayed in.
No, I would have loved to, but it just, the way it fell just didn't work, unfortunately. But hopefully next time they're in the States, I can make it happen, and hopefully they're not in Baltimore. But
And
we'll see.
speaking of Airbnbs, and all right, so yeah, James will not only be well, he might be able to stay longer, which could get interesting considering the guests that are on after him. But here's another video of a different James.
TGP on tour. This is game day. I've got the one and only Gunner Blog, James from Nicholas Willis, yet again. How are you today?
I'm very good. We must stop meeting like this, Mike. People will start to talk.
How should we be meeting? I mean, what would be your preferred way?
Just less frequently.
Less. I was gonna say less. What do you think about this scene? This is outside the Harp and Celt right now. Inside, there's about another 4,721 people.
Yeah, and about 4,721 degrees as well. I arrived here late, just stopping by, and I literally couldn't get in to the pub because effectively it's barricaded with human bodies.
Did they not allow you to put up the card that says, "Do you know who I am"?
I didn't do that. I didn't do it, but I was tempted. But to be honest, it's not, I'm in the shade out here. It's lovely, and it is amazing to see all these Arsenal fans. I mean, yeah, we were here last night having I'll call it a quiet drink, and I was promised, listen, tomorrow it's going to be crazy, it's going to be busy, it's going to be full, and I did believe it, but the proof was in the pudding. It is rammed here, and just like Baltimore, great atmosphere, so many fans who so excited for today's game and for Saturday's game as well. A lot of people here for the whole, 5 days, our whole week. So yeah, it's a real buzz to be part of it.
Yeah, and Orlando City tonight. How much scouting have you done of the opponent tonight to be able to, to portray the reality of the competition back to your listeners at home?
Hang on.
This is the 91st time in the last hour we've heard that.
We do hate Tottenham, so there you go.
And that's the first time I've heard that part.
Yeah, shame to have that tacked on the end. You can't win them all. But what do I know about Orlando? Nothing. What
do you think of Orlando? Shit.
No. Orlando's much nicer than I was told it would be by lots of American people. Orlando City, Pato plays for them, right?
He does, and he's 49 years old.
Yeah.
And he's still got it.
I said, "How's he doing?" To a guy from Orlando who was telling me about the team. I said, "How's Pato getting on?" They were like, "Oh yeah, he plays really well when he's not injured." And I was like, "That sounds about right."
Well, 4 out of his.
I don't remember that interview. I got to be honest with you, but I want to cut it short because James is with us. We've gone from some people go from strength to strength. We go from James to James, which is also from strength to strength. James, you are a fashion plate today. Let's see this. What do we got there?
It's full cohort. Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
You are, let's just say that the first time I ever met you was the first time I realized that I didn't have to wear like fancy clothes into the press box. That was in Denver. but you've just gone 180 degrees and look at that. I mean, I could not pull that off. It would just be one big circle, but like.
I mean, that was, so I turned up in Denver. So obviously this was the day of the weekend youth statement on Arsenal's previous pre-season tour back in 2019. And I and many others, the team were in LA, obviously booked to play Colorado Rapids, Stan Kroenke's other team in Denver. But kind of everyone was like, well, we'll just go to Denver for the night, come back. And it was a, you know, therefore you're like, right, I'll just go in what I've got. So I turn up in shorts and a polo shirt to discover that the sort of long-mooted interview with Josh Kroenke, which everyone was sort of expecting to happen later on the tour, would be happening there and then. And I'm like, right, okay, so I'm going to meet the most senior person at Arsenal, except for the absent father. And I'm going to be doing that in my shorts.
I mean, the one time I figured this is my first experience. I'm going to overdo it rather than underdo it. Andy couldn't have cared less. He was wearing shorts. I was like he calls it a 3-piece suit, but it was just, I was wearing slacks and a collared polo. And I was glad that I would, you know, you dress like the job you want.
Exactly. I've never interviewed Josh since.
That makes two of us.
I will say that Jared has too much class for this conversation because he's never not dressed spiffy. So, Jared, I'm gonna get you your way out for your next 3-hour nap before you come back to us. So
get it in while I can and give the podcast the ultimate upgrade. Not only am I leaving, but now you have James to fill that slot. So I'm sure everybody will be really happy about that transition.
Jared, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
We're never happy when
you
leave.
2 hours.
Get out of here.
Yeah, we will see you soon.
All right, man.
Yeah, somebody who is not very spiffy. Fun fact about myself: I wear pants about 99%, shorts about 99% of the year. Rain or shine, it's about 20 degrees. Mike, I'll let you do the math to translate. 68, and I'm wearing shorts for the most part, and I have like zero problem. Yeah, absolutely. And I start work at the crack of dawn. Actually, I just saw the clock, Mike. Now I've been awake for 24 hours myself now because I tried to take a quick nap between segments and I couldn't go to sleep. So I leave work roughly around this time, and it's like freezing, and sometimes there's like ice on my windshield, and I'm just like in shorts and a t-shirt because I don't even wear like hoodies, so I'll be out there with like shorts and a t-shirt, and I have everybody looking at me thinking I'm either crazy or just stupid. A little bit of both, baby James.
Ever since, well, I mean, like, you know, so obviously, like, in press box now, you still have sort of people who will turn up in their full suit. And I'm a bit like, look, 99% of the time, 99% of the time, you know, we're just sat here watching a football match and we'll go into a press conference. So, like, you know, I'm now very much the work shirt guy, t-shirt underneath, nothing too outrageous. Certainly, you know, if I know that I'm meeting Josh Kroenke, I might smarten up a little bit. But I mean, like, you know, it's 2022, lads. Like, I think you're better wearing shorts than.
It's like Howard Stern's mother used to always tell him: you dress like you're going to be meeting the governor, because you never know who you're going to meet. And I'm like, no, because if I dress like I'm meeting the governor, then when the governor shows up, I'm going to be slobby, sweating all over the place. You know, I need to dress for comfort, and
yes,
I think that's how it's going. So,
especially now, I work from home. Sorry, I know you want to talk about actual football, I'm sure, but I work from home.
No, I want to talk about the Amalfi Coast, but go ahead.
I mean, I work from home every day. I'm not at a game now, or you know, in the like. So my whole attitude to work has become very like, is this the most comfortable thing I can wear?
Smart man.
Yeah.
You know what the most comfortable thing you can wear is which have been coming in very handy on the 27-hour podcast. But
a little diaper action.
But yeah, let's not go there. What brings you to what I must say is a very good internet connection in the Amalfi Coast of Italy?
It is surprisingly good.
All over the place.
I was very clear when that fixture list dropped and it was Selhurst Park away for the opening day of the season. I don't want to watch that. I'm not doing that to myself. I'm not living through the agony that will come of Patrick Vieira's Crystal Palace running riot against Arsenal. Absolutely not in my interest. So I was like, get me out of the country. Somehow I've managed to miss most of the opening weekend of the season. I might do a game on Sunday. And I missed transfer deadline day this year. It's my partner's 30th, which is just phenomenal. I'm over the moon. All these hard, important aspects of the season, I'm like, nah, not going to be around for that. Sorry.
Solid pass on that.
Yeah, that's a hard pass. But that's great. I mean, Charles Watts on a 2-week holiday couldn't join us. James Benge did. So there's like a repositioning now that's happening in the hierarchy of my love for Arsenal journalists. But so how is life at CBS? I think we almost ran into each other in, where was it? Was it in Manchester?
Oh yes, for the quarterfinals.
We didn't end up being able to consummate that either on the other leg, I don't think, in Madrid. But I
wasn't in Madrid, frustratingly. But I mean, that home leg was just like, it's not the sort where you can like meet when that game's happening. You sort of do think like, yeah, I'm not going to be in a position to be meeting anyone for anything afterwards until about 4 a.m.
Which would have been fun.
Would have been fun.
That game.
My train.
That game was not particularly fun, but the return legs, my God! I mean, the 2 games in Madrid that my son and I saw, which were the final 2 games of our travels, were just 2 of the best in very different ways. The Chelsea return match at Real Madrid with the Benzema last minute winner, or close to last minute winner. It was an injury time or a extra time. I mean, and then the slugfest at Atletico with Man City. Fun stuff. But
I'm quite enjoying. I quite enjoy watching City because I think kind of even with an Arsenal view on things, I think they're so far out in front that it's almost like. I wouldn't think of City and even Liverpool as Arsenal's rivals at the moment. And I'm sure a day will sort of come when, you do closely watch what they're doing because, you want Arteta's team to match it and you look forward to the days they drop points. But like, based on where Arsenal are right now, and that's it. So, I don't really feel that rivalry too strongly. Also, they've just given Arsenal 2 of Arsenal's best players. So I think, a round of drinks is due to Pep Guardiola when he eventually makes it to the Emirates. If Gabriel Jesus is good.
It's Bizarro 2009 right now where, instead of all of our guys going that way, they're coming back this way.
James, how was that process for you to, I'm going to say, get used to that mentality? Because I know, I'm going to say accepting that golfing class, it's been a longer journey for some. But, I, at a lack of a better word, accepted it a few years ago, and I found it to be more enjoyable for me to watch Arsenal. More enjoyable to be able to watch the Arsenal, knowing that there's that golf, and I'm just kind of like, I'm going to say accepting of the landscape of football. So did you have a rough time with it, or did you just kind of like ease into comfort, so to say, that there's powers outside of football that might be manipulating how teams get built?
I think the second season with Pep, the one where they won the title for the first time, I think it became quite obvious then that look, Arsenal aren't catching this team. They just don't have the money. I think that so with Liverpool, I would differentiate between the two. With Liverpool, I think what's frustrating there is they're kind of the model club for Arsenal. Like they've not really bent any rules. They've sold exceptionally well. I think with City though, you just look at it and you say, well, there's no way on earth Arsenal can compete with that, except either tighter regulation from UEFA and from the Premier League, which I'm not optimistic will ever happen, certainly in the short term, or being bought out by someone that requires Arsenal supporters to do even more moral gymnastics. I think, when we talk about the Cronkies, it's there are a lot of reasons to not like them as owners, both in terms of what they serve up for Arsenal, and I don't think that no billionaire can be considered ethically clean. I know I don't like the fact that they donated to the Trump campaign, but there's a big difference between that and sports washing for a repressive regime. Well, maybe you don't think there is. Maybe you think that the Kroenkes kind of do some of that as well. But
I know Mike thinks that's going on. Mike has too much dirt on Manchester City to ever love them. But that's a really interesting point, because I've said that in the past as well. That the Manchester City, Chelsea winning leagues, my whole mentality was they bought it. But when Liverpool managed to convert the Coutinho money and purchase, their goalkeeper, Virgil van Dijk, et cetera, and on top of that, smart buys like
you should respect when it's done the right way, but it just killed me that they legitimately won a league after 30 years.
I think that's what hurts the most, right? Because
I'm numb to the Man City thing. I'm fine finishing second behind Man City just because it doesn't really mean anything.
Exactly. So they managed to do it in a manner in which Arsenal could potentially do it if they continue to run the way they are. So it's just a completely different type of pain, so to say, like you said, because it's very easy to dismiss Chelsea achievements, Manchester City achievements because of that. But you see Liverpool, that as an Arsenal fan, that one stung a little when I saw them win.
Yeah, no, that I was the same way. I was perfectly happy. They could win as many, because they'd already won some. They could win as many European championships as they could, but don't let Tottenham win their first. And don't, and the only thing left with Man City is that feeling of saying, don't let Man City win the Champions League now. I would have rather Chelsea won I was happy they won the final, given the choices, rather than Man City, only because Chelsea wins it again, or Man City finally gets everything that they finally wanted. The leagues are just kind of dime a dozen at this point for Man City.
Gives you a good laugh watching teams like PSG and Manchester City continue to not be able to raise the Champions League trophy. It's kind of puts a smile on my face, so to say, to be honest. Yeah, so I get what you're saying.
I have much more of an issue with PSG, because my issue, I'm with Mike there, that City increasingly just washes over me. With PSG, what drives me mad is that they're so bad at it. How can you be so
ridiculously bad?
They lose in the most they're doing the belly flop off of the high dive. It's good for entertainment value, because they're not used to having to try hard in the vast majority of their games, and then it really just comes back to haunt them in the when it counts the most in the Premier in the Champions League.
They operate. Go ahead, James.
A PSG writer, resident fan, every year about sort of January time, he starts convincing himself it's this year. It's never going to be this year. I love it.
I'm shocked that although with players like this, you don't really know that there's much of an alternative, but that they actually were able to get Mbappe to recommit there. But
it's like presidential decree, isn't it?
It's a boatload of money and a lot of pressure, apparently. But watching PSG is like literally watching every kid's FIFA career mode, the manner in which they buy players.
Did Gazidis try to get him for AC Milan, Mikey? Since you're so plugged in with you're a young AC Milan fan.
Yeah, I'm in the know when it comes to Milan, and I could confirm
that there was no attempt made.
There was no attempt. No.
We're going to bring in now
we
because
don't do that in Italy, wage structure wise. Sorry, go ahead.
The one thing about the Gooners podcast and Gooners versus Cancer, please go to goonersvcancer.com, is we give you value for entertainment. We are not the type of podcast to simply stop with one James B. One James B is great. I love this James B. But we're going to bring you two James Bs, because that is how we roll. A duck-breaking appearance for James Bayless. James B. You may recognize him from videos from a fan channel that is becoming somewhat popular. But James, I've just met you in Orlando and find you to be a charming, lovely guy. James B., have you met before?
Not as far as I'm aware.
No, not not in person. I've probably replied to a few of your tweets before, but yeah, pleasure to meet you.
Good to meet you.
And thanks for joining us this morning,
James.
Mike, James. So we're while we have this crossover, and James, I just didn't want to kind of usher you out of here 10 minutes after getting in, because obviously I enjoy your company. So maybe we'll do about a 10-minute crossover, and then we'll spend some more time with James. After talking to James, we'll talk to some James. Then I'll probably put up a video of James McNicholas. But your influence on, well, I wasn't going to go here actually right away, but tell us your Arsenal origin story. Let's get started with that. When did you first start watching the team, and how did it become your passion?
Okay, so I mean, I'll be honest. I'm one of them. My dad was a big Arsenal fan, and he took me to the ground. And it took me a while to get into football. Actually, I actually really rejected it when I was about 5-6 years old, and I sort of thought, why is my dad forcing me to kind of kick other kids for this ball? And it was raining, and the weather was awful, and it was muddy. I hated it. I really hated it. And I don't know what it was, just sort of being around it. My dad would be watching it at home, and I'd pick up bits. And I've got to be honest, this is a painful thing I've never really admitted, is that I became a fan. I'm probably the problem. I probably jinxed it. The minute I became a fan, my first game was the Champions League final. I know. And
that was my first game back after a long hiatus from having kids and moving back to the States. So I had those 2 years in the late 80s, but then my first game back as a fan was the Champions League final as well. And so I'm right there with you, my friend.
I remember I saw bits and bobs before, but I was very young, and the Champions League final, I remember it so clearly, which is crazy because, it was kind of my first time, watching Arsenal, getting really into it. I remember getting so into it, and then from that point on, I was hooked. So I very much fell in love with the Rosickis, the Hlebs, Fabregas, the kind of early Emirates era players, which is why, for me, there'll never be enough Fabio Vieiras. Whenever we're linked to a player like that, whether it's a priority, I'm like, bring him in. I love these kind of guys. So, yeah, Dad took me to a game. I think my first Emirates game was beating Watford 3-0. Henry bagged 1 or 2 maybe. And we had some really good teams, but a lot of it was heartbreak. The Eduardo, situation. Obviously, we lose out on that title. And I think we've had a couple teams that could have been worthy of a title in those years. But, while it's not really a pleasant thing to say, it's kind of we've gone further and further away with every year. But I do think the tide's changing, and has been for the last year. So, yeah. I've not been there for the best days, but listen, I've seen some great days. 4 FA Cups, they were really special moments, and I've seen Arsenal entertain and have some big wins and beat the odds on a few occasions. So yeah, very happy Arsenal fan.
Yeah, and James, along those lines, James Benge, the feeling around the press corps. I've spent some time around certain members of the press corps in the American tour. But I know the larger press corps. I mean, there's a lot of positivity. Kaya has just told us that. Obviously, we've spoken to Tom and others who are part of that on an everyday basis. I mean, it's just a happy place right now. There might be 1 or 2 strange unfinished things that are hanging over the club, but I won't speculate as to what those might be. But I mean, from a playing standpoint, from an on the pitch standpoint, has there been a season where there was so much energy and positivity going into it?
It's been a long time. I think maybe you're going back to the start of the sort of, the year before Arsenal finished second. I mean, even then there were the questions about Petr Cech. It felt like they were always one thing short. And maybe this is sort of the first season in a while where it feels like Arsenal have addressed the proper weaknesses in the club. Everyone said they need a striker. They got one early. Everyone said they need a midfielder. They may well have one in Zinchenko. And no, I think the big thing is you're used to going into these seasons with something of a crisis hanging over your head, especially contracts. Ozil, Ramsey, Alexis, Wenger himself. And I mean, I know that there's the Bukayo Saka stuff, but it's very clear that he's not going anywhere this summer. So there isn't that clear out there crisis hanging over Arsenal that complicates things. The squad, and I spent a little bit. I think I could probably say I spent a little bit of time around some of them last week. They are in a really good place. They're relaxed. They're joking. They seem to enjoy spending time with each other. These are all really good omens. And then on the football side, there was such clear progress. It's a young team. It's a team that the fans can invest in. It's a team that, like Arsenal staff and their colleagues can all kind of get invested in and get behind. There's a real family atmosphere around it.
Were you around the club last summer in the preseason? I mean, again, I know your duties have changed a little bit since you have joined CBS.
But
I mean, do you have anything to compare this season against that's recent, or just? I mean,
I certainly remember that the Arteta's first preseason, it felt quite chaotic. And that one I was covering the club day in, day out. Obviously, I wasn't around the squad and around the players because of COVID. And that was the same last summer. It all felt quite chaotic and you didn't quite know who was in charge, especially with Sangye leaving. There was no sort of unifying factor. And then right at the end, Mikel Arteta gets this promotion after 6, and you just think, where on earth has this come from? And the Willian signing, all these things. And I mean, remembered, they were trying to push through wage. It felt a bit like Barcelona do this year, actually, where it's the players are kind of baffled as to why Arsenal were, at the time. Remember spending a lot of money on Partey and Gabriel. I think they were one of the biggest spenders that summer as well. And then they were being told you need to cut your wages by, was it 25%? And there was a lot of rancor and unhappiness in the dressing room. You had Ozil situation as well. So I think what was kind of, when you look back on it, these were all things that Arteta was trying to address, and it took time, and it took a period of bottoming out and finishing 8th in the league again. And I think now it's clear he's got the group of people that he wants around him, above him, below him. And it all works. It all works a bit more harmoniously. There isn't a director of football who doesn't actually know anything about football, and he will tell you that. Raul Sangye, he will tell you he didn't really know about football.
He knew about deals and
he knows about deals.
As a journalist, James, James B and I, our Arsenal fandom is tipping over on we've been supporting the team more years that is considered less successful compared to older. Of course, we're not undervaluing the FA Cups, right? But I'm sure James B went through a period similar to me where Chelsea away or whatever, our mentality going to this game was like, fuck, okay, here we go, we're gonna watch this shit, right? Let's buckle up. As a reporter and a fan, was it kind of the same thing for you where you're like, God dang it, I have to write about this? Like those dark days where we were getting slapped about proper the top 4, top 5, or did it kind of mess up the joy, if you will, of being a reporter for the Arsenal?
No, because I mean, this is going to sound very pretentious, but I think a lot of journalists who also cover the club that have supported and grown up supporting the club they write about, and look, let's be realistic, you get that on every patch, every beat, will tell you that it is quite easy actually to disengage.
I don't think you get it as much as with Arsenal. I mean, virtually every Arsenal journalist of note grew up as an Arsenal fan. It's bizarre. I think
it's true. Somebody might surprise you. I mean, yeah,
I love it. I love that aspect, by the way, that you are a fan, you grow up like that, and then you.
I wish I wasn't. I wish I wasn't.
Change the way you consume it.
There are moments where it really does. It cuts through to you. Baku, when I had travelled, and I'm privileged to be there, but I travelled 4,000 fucking miles. I spent a night sleeping on the floor of Istanbul airport, and then I saw the players kind of call it quits when they were 2-0 down, with the exception of Iwobi and Joe Willock. That I hated, and I couldn't separate myself there. There've been a couple of others. Obviously, the derby is another one that you can't turn off entirely. Yeah. But actually, for most of them, I find it quite easy to just turn it to flick a switch in my head. Okay, not a fan. And when it's bad, actually, when it's bad, obviously, as anyone will tell you that's a writer, those are the most enjoyable things to write. You do have to keep catching yourself and telling you, look, it's not the end of the world. Arsenal isn't on fire right now, but obviously, when things are going quite badly for a team, it flows quite easily. It's quite hard, I think, to write about when everything's great. When things are bad, people want to talk to you. Some people want to talk to you. They want to tell you how tough things are. Everyone's got someone they want to blame. Whereas I think kind of telling the stories of how rosy everything is can grate a little bit as a journalist. But yeah, so I didn't hate it too much, but obviously there are exceptions. And
let's do this then, because you've just brought up kind of how the traditional media, let's say, handle good patches and bad patches. And James, if for any reason you need to leave or want to leave, just say that you need to leave. But James, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, because you are an example of what I consider to be the new AFTV. And I don't. I mean, Robbie knows how I feel about this. I'm not speaking out of turn by distinguishing between the new and the old AFTV. But there's certainly been an evolution, and it's an evolution that I think is moving in a positive direction. Not that I hold the banner or, support or, it's not that. But obviously the stigma, as I'm sure you're aware, of Arsenal Fan TV, is that it tends to capitalize on negativity surrounding those poor periods of time. And I think that came from some very real reasons and some things that kind of weren't under people's control, got out of control before it could be brought under control. But all that said, what kind of caused you to say, hey, what was it, the desire to have a counterpoint? Because you are generally known as being knowledgeable, level-headed, possibly positive, but not as an agenda basis, and kind of a newer, fresher face that tends to be featured more often. So it happens to be around a time when Arsenal are kind of on the upswing, but not exclusively. So what is your take? Again, I'm asking 9 questions, but asking none. What is your goal for your involvement in Arsenal Fan TV, and how do you see your role when the team is doing well or when the team's not doing well?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Is it?
It's a difficult one. When I joined AFTV, whether it be there was still the old AFTV, the new AFTV, however you want to differentiate. I don't know when Robbie felt like he wanted to start getting things like a studio and covering it more generally and mixing it up a little bit. But I loved ultimately the concept, and I'd been watching it. And actually, I remember in 2017, I was on my year abroad, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I was. I'd moved to Italy. I was going to be there for a year. I had no friends, and I'd just go to the Irish pub and watch Arsenal games. And AFTV at the time, I was really connecting with it, because even if I didn't agree with what certain people are saying, there were people who, in their way, were understanding how I felt. Now, I didn't agree with everything, but you watch enough interviews and you find, okay, this guy kind of resembles more what I think and whatever. And then you kind of go back to them. And I found it was a real way for me to stay connected to the club. So I always had a real fondness for AFTV because of that. When they were kind of looking to then expand and get more presenters in, I did always think to myself, and I remember saying this to Robbie when I first met him, I did think to myself, maybe I could do something a little different. Maybe I could put my spin on it. I was always interested in, the numbers side of the game, the analysis. By the way, my inspirations are the likes of Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher, for example. What they do on Monday Night Football. I still think that's one of the best football shows, if not the best in the world. I love watching it when they go into the depth. And I thought, imagine if I could I'll never be anywhere. I won't be anything like them. But imagine if I could just bring my kind of version. I think sold that a little bit to Robbie when we kind of first met and we were talking about it. And I've just sort of tried to bring a different thing, because everyone on AFTV has their own flavor, their own different way of talking about Arsenal and the things they focus on. And I think now more than ever, we offer such a variety in terms of characters and people. Every time I use the word character, people that, but you know, personalities, and you know, and I think we are covering a lot of bases now. I do feel like there is a little bit of something for everyone on AFTV at the moment. But as you said, there was a point where maybe it was seen for maybe just more certain fans who felt a certain way. So we're still trying to reach out to people to kind of show that we are still doing all this other stuff. But yeah, have I answered your question? I'm not sure if I have. But
I don't know what my question was. So, yes, you absolutely answered it.
I had a little bit of a follow up. So
well, Mike James wants to ask something of James, actually.
Sorry, and then I might dash off. But I'm really intrigued by this. Obviously, we all know, and you're not here as a spokesman for AFTV, I'm sure, but we all know, I think, that within the dressing room, I think there are a lot of people that have kind of, especially, and now with this squad, have almost grown up with a view of AFTV. And I remember sort of Hector Bellerin, I remember being in the room when he was talking about how it sort of profits off failure. And I know that everyone involved in that, or nearly everyone, maybe at the time it was a bit more debatable, but everyone involved in AFTV is an Arsenal fan. And I just wonder, when the sort of the people that you have invested so much in emotionally, very publicly kind of take issue with what you do when you're talking about them, how much of a challenge has it been for AFTV, and how long will it sort of take to right that ship to, you know, back to the stage where AFTV might be able to talk to the players, might be able to have a good relationship with them?
Yeah, it's a great question. Actually, I'm going to answer it. I don't want to feel like I'm, swerving anything. What I would say is, when the Bellerin the Bellerin stuff happened, I wasn't actually there at the time.
Yeah.
But in terms of more recently, I do know that there are players, whether it be like a follow on Instagram or whatever, you know, I think there are a few that do engage with people on AFTV a lot more. I know Robbie's got, decent relationships with some of them. And I think, we've been told that, some, or if not most, I don't really know, do watch it, especially when they've won, I think. But yeah, it's a difficult one, because I don't think anyone from AFTV would ever, stand here or sit here on this show or whatever and go, we've never made mistakes, we don't understand where this comes from. Certain things, maybe, there are certain, actually looking back, was that or whatever. But I think it's about sort of, let me put it this way. Even when we're losing, we're on a 3-match losing streak and I'm feeling really, really frustrated, there is just something, this little bell in my head that goes, just remember, like, whatever you say, they might have seen us. They might be I'm not saying they're watching, I don't know. But I do always think you do have a responsibility just to remember that you can, there's abuse and there's criticism. And I think criticism's allowed. But there is just there is a fine line. Some people would say there's a bit of a debate between, if you say someone, am I allowed to swear on this podcast? I'm not sure. If I am, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you say blah, blah, blah was shit today, for some people, that's a bit too harsh. But for others, they were. You're allowed to say that. So I always like to just tread on the more cautious line. But it's a difficult one. I think it's hard, because I'm trying to put myself in the club's perspective here. I like to think that not that there was necessarily a relationship to mend. I think Arsenal and AFTV would both accept that, we can't do our thing if we're kind of trying to serve the club. The point is being honest and giving the fans perspective, and the club also have themselves to protect. And that is completely and utterly fair. We kind of understand where we are on both ends of the spectrum. But in terms of maybe a better sort of bond and understanding and communication, I think it's slowly getting, with Edu, for example, recently, being very kind of welcoming of Lee and Cecil when they're out in Nuremberg, and addressing him in Orlando as well. The players seem,
I've never seen a guy jump on Lee Judges so quickly before. Like I'm not even that excited to see Lee when I see him as Edu was.
Yeah. I mean, they seem to have a good, good banter between them. So I think it's one of those where, in an ideal world, and again, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for AFTV, and Robbie might have a different way. We don't talk about it too much, but from my perspective, I would say in an ideal world, there's a degree of understanding, working together in some ways, but also it works because they do their thing, we do our thing. But of course, it's about understanding we also do have. We got to be honest. We've got to represent the fans as honestly as possible. But it's also understanding we've got a responsibility. We do. There's a wide reach.
You just used a word that I think a lot of people would take issue with, and that was the word represent. I think a lot, and I don't know if that was a intentional, if it was meant, but not necessarily, because that is the biggest bugaboo, is that people will say, and I don't know why the word bugaboo is it's coming out of my mouth every 10 seconds.
That's a baby stroller, by the way.
I think we should say people say the same thing about the Arsenal Supporters Trust, and they said the same thing about
you don't represent me.
Blog, and they say,
yeah.
And I think sometimes it becomes a debate around AFTV, and I just I have to be honest, I don't really watch it, and I think that therefore people should be willing to just switch off and not kind of use AFTV as a a dartboard or whatever for every issue they have with the fan base, which does seem to happen. But yeah, I know I've interrupted you.
Sorry. Okay, so actually, I'll address that immediately. I'm so glad you pulled me up on that and I'm annoyed I said it, because it's the one thing I'm always so careful about saying. And actually, I always try. I've sometimes actually stumbled on myself. I've been in lives. I said,
it's like when Tom Canton calls his viewers his fans. I mean, I absolutely love it. I stitch him up over that, but.
And let me clear that up, because I understand, by the way, why that absolutely annoys people. So when I say represent fans, I mean the fans that are coming on and talking, and when I say that, I think it's because, maybe after a game we do 10 to 20 fan cams, then you've got maybe 10 to 20 videos being sent. So there's a lot of people who are then there's the people who are there week in, week out. So yeah, you're right. It's absolutely wrong to say we represent fans. We don't. But what I mean is we represent the fans that are coming on. And if we are to represent anyone, and the platform is for fans, and anyone can come on whenever they want. So thank you for pulling me up on that, because it is something that, except for this one show where I'm talking about it, I'm normally a lot more careful about, because you are right. And a lot of people say, listen, you don't represent me. And that is completely and utterly fair enough.
Well, and my kind of challenge in all of this is that I just don't deal well. And Mike and I, look, one of the reasons I was really glad, Mike, that you were my co-pilot for this segment is because we have had arguments over this. With nothing jeopardizing our relationship, but I have tended to try to promote nuance.
Yeah, I hate you for it. I'm just kidding.
He keeps it very he keeps it very close, and I don't mean to to pull you up over this either, but put you in an awkward position. But my personal viewpoint about something is, if you, it's just not get caught up in mass hysteria about something. There's nuance involved in things. An organization can be the sum of parts. It can be influenced by individuals, and sometimes there's an evolution to things. And I hate just saying this is bad, especially if I'm basing it off of A, other people's opinions, B, old opinions or facts, or C, just kind of the general tone. I guess this is other people's opinions, but the general kind of stigma of something. And so I have spent a lot of my time over the last 5 or 6 years defending AFTV's right to exist, defending AFTV's platform as being one that is a supply demand thing. We're looking at it kind of from an economic standpoint, and also seeing the evolution. I mean, I was in AFTV studios less than a year ago and couldn't believe the level of organization that's happening there. I was on a conference call 3 days ago with Robbie and Turkish and Kaz.
Kaz, yeah.
And facilitated by the most lovely woman, Jackie, who is, considering herself the mother hen of the. I mean, it is a completely differently run organization than Robbie standing in front of a camera that was held by Tal.
Tao, I believe. Yeah.
Tao. I mean, it's different, and I just think a lot of people's minds are made up. I twice on this podcast I played a 2-minute clip with me and Troops, who I just enjoy his company. I don't care what you say about him, what he does, Barstool. I mean, there's a lot to that you're entitled to not care for the guy about. I enjoy his time. He's actually shown me personally to be a pretty caring, concerned individual when it comes to people he likes. And we had a little bit of banter, and I got 3 people who like followed me on Twitter saying unfollowed. Like the bulk of my relationship with them was negated by me being friends with someone who they don't like because of what other people say and what they viewed about him on Twitter without knowing him personally.
Troops has always been great to me. Yeah. I mean, they all have, to be fair. But yeah, I know what you mean.
So
just before I deep dive and just give you a little bit of my perspective on.
And James, if
I was gonna say right before I do that, I just say, James, thank you so much for joining us, James.
I have to really quick get your top 4, your bottom. I have to contractually get.
Oh,
your top
yeah.
Bottom 3,
I like this.
And a surprise prediction.
I've done this. So what's the third bit?
And a surprise prediction, kind of something off base. Doesn't have to be Arsenal related, just football related that people might be surprised to hear.
Well, one of them actually fits into the other. So my top 4 are City, Liverpool, Spurs, Arsenal. I know, but it's right. And then my bottom 3, which includes my surprise prediction, is Bournemouth, Forest, and Wolves.
Okay, we've seen that. We have a few Wolves.
Have you? I thought it was going quite rogue saying Wolves, but they've been crap for months.
Yeah, no, I think Fergus and Gabe Maillard both said Wolves. One of them was just saying that because they're at the bottom of the table right now, alphabetically. But all right, so you're going out on a limb and saying Wolves will suck. James, thank you for joining us from the Amalfi Cup. Which are you actually like in?
I'm in Praiano, which is
Wow.
bang between Amalfi and Positano.
Yeah, it's a lovely location, and it's a lovely outfit that you have on, and it's been a lovely chat and a lovely bunch of different stuff. Thank you for joining us, James. I appreciate it.
Cheers to me, mate.
Take care, mate. So bringing together all sorts of different folks in this podcast, I love it.
I love it.
And that's what this family is about. This podcast family. It is now 6:00 Eastern time, 11 a.m. We are entering now hour number, what is it? Hour number 16 of the 27-hour podcast. And
you guys are amazing. That is amazing. I wish I could take credit like that, but it's all magic over here, man. I've been on and off periodically. Mike has been here since the start.
Wow, Mike, you're a champion, man. That's incredible.
The enjoyment level of the content of this podcast, the discussions, the variety, the people that have been on, it's my crowning achievement as a Gooner and everything is putting this thing together for the second year running. And this year, I think compared to last year, it's just been even more entertaining. I mean, I might be a little bit biased, but the conversations have been more enjoyable this year than ever before. So, and just different and unique. As it is 6:00, we are going to do a prize draw, which we do on the hour, and again, it's 6:00 Eastern time in the morning. The prize that we'll be drawing now is another Ruth Beck art print, and the Ruth Beck art print. This is the one I was talking about earlier that really just brings it back to me, and this is the North Bank of Highbury. This was my railing right here in the 88-89 season. You can still see my vomit on it from the Derby game in May, and we're going to pick a winner for that now from our randomizer. So let's go to the randomizer, and again, if you've won a Ruth Beck art print already, you are not eligible to win a second one. So let's see who wins this one real quick. Share screen. And the winner, hopefully we'll get it on the first try without having to redraw. We can't. Nick Canning had a significant donation, which is why
Third
his name.
time now.
Yeah, well, when you give a lot of money, your name keeps coming up. But Nick will have a great chance of winning a kit, because we're going to start really getting into the kits and the signed kits and the legend kits. So he's going to have a great chance at those. But Mackenzie Dolnick also has won. I knew this was going to start happening at some point. Last year it happened like in the first 2 hours, like the same people kept winning. Come on, let's get a new name up here. Scott Willis. All right. Scott is the first person to have appeared on this podcast and then subsequently won a prize.
Very nice.
Scott, we love you. AKA Oh That Crab has won Oh That, my favorite Arsenal print from Ruth Beck right now, which has sentimental value to me. So congratulations to Scott, and thank you for your very generous donation, both monetarily and in the form of your expertise in an hour that was very enjoyable for me about 7-8 hours ago. So James, I was specifically when, I'm juggling things on and offline, and James Benge, there's been a lot of crossovers, but James Benge, coming from the traditional journalism world, and he was running a little bit late, only had a half an hour segment planned, but then said, you know what, I'll stay much later. And I'm like, well, you're bumping up not against another journalist, but against an AFTV guy. Would that work? And I asked, I'm so glad that we did, because, there's no need for these worlds to be separate anymore.
I completely agree. I completely agree. And I've got so much time and respect for, James Benge, the work he does, and so many, you talk about Charles Watts, David Ornstein, Simon Collins. There's so many of them. James McNicholas, who I had the pleasure of sort of chatting to properly out in Orlando. Yeah, these are the guys that actually inspired me. I was a training journalist. I wanted to be them. I wanted to go and, be in press conferences and interview players and write articles. And I didn't actually foresee an on-camera, career for myself. And the AFTV came along, and I thought, well, let's give it a go. Let's see if I can, maybe I'm made for this. And I've really enjoyed it.
Let me ask you a private question. Is this your career right now?
Yeah. This is what I do.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All things considered, like it, you said you wanted to be a journalist. Now you're in content creation, but in a different manner. You're not typing things up, but you're actually setting up interviews, and there's a lot of work going into it. Like, Mike and I do it amateur hour. We're not doing it full time, and we know how time
it's a hobby.
It could be. It's a hobby. Yeah. So, I mean, all things considered, do you like this type of interaction more, getting to meet people and interview people versus just, like interviewing and have to transcribe to everything that you just interviewed somebody about, or report over a game more analytically, like stat wise, or do you like this path that, life led you kind of a little bit better?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've always loved socializing. So I do like the live shows, the chatting to people, interviewing. That's just me. That's not really necessarily just part of the job. I've just always loved that side of things. I think the thing I'd say is where I've noticed the biggest difference, besides, one's written, one's on camera, all that. I think with written journalism, I would. And listen, I had maybe sort of 5-6 months, doing some sports writing here and there. And this is sort of after my master's, because I did a lot during my master's and all that. And I always found I was far more calculated and considered when I was writing. You read it back, actually, I didn't quite word it. I wanted to. Sometimes when you're doing a fan cam after the game, I watch it back and I go, I didn't quite mean it. Listen, we just had an example of it 5 minutes ago when I said use the word represent. Like, I didn't mean that, but like, you can't. Right. Once you said it, right? So there's a lot of. I think that's the one thing I find sometimes, and the internet and the world's very unforgiving with that. You can say something,
and there's no greater example of that. I mean, the person who is probably most famous in the Arsenal spheres for saying things that are taken out of context intentionally, in many cases, is Josh Kroenke himself, who, James and I were 2 out of the 5 people in the room in Denver when he granted an impromptu interview. It was not a press conference. It was not a planned thing. So it was him really speaking off the cuff, and he just found a way of using some of the words that that was so easy to take out of context, if not put in the proper context. Like, it's not the fans' job to worry about transfers, which was taken as, fans should just mind their own business, when in fact it meant we're supposed to be the ones slaving over this so that you can just enjoy the product on the pitch. The fans' job is just to come to the stadium and cheer for the team. That was taken so far out of context by print media, because you read what those were the words he said. And the Sun, through one of the other journalists that was there, was all too happy to have an article that said wind-up merchant Josh Kroenke's 10 most insulting comments in an interview that I thought was completely genuine, which prompted us to post the audio of it, because I needed people to hear the context of what he was saying.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, the written word and intentionally so can sometimes be taken out of context to a way that drives the frenzy and that sort of thing. In the audio format, in the interview format, there's almost an interesting art to it, and it can be a double-edged sword. If you're good at a rant, you're going to attract views on YouTube. People we all know the originals that were just good at rants. DT, good at rants. You may not like what he had to say, and you may not like him as a person, and I certainly don't and didn't. But the guy could just stand in front of a microphone and go for 5 hours, 5 minutes, probably 5 hours. Troop, same thing. Dan Potts, same thing. Love Dan Potts. He can, it sounds like he's written it down, but he hasn't. So there's a talent to that, and it's what draws views. But can that work against the platform in a sense that despite AFTV really having a mission of interviewing 20 people after a game, 25 people after a game, to get any and all insight that possibly could come, to know what people are most interested in, and it being the same style, and seeing people come from being, in the outside of the scrum to now getting on camera and trying to replicate those originals. How does Robbie and how does the team manage trying not to be a rant cast anymore?
Sure.
Because that is the YouTube generation, whether you like it or not, is not after good considered commentary and analysis. They're after rants and strong statements.
Well, it's a difficult one. Again, I wasn't really there when the main sort of growth of the channel occurred. The thing was, what you can't escape. I know Arsenal fans don't like this, and I get it. I really do. What you can't escape is rival fans just will want to watch. It's not just AFTV, it's loads of channels to catch, the Arsenal fans' pain. And I do the same with
who hasn't gone to watch Mark Goldbridge after I can't stand the guy, but
Goldbridge, was it expressions from Spurs and the two brothers?
Well, there's these
I see clips like that. I see
two little goofballs from Spurs that are like, oh no, he's done it. Oh my God. And it is entertaining, and you can't stop that from happening. Like the only way to stop that from happening is Arsenal go, invincible again.
And you know what really sucks about that? Sorry, James. Just kind of go ahead, finish it.
No, and now I'm getting on your case for interrupting me, interrupting him. So yeah,
that's all right. I mean, it's the nature of it a little bit. But the one thing I always say, and listen, over the 8 years that AFTV has existed, have people ever come and maybe put on a bit of an act? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you'd assume maybe. I don't know. But
the answer is yes, Jen.
Yeah, sure. But I don't know any. But yeah,
right.
The people I know who I've sort of seen, regularly do fan cams or whatever. When I tell you these guys, and they're feeling it. Like, people might go, I don't know how to explain it. Like, some fans have traveled all this way. They spent all this money. It's their life. I'm a massive Arsenal fan, and if I'm about to say what I'm about to say, and people might even use this against me, but you know what? Let's just say it. I'm able to, even as a massive Arsenal fan, just detach myself and go, I've got friends I love, I've got family I love, I've got other things I can do, whatever. And lots of other people have that too. But when things get really tough, I try to just focus on that. Okay, Arsenal just lost their 5th game in a row, 7 and 8. You think of the autumn in 2020, and I try and just think of other things, and that tends to just compose me a little bit. But a lot of people, they're really feeling it. They do a fan cam 5-10 minutes after a game. they've just seen the result and whatever, and they spend all this, and they are really feeling these things. And they are, unfortunately, the moments that are going to be picked up. They're the moments that rival fans are going to laugh at. But they're also, if you're talking pure time, amount of time on the channel, they're the lowest percentage of content we do in terms of the supporters club. Very, it's an hour of in-depth, thoughtful discussion with a range of fans, and anyone can be on that. We've had Sharoy, for example, who came. He's great. He came on a Twitter space. We've been doing these Twitter spaces. We probably get 10 to 30 sort of Arsenal fans coming on a Monday night. Sharoy was fantastic. We invited him down to the studio. So, we try and always have these other platforms. Tactical Insight I do with Graham is always, okay, we've had a couple of days to just swallow that garbage. Let's try and figure out what happened. And I tell you that when it comes to that show, no one watches it. Well, not no one. It gets good. But barely anyone watches it when we lose or have a bad result. So it's one of those. It's a difficult one. But the thing I always say, and this is what I come back to, I'm surprised it's a point that hasn't really been made more often. By the way, I don't work on the finances side of things. I don't look up the numbers, whatever. But let's just say, for the argument's sake, that there is a spike because rival fans love to see Arsenal fans, frustrated when things don't go our way. More often than not, though, there's a real long-term impact on the channel that comes from Arsenal not doing well, aka last season not being in Europe. That's a lot of watch-alongs. That's a lot of previews. That's a lot of fan cams. That's a lot of content that's not getting done because Arsenal weren't good enough to be in it. There's when we get knocked out of the FA Cup, like we did Southampton in the 4th round a couple of years ago. And again, there was a real frustration poured out from, people who'd been on the channel that day, and I'm sure people have their things to say, but ultimately we didn't do the next round. And only the year before, the watch along for the FA Cup final had a massive following and massive viewership. So it's one of those.
That's a good point. I never actually thought of that in the sense that the stigma is we do better when we lose, but in football, unlike other sports, American sports, where there's X number of games per season, you play less games when you lose. And if you are thinking that it's all about money, and it's a business, so it is in the sense, but it does not serve the business better to lose cup finals and to not get into Europe. That's actually a very good point that I think a lot of people probably fail to consider. I thought I might have actually blocked the wrong person there. That was a.
Can you? I tried clicking on him. I can't click him.
I was trying to block the bot. I don't know how to do that, but I'm really sorry, mate. Did I block you altogether?
Yeah, that's what I was trying. He's been with us for
I know
hours
that's the last
hours
person I wanted to block. Let me actually go offline and try to figure that out. So sorry, James.
No worries.
James, do you find that there's still fans that hold AFTV to priors from the past? Because I had a long stint where it's funny we're talking about representing the fans, right? Like I don't take a big offense to some a fan channel saying we represent the fans, in the sense that there's so many different personalities. You're gonna like one of them. Personally, when Lee Gunner used to speak, I'm like, yeah, I like what he's saying. When some of the more extremists used to speak, I'm like, okay, you're going over the top. You're a little bit too much for me. And eventually, I essentially kind of, I'm gonna say, fell out of love with the concept of fan cam AFTV, and I went away for a very long time. And then without joking, maybe a month ago, my YouTube feed is just full of Arsenal podcasts. It's all I do. It's Arsenal podcast. And eventually they're playing in my earbuds and AFTV cycles on. And I'm unaware I'm listening to AFTV. Right. And then eventually I check my phone to check the time, and I'm like, holy shit, that's AFTV. And to me, it's like my own surprise, the change between, years ago to what it is now, the productions. And now, as you said, more of a podcast setting, not heated after a bad loss, because if you're heated after a bad loss, I don't know how people do that. because it's hard to keep your emotions in check. But do you feel like, does it frustrate you in a way, or is it just kind of part of the job that you're kind of getting used to? That I'm going to assume that you will still get a few claims like, I'm not going to watch AFTV because of this, and you might be thinking in your head, well, hold on, mate, we haven't done that for years at this point.
Yeah, I think the only way I can say it is this is my style. I kind of approach this for kind of I love that, never left. I kind of
I
approach
accidentally blocked him, and I don't even know if he realized he was blocked. Like I blocked him in trying to get the spammer out, and he's the last person I wanted to block. Sorry, go.
God bless. Sorry, what was the point I was making? Yeah, so if people don't like us, or don't like certain people on the channel, or don't like, honestly, I'm not just saying this. That's really fine. Like, it really is. And you know, sometimes I just rather than in that case, let's not cross paths. Does that make sense? You know, we watch Arsenal, you watch Arsenal, we do whatever. It's a difficult one, because I can understand. I'm not one of these people who's like, I can't believe we're hated. You know, there's also a lot of love. So I think for me, I just try and focus on that. And if I can have a conversation with people, then great. And if they don't see it from my perspective, that's fine. I always try and say, like, I think, you know what I was just saying about not representing fans? I also got to say, I'm not always, it sounds silly, I'm not always representing AFTV. And what I mean by that is, so if someone were to say to me, I've got a problem with what you do, I'd say let's break this down. Yeah, because do you have a problem with what me specifically do? Because that's what I can talk to you about. I can talk to you about my job and my opinions. And I guess the way I'd put it is, it's not exactly the same, but do you hate Sky Sports because you don't think Gary Neville's a good pundit? I think that's the way I want to sort of start readdressing a little bit the way.
Yeah, and I guess the historical thing is, if Sky Sports had a history of trolling people, and I'm not saying AFTV was trolling anyone. I'm just saying, like if they had kind of almost a market strategy of that, or the perception of a market strategy of that, kind of like TalkSport does with Adrian Durham and all that, you know, then yeah, you might actually hate the or have this bias against the platform. But again, I think part of what causes problems and division in our world overall is the inability to see nuance and the inability to care about evolution when it exists. And Logan Paul got to where he was by doing jackassy, obnoxious,
gosh, I don't like that human being,
borderline illegal, insensitive things. Does that, you know, when he was a lot younger, and you know, as a guy who has an 18-year-old son who finds him somewhat amusing at this point, and is, you know, way into KSI and loves this new partnership with the drink. Like how long do you keep holding that against him? Are you willing to, you know, if you have children who have gone through their teenage years and had rough years with you and look like they were headed down a wrong path and then suddenly kind of grow out of it, you know, are you going to hold their past actions against them? And you know, comparing AFTV to your child is a little silly, but you know, I just like people having an open mind rather than a closed mind. And
I think that works both ways, though. And what I mean by that is, you know, if we want nuance in the way AFTV is looked at, we also have to have nuance in the way that we look at certain things. And I think that has been much more present on the channel. This is my opinion. I think it's been much more present on the channel than it's been given credit for. But I also understand why that's not always seen or whatever. You know, it's a difficult one, because amongst those, AFTV isn't perfect even today. You know, the new version, so it's not perfect, and it's not done things perfectly over the years. I would argue that no one is and nothing is, but over those times that people refer to, whoever, certain people or whatever, it did a lot of good as well. Robbie was traveling, following this team everywhere, you know, and there are a lot of people, I saw it firsthand in America, going up to Robbie and saying, like, thank you so much, you know.
I mean, he was mobbed, and I think that bothers a lot of people, is that, you know, the the creators have become celebrities in their own sense. And, you know, I mean, Troops literally has perfected the walk where he goes 5 inches at a time because he just knows that he's going to be stopped for another photo. I love pulling the move where I ask Troops in front of a bunch of people for a photo, and then I hand him my camera so he can take one of me. But you know,
love that.
That never gets old.
Yeah.
But I have a picture of this random guy with me that from Baltimore, and I was looking through my photos. I was like, why did I take so many pictures with that guy? And I'm like, oh, those are the pictures that Troops took. But you know, it's don't hate the player, hate the game. You know, as my people say, it's a sign of the generational shift of what makes popularity and what drives commerce. And, you know, don't hate someone for I guess, trying to take advantage of that. And if you're doing it in a way that actually provides value, which is, I guess, what the argument is based on, what you're providing is value. What Cecil's providing is value. What Lead Judges has provided to me was always value, because, you know, he would have been doing this starting in the 1970s and 1980s had it been around. It's not just a newfound way of becoming famous.
On this question from Owen Young, James, I find this interesting because I always kind of looked at the online behavior to be very different than the behavior that of fans in the stands. And in recent years, you know, more of the chance of, you know, AFTV out has come by. So
we've
with
seen
the negative
happen to Ty as well, like
Ty, it's horrible. And
I thought someone was going to get really hurt, and it seems like that trend of just trolling people and trying to get them for as some sort of trophy has at least subsided a little bit.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, like, Jesus, honestly, just mute them or block them. There's like literally no reason to take that outside of the channel. There's ways of avoiding that. But Joe and Young's question here, you know, James, what are the positives and the negative experiences you've had during the games being associated with AFTV? I mean, pick your choice, by the way, James. If you don't want to share anything too negative, you could just do the positives.
No, look,
do you wear a cup, like a protective cup?
No,
I wear a helmet to my games.
I tend to wear a jacket with a hood because it's so cold.
You wear a helmet like the guy on Something About Mary or something. Baseball. Sorry.
Yeah. I'd say it's pretty. I think it's pretty muted on both ends. You know, I still go, and it's a game, and yeah, the odd person is like, oh, you're that guy. And they're always very polite. You know, and then in terms of negative experiences, again, I mean, personally, I mean, again, I'm speaking for myself, you know, and often when the fan cams are going on, this is why I've got massive respect for Cecil. He often fronts up and does the fan cams and the crowds around him, and I'm sort of, you know, just managing whether it be whatever it is, socials and chatting to fans, and generally, hopefully, enjoying a win as well. Flicking through Twitter, there's nothing better after a win. But you know, yeah, you've had chance. You've had people say things in a direction to us. Some people say things, you know, and
I mean the chance at Robbie. I was at Leicester away last year, and I know it wasn't just at Leicester away, but the chance, you know, the Bender chance.
Yeah, awful. Yeah,
bang out of order. The guy's a human being who is not the. You know,
sure.
I know it's being said just to troll, but like that is not okay. In my mind. If you don't like the guy, fine. I disagree with you that he's a bad guy. He's certainly not the thing that people are saying, and it's just thank God that the guy has the skin to be able to take that. I mean, he knows what he has to put up with, and he doesn't shy away from it. He doesn't get sucked into it either. I looked at him while they were chanting this in the section I was in. I looked at him, and he's just like, what can you do?
Well, I mean, and answering this question as well from Loki, Lovekey, you know, I wouldn't. It's such a weird way to explain it, right? But you're watching the team you love, so things like, do you get hate or do you feel threatened? But then on the other side, you get love, and you know, people want to take pictures sometimes and all that. It sounds really, really weird, but you just don't focus on it. I know that might sound really again. I've said this 1,000 times since I've been here, but I'm only speaking for myself. But I'm normally thinking, oh, Ben White's at right back today. How's that going to look? I'm not really focused too much on everything around. I'm excited to be there. I'm not one of the fans that's had the pleasure of being able to go all the time. My family, have a season ticket, but I don't always get to go. Away games, I did some. I wasn't able to do so. When I do go, I just really want to just enjoy it, and I get that sort of buzz before and after games. And I don't really focus on these other things. And the thing I always say is, I think everyone can coexist. Personally, I think we can do our thing, and I think we can keep trying to always better ourselves. And I think fans can have opinions, whether they love or don't like and hate, whatever it is, and we all get on just supporting Arsenal. And it's a really good time to be supporting Arsenal, in my opinion. I'm feeling really positive, about this team.
The number of folks focusing on a fan channel being part of any kind of problem at this point, if the club is succeeding, if the content of the channel is reflecting the performance of the team, which when things were bad, that's exactly what was happening. It just wasn't pleasant. I don't see how you could say anything about it. So, again, I try to be genuine with my, I don't play to other people, and their opinions. I've always said, I've had the fortune, I guess, or the intrigue of meeting the vast majority, and added a handful of more to my collection of people that I've actually had conversations with and gotten to know from AFTV over the years. And I can say that there are honestly only 2 cunts that I've met that are associated with AFTV, and one's in prison, one's in Spain. And everyone else that I've met has been very, very nice, very, very, smart. I mean, the conversations I've had privately are about business and about, economics and, the economics of fan channels necessarily. But it's fascinating. And I feel bad for people who are rushing to judgment based on something less than that. They're entitled to their opinion. But you know what? And I think from reading some of the comments in chat, I think you are a big part of helping to change some of those opinions.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think the last thing I'd say on it is I'll always shake anyone's hand and chat to anyone. Always, whatever the views, and I'd always sort of love to give my perspective and how I see it, and whatever. Always open for that, chat and conversation, shake hands, even just to chat about Arsenal, whatever. But also, I think it's just sort of one last thing is that, these guys, that I work with, that I spend a lot of time with, they're massive Arsenal fans. Massive Arsenal fans. And I think sometimes that just gets forgotten a little bit. But look, I've been there nearly 2 years and I've loved it. It's been an amazing work environment. It's been amazing for me to, be talking about the club I love every day. I feel very lucky. I feel very privileged. And interesting when you guys were asking James Benge about how he does it as a journalist, being able to detach and do the. I always find, and this is when I know I'm in a very lucky position. I found being at home watching a game, Arsenal lose 3-1 to Villa on the opening day of the season, and I just want to tear my hair out, and I'm just so frustrated. And AFTV, at least from my perspective, just for me personally, has allowed me a way to. It's almost been therapeutic. Like I can deal with it there and then I kind of leave it at the door. And it's hard. I'm still flicking through Twitter. I'm still everything, but it's allowed me to just sort of go right. Focus on the rest of life.
Well, and the alternative to that is you take a video of yourself standing under a ceiling fan, screaming at the top of your lungs, like that guy from Chelsea, who I absolutely love that guy. But James, we got to get your top 4, your bottom 3, and a surprise pick real quick, and then we're gonna blow Luke Kovac's mind. So who do you have winning the league?
I have City winning it, although they didn't look good. I've got to say, they didn't look good against Liverpool, but I think they'll get their act together. I then got Liverpool second, Spurs third, Arsenal fourth. I don't think there'll be a lot in it. But I actually think we're going to get to fourth. I actually do believe that.
You just matched the other James B.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
And your bottom three?
I can't remember what he said, but I'm going Fulham, Bournemouth, Leeds.
Okay.
And then my surprise, is it a team to do really well or badly? Or
It's anything football related that would sound kind of like people have said, Bergkamp to return home, Jesus to score more goals than Kane. Just anything that you think would not normally be odds on.
It's not. This really is not a hot take, but I think people are writing Leicester off. I think they'll be good again. I think they had a year of trying to balance European football. Yeah, people thought it'd gone stale for Rodgers, and I think
it has.
Somebody said they were going to get relegated or something.
Yeah, someone had the opposite. Someone had the opposite take of that. Yeah. Relegation was. Who said? Leicester will struggle. Kevin Campbell said Leicester will struggle.
There you go.
As his, he knows a thing or two.
I mean, listen to the experts. I just have this feeling that I think they're going to do some bit. They've done no business. I think they'll do some business before the end of the season.
Someone did. Who was it that actually did say a manager would rip his shirt off during the? That was Jacob. Poorly drawn Arsenal.
Right.
That is awesome. Will celebrate by taking his shirt off. So, James, hey man, I see our relationship from a podcasting perspective and from a communication standpoint taking off because I really, really enjoy your company.
Thank you.
I enjoy what you bring to the table. You're a credit to an organization that hopefully people will start to see for what it is, or just stop seeing and stop complaining about if they don't like it. But
it's been Mike. It's been it's a pleasure meeting you out in Orlando, and it's been an absolute pleasure being on the show. And I just want to say a massive thank you for what you do. Gooners v Cancer. It's a really sort of special thing, and this this stream and everything. I think I was 10 or 11. My mother was diagnosed with cancer. She battled through and survived. But I remember those days. Even though I was 11, it kind of maybe 12. But anyway, it sticks with you. And I think it's just an amazing cause, an amazing fight, and I've got so much love and time and respect for just this platform, what it's doing. So thank you for having me. It's a real honor.
I appreciate it, and stay tuned for some collaboration. There's going to be an announcement coming pretty soon, I think. I
look forward to that. I really look forward to that.
Some fun ways to help the charity and get to know a little bit more about the good stuff going on at AFTV. Again, not trying to change minds, just open minds. That's all.
Hell, dude, just chatting with James changed my mind a little bit. James, it was absolutely.
That's why I was glad that you're on, because we've gone toe to toe on this subject, and all I want to try to do, Mikey, is open your mind to certain things.
Yeah, I'm still gonna bust your balls just for fun, but
okay,
you totally,
James, appreciate it, man.
A big thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest.
So we had a chat a couple of seconds ago that said from Luke Kovac, I'm about half an hour behind. The two Jameses after Tom Canton. If you pull out Andrew from Arsblog next, I think I might implode. Class charity, class preseason. Thank you, Bristol, England. Here's Andrew from Arsblog.
Well.
Now, from Arsblog News, Andrew Allen. Now, next will be Andrew Mangan, Arsblog. So when you catch up to this, you're gonna go nuts. But Andrew, my friend, how you been?
I'm good, Frank. I'm good, mate. How you doing?
I'm starting to get a little tired. I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah, I can imagine. You've been it's been a pretty epic undertaking so far. And what, are you halfway through yet?
We've reached the halfway part. I believe this is a continuation of the second half of hour 16 out of 27. So normally this is if I had woken up a minute before we went live, this is about the time a person would normally be putting their head down to go to sleep, and I'm nowhere near either one of those things.
What are you using to stay awake? Are you on energy drinks? Okay, yeah.
I started off
all the energy drinks.
Yeah, I'm going to turn into. I now play for Salzburg, Red Bull Salzburg. I own 50% plus one of that team, I believe.
Just a few minutes ago, I saw him mix a Red Bull and a Rockstar. He just put them both in one, just mixed it up,
and poured some cocaine in there,
just for good measure.
Yeah,
I'll keep an eye out for the heart attack later in the show. Then.
Yeah, the vodka Red Bull.
The grand finale
hour, I'll start mixing in the vodka, because at that point what have I got to lose? So we've had some pretty back-to-back appearances now for us, and each time you seem to be setting the stage for the big man, but we don't want to. We don't want that to be your legacy here at the Gooners podcast. So, so Andrew, tell us a little bit about for those that weren't watching when you were on with us a month or two ago. Tell us about yourself, your kind of your role with Arsblog News, and is it deputy editor of?
Well, I mean, it's the title I just made up on the hook. So yeah, I mean, it's something
founder of Arsblog News, I think, was what
we
ended up with.
I mean, Andrew and I started working together about 11 years ago on Arsblog News. He was looking for a couple of people to kind of come in and help him get the site up and running. And man, I just can't believe where 11 years have gone. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just the other day we were kind of looking through some old stories, and we were just kind of like slightly mind blown by all the stuff that's happened, and actually all the stuff that you forget about that's happened. But yeah, he's put up with me for 11 years. He continues to deal with the bad feedback that I get from my articles. But somehow he allows me to stick around. It's all good.
Yeah, that's kind of the same relationship I have with Mikey. And you know, it's a good symbiotic partnership. It's great stuff to read. You know, you I think you covered for him while he was on vacay. You were like Mackenzie Culkin. Is it Mackenzie Culkin? The hell is his name?
Mackenzie Crook.
No, the Home Alone kid.
Oh yeah,
Macaulay Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin. Yeah.
Yeah. Did he leave you with the keys? And did Joe Pesci come into the website and try to steal everything?
Well, I mean, look. Luckily, this time I was able to trash the place with two other guys. So Arsblog Tom, who always helps fill out, and Tim Stillman was around.
Nice.
Basically,
I can see Tim absolutely wrecking a hotel room.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The man's crazy. You can't take him anywhere. Yeah, I mean, it's always fun covering for Andrew. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I'm fascinated that he finds something new to write about every single day. So I was glad to, on this occasion, be able to sort of share the burden, because you can spend a lot of the day trying to think about, oh my God, what am I going to write about if nothing happens? And at this time of the season, well, a couple of weeks ago, it was a little bit quiet. Thankfully, the US tour was going on. It looked like you had a pretty incredible time on that. So did the players.
To say the least. I mean, it was phenomenal. Just being able to wear all those different hats and have fun with fans, with access to players through the media, access to players from fan events. Just you and Andrew, and we'll talk to Andrew about this in a few minutes, sorely missed during the having spent the last summer tour in the States, a good bit of it with Andrew. I'm surprised he didn't move heaven and earth to come to this one. But
yeah, I think
I know he's not a big fan of Florida, and I can understand why.
I think when the details dropped for it as well, it was sort of a little bit earlier in the year, and I think Andrew at the time was kind of had his eye on Spain, so fair enough. Easing himself back into international travel. But I'd love to come out to one of them. I think there's talk about the players going down to Australia next year, and my brother lives
pretty solid.
My brother lives down there, so there's a sort of outside chance I might try and combine the two things and go watch the players, do some Aussie stuff. Have you planned any trips over? You coming back over to London anytime soon?
I will be there in 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
3 weeks time. I will be over for 2 weddings and 3 Arsenal games, and a live event, which I would hope that you will join us for. Gabe Maillard.
Sure.
He was on with us a few hours ago, and I met him through Elliot and the great production job he's done on the live events this last year or so, and he's agreed to do ours. We're going to do kind of a mini version. We've sold out the Union Chapel 4 times over for 4 consecutive nights, but even with that, we've decided to do it in a 100-person venue. But yeah, I'll be over the 2nd of September. We're going to do a live event. Just love to collect as many fun, interesting people there as that we can. and you fall into that category. So we'll have more
Oh, you're
details.
too kind.
That. But
no, that sounds good. Which game is that for? I can't remember.
Fulham home. I will be extremely hungover from Tom Canton's wedding, but I will make it there. Villa midweek at home, and then the event on Friday night, and then United away. Never been to Old Trafford before. I've been to the Etihad, never been to Old Trafford.
It's a dump.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the experience. That third game,
one of those storied stadiums where like the history carries it more than the actual experience.
It looks all right when you're inside, but from the outside, you're not missing much. It's a bit of an eyesore. It's a real hodgepodge of sort of different architecture, and I mean, I think they're well aware that they need to upgrade their stadium, but it's big. You've got that going for it, and we're guaranteed to concede at least 2 goals. So there's also that.
There's that. The third game up in Manchester was the one where I kind of lost my wife a little bit. I mean, I didn't lose my wife, but like her interest in this trip being a vacation for the two of us after dropping my son off at college, it became a little too much about Arsenal. But I'm banking on the fact that she's going to enjoy it anyway.
Which college is he going to?
James Madison University here in Virginia.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's looking forward to it. I'm not, because the guy's like my buddy, man. I'm gonna miss him.
He is your best friend.
Fly in the nest.
I'm trying to convince Mike to head out for late April. Me and my mate Chris are going to be out there, and if there's a better tour guide out there, I doubt it. And I'm trying to convince Mikey to go.
I run a mean spreadsheet when it comes to
Mikey's like, I could swing by England real quick.
I've got people asking me, they're like, I'm doing a trip over and I saw your trip last year with your son. Can you give me all your secrets? And I'm like, it's not like a mind, but like it's a lot of work. Like I can't just, it's a lot of stuff to plan, and a lot of it can't even take form until like 3 weeks before the actual games themselves.
You need to add that to the list of Patreon rewards that you guys hand out.
That along with the late night texts of you up.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we do need to do that.
Still for the low fee of $9,999.99, correct?
Per month.
Per month, entry level. Yeah,
per month. Entry level. We've got to find a good entry level that might actually get some people in that. But so how invested were you in the 3 Lionesses in the Euros? I mean, from a coverage standpoint and or just fandom.
Yeah, I mean, look, I tuned into all but one of the games where I had a kind of clash with a social event, but I thought it was great. I mean, there was a genuine sense of togetherness, which in this country has been sorely lacking over the course of the last few years. And there was a real lovely kind of, I think it was just a brilliant occasion for people. That crowd, 87,192. I mean, as they said, like the highest for any UEFA event, men or women. I mean, that is just phenomenal. And, I wish them all the best. I hope they go on to, as they kept saying, this is a building block and all the rest of it. I mean, from a site point of view, I mean, you saw Tim was going left, right and center. I think he went to 9 games in total. He was at Wembley, obviously, after the final. So I did a little nice sort of roundup report, which was really lovely to be able to do. And people really appreciated that. And, I was looking in the back end of the numbers. It's unsurprising for anyone to hear that, by and large, the women's section of the site doesn't get anywhere near the traffic of the men's. But for that particular story, huge traffic. And like 99% of the comments were positive. Now, the first ever story on Arsblog News 11 years ago was about Arsenal women winning the FA Cup, I think it was. We've come a bloody long way since there. Like Tim single-handedly is kind of, well, not single-handedly. I mean, Tim has built a team around him, which is creating incredible content. And I genuinely believe the club appreciate his efforts, because it is raising the profile of the women's team and the women's games and all the rest of it. After the game, my mum was like, I want to go to the women's North London derby. So we booked 4 tickets. I was having a look on the website yesterday, and, it's selling like hotcakes. So, I expect this is going to be a big, there should be a big halo effect off the back of the final, I think.
there's gonna be a halo effect in that I think I might just be headed for some hot cakes myself. So yeah, I mean, I think it's great. We've really kind of come round and round to it on this podcast. I was absolutely thrilled. I support England in every sporting endeavor for whatever reason. Even the ruggers and the cricket. I remember the morning of We Care Do You. I'll never. These two are
morning
intertwined because I was in a hotel room, hungover AF in Denver, the night after we I think went for the Mexican food, Mikey, and I woke up.
Call it that.
I woke up on the game day to the We Care Do You thing, mixed with the most incredible cricket World Cup finale or whatever I don't even know how to describe it, but from what I understood about cricket, it was
I mean, I'm not a huge cricket fan, but that was a cricket match that had me jumping up and down like it was an Arsenal win. Like,
unfortunately,
it was just
I couldn't watch it, so I was like hitting refresh to find out what the next over, like the next pitch. I was living and dying with it. It was incredible, and this was like at 4:00 in the morning, U.S. time or Denver time. Anyway,
I think that Andrew was out with you on that bit of the tour. I think because I remember I was covering for Arsblog, and I actually think I wrote about the cricket. And I think the same day there was a Wimbledon final between Federer and Djokovic.
Yeah,
and
that was on right after the cricket ended. It was the Wimbledon final, and that was well, Andrew had come straight out to LA. He skipped the Denver part, which was amusing because that's when Josh Kroenke granted his interview, but he had flown out to LA to do a show with Elliot, and then waited for the team in LA. But so that was about the day before. But how did we get on that? Oh, just my support for England and its teams. I just love it, and seeing the scenes in Trafalgar Square and the love for the sport. It's just it's got to be a really interesting time to be over in England right now from a sporting perspective.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was funny because I think a lot of football fans, when they looked at this summer, they were like, oh, there should have been a men's World Cup there, and it's never quite the same when you kind of lose that 4-week period that covers you sort of in the build up to pre-season. And this really, I mean, from an English perspective anyway, really filled the gap nicely. It really massively helped, I think, from my perspective, and I think obviously a lot of Arsenal fans, that two of the key players in the teams were, Leah Williamson, the captain, and then Beth Mead, who's been voted player of the tournament and top goal scorer. So, their profile has the potential to go through the roof now. I was reading before the tournament that Leah Williamson had sort of signed a deal with Gucci. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be Gucci on Sunday and Boreham Wood on the Saturday or whatever. But yeah, there'll be an interesting balance for her to get over. But I just love her. I think she's got such such sort of Tony Adams energy about her. There's there's a real sort of serious captain's vibe about her. Whenever I see her talking, it seemed pretty clear yesterday that she was one of the few that wasn't absolutely hungover to shit. Some of the girls who were on stage in Trafalgar Square singing karaoke looked like, they might wake up this morning and go, "Oh my God, what have I done?"
Yeah, I mean, they're making the most out of it, as they should. I mean, when our local hockey team won, the Washington Capitals won the Stanley Cup for their one and only time, there was like a 4-day period where they just paraded around Washington, D.C., drinking as much as you could. Like they were ending up like passing out in like public fountains and stuff. I mean, and everyone just loved them for it. It was great.
I was going to ask you a question, actually. So obviously the Kroenke franchise, the Colorado Avalanche, won the Stanley Cup, and they've helped the LA Rams to a Super Bowl. What's the general vibe in the States about what the Kroenkes mean to sports over there? I mean, I know that obviously his reputation in St. Louis is, still mud. I'm kind of curious.
Least,
yeah. Forever.
Yeah, I mean, what he did to the city of St. Louis is, the home city, home state, is inexcusable. And I spend a lot of time visiting my daughter, who goes to uni in Missouri, and they're not fans of him there. It's in America. There's just so much sport and so many, and it's so spread out that I don't think like the average person in Virginia, where I live, has an opinion on Stan Kroenke if they're not an Arsenal fan, because none of his, or if you're in Florida or if you're in Texas, New York, the high population areas, Stan Kroenke is just another rich white American male owner, and in that regard, he's not popular, but it really is kind of the bigger thing for me is seeing how American Arsenal fans or even English Arsenal fans and supporters deal with his success in other areas, and we have it on very good authority from Aston, who had FaceTime. He's the only one in the fan or media who had FaceTime with both Josh and Stan Kroenke, and really got a sense and an intuition on what their feelings were about this kind of renaissance in KSE. And as he'll tell you when he comes back very shortly, they said we're next. That they're so that this concept of these questions that people would ask that I almost thought were silly, like will winning the Super Bowl make them want this more for Arsenal? Will winning the Stanley Cup now make them want this more for Arsenal? And I'm like, they're the consummate businessman. You just you just don't necessarily know. I actually do now believe that they're like, you know what, we want to keep this thing going, and it's either the Denver Nuggets basketball team or us that's next. And I think it should be us.
Yeah, well, I mean, from what we can tell, I mean, they're obviously a proactive force within the club now when it comes to decision making and signing off on deals and stuff. I mean, I know that you and I have gone back and forth on the previous time I chatted to you about where that money might be coming from. I mean, obviously there's a question mark on what the terms are that are attached to it, but we have to assume that they're doing it in good faith at the moment. They don't appear to be heading towards any major international sanctions or anything like that, like a Roman Abramovich. So I think we're relatively safe in their hands at the moment. But yeah, quite.
That we know of.
That we know of. Yeah. No, I mean, look, at this point in the summer, I think if you'd said to me in May that we would have signed 5 players going into the start of the season, that one of those would be able to cover at left back and in central midfield, that they'd also have a striker as good as Gabriel Jesus, I'd be pretty damn pleased with things. I think we still got some work to maybe get done before the end of the window, but it doesn't look like anything's going to happen incoming wise before Friday, that's for sure. But by and large, I have to say I'm relatively excited about things. I've just been writing last night I was writing the Arse blog, kind of big season preview thing that Tim and Andrew and I tend to put together each year, and I'm looking for things to get worried about. And at the moment it's like maybe we're one striker down. Maybe we could do with someone a bit more specialized providing backup at right back, but otherwise I'm kind of like I like this team.
So, Andrew, out of curiosity, did your perspective change in the last couple of years of the Kroenkes? Like, did you have a more negative thought process about them? So I'm always curious about the whole when is it enough, or how much change you need to see, because, other than like Gary Neville that can't work out what we're doing, I like to believe that most Arsenal fans could see exactly what's going on. Edu was really transparent in his last interview. So you get a sense, as you said, that they seem to be more involved and very proactive in a very positive way. So like you just mentioned, it's very difficult to find negatives or things to worry about. So did you ever have like a switch on moment where you potentially were like, man, these owners potentially, man, they don't care, to, okay, now they're changing their ways?
I'd stop short of saying that I trust them, and I'd stop short of saying that they've won me over. Absolutely, we're not there yet for sure. The decision making around the Super League thing, I found hugely offensive. I understand why they did it, but I was wholly against it, and I was there at the protest. I take umbrage with the idea that it's only since they took full ownership that they suddenly felt like they needed to sort of be proactive in some of the decision making, as if, you know, they were allowed or were happy with them being majority owners, but allowing the club to kind of just fall into this state of disrepair on their watch. I feel like there's been a certain amount of revisionism around a lot of that. I think what they found in Arteta in particular is there's someone who wanted to plot out a 5-year plan. And to be honest, a bit like under Arsene Wenger, they kind of just do what they're told. I mean, that sounds really weird, doesn't it? But they seem more content with strong figureheads underneath them who are able to do the legwork, and then they'll go, okay, we'll put our checkbook to that. Arsene obviously operated in a different way, because he didn't really go cap in hand to them asking for huge amounts of money, because he always believed more in the self-sustaining model. The way we've got to now is that Arteta feels that we have to speculate to accumulate, and I think they've realized that too. They're businessmen. They can't afford to have the product out of the Premier League for too much longer, really. I don't know. I think they're working in the right direction. If they keep, I think Josh is doing well to maintain some level of fan contact, and I think small things like that are appreciated. I notice that more than anything, it's filtering down to the rest of the infrastructure. Vinay is a very public presence. And he works very hard with the rest of the team to try and maintain social contact with people, but to also sort of touch on serious issues. I think you're seeing a lot of that with the club. They're really trying to connect with gay fans of various minorities, and I think the new generation of supporters coming through appreciates that. So
I'm
yeah,
still waiting for the Jewish fan invite, but to be fair, they
had
wish
been a
me
you,
happy
Mike.
holidays that I didn't even know were Jewish holidays, to be honest with you, and I'm Jewish, so I do think that they're sensitive in that way. We are bringing in now the Podfather himself. Again, Luke Kovac, who asked about half an hour ago. He's like, all these great guests, if you pull Arsblog out of your ass or something. Those weren't the words that he used, so don't worry, Andrew. He's like, I'll fall over here. Yeah, he said,
paraphrasing,
if you pull out Andrew from Arsblog next, I think I might implode. So he'll be imploding soon. Welcome, Andrew.
In 42 minutes time, he'll implode.
Yeah. You always have to bring your ass into things, Mike. So
it is. Now, you made up this thing about not liking Florida basically because I was going to be in Florida. Did you not?
I didn't say anything negative about Florida whatsoever. I was on holidays. It had nothing to do with, giant Mickeys in Orlando or anything like that. So
Mickeys that may or may not have been slipped to James while he was there.
There's all kinds of Mickeys. It has a lot of meanings on this side of the pond. So whether it's a giant mouse or something else, but no, I mean, look, I could see that you obviously had a great time. It's almost as if you thrive on being the center of attention. I'm not sure if
I never really had it put to me that way by everybody.
I found that out when I met him at New Orleans, and he literally pushed me out of the frame of the shot. We were going to take a picture. That's when I thought maybe my friend Mike has an issue.
I was watching
we have an off-camera relationship until very recently, so it's
sure. It was quite funny. I was watching the highlights of the Chelsea game, whatever was it last Saturday, and Sunday morning I got up and I was doing the blog and I was watching the highlights of the Chelsea game, and I think it could have been when the first goal goes in, it cuts to a shot of the crowd and who's there right
looking
in the
at my phone.
Looking at your phone, yeah.
What I was doing was I was getting it into video taking mode so that because I have a video from like 5 seconds later of everybody cheering and celebrating. I wasn't like watching porn or anything like that.
No escape. No escape. That's all. That was my point. There's no escape.
Yeah. Now you've said on many occasions with a wistful look in your eye that there doesn't seem to be an escape from me, and I think Kaya and James got that firsthand. Andrew, I know that you had said you needed to cut out right around noon or midday.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off. I'll leave you with the boss, and I'll just keep my eye out for some, breaking Lucas Torreira to Galatasaray news or something similar.
Beautiful. That's what we need. Really quick, top 4, bottom 3, and a kind of a surprising prediction that might not be
Okay.
thought to be on.
I've got City to win, Liverpool second, Chelsea third, Arsenal fourth.
Okay.
I'm
So
going
I've seen
against.
Chelsea go, but
Yeah, no, I just feel like they'll get their shit together at some point.
I'll
And then
take
to go down, Fulham, Forest, and Leeds, because obviously I hate Leeds United.
Okay.
And then surprising thing, Santi Cazorla to return to Arsenal in some form.
I don't think we've had that one yet. No, actually, we had someone that said Bergkamp or Santi Cazorla to come back.
Well, I'm going with Santi. I'm sorry to not be original, but
well,
I like it.
That's okay. Do you like it? Do you like it? Whoa!
All
right. So here we go. Thank you.
Cheers,
Andrew.
guys.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Best of luck for the
Good
rest
to
of
talk to you again.
the rest of the 16 hours.
Yeah, we are now in hour 17. Thank you, Andrew. Hour 17 of 27. We're in the home stretch, if we could call it that. 10 hours to the end of the podcast. And as we're at the top of the hour, real quick, we need to do a prize draw, as promised. And this prize draw is for a Ruth Beck art painting of Highbury, the staircase to blocks A through F, and lavatories, which is something that I could really use right now. So let's get
the catheter. No, you're not just sitting here for 27 hours with a catheter and a bucket.
Not a catheter, but yeah. The dedication, Andrew, to my craft is otherworldly. All right, so the drawing for the Ruth Beck art print. Please don't make me do 18 draws, because at this point we're having a lot of repeat winners here. Alexander Smith. I don't think Alexander has won anything. So Alexander now has won a Ruth Beck art print. Alexander, thank you for your generous donation. And you have won this piece of art from Ruth Beck. So congratulations. Let me just put his name in there. And then Mikey, when we've had Andrew on, have you been? I always forget who my co-hosts are for various podcasts. Have you formally met?
No, sir. This is my first time. I've missed them various times, unfortunately, throughout my horrible work schedule and our time frames. But yeah, this is the first time I get to podcast with the Podfather, as you dubbed him.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I didn't dub him that.
This might shock you, Andrew. Big fan.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So I had a question just based on the Ruth Beck pictures, and Highbury has been a point of conversation a lot of times. And as a younger fan that only got a handful of years watching Arsenal and Highbury, I've always been kind of curious about something. Like, everybody talks about how great of a stadium it was, and how it encompassed what Arsenal was. Do you think that's largely a contributing factor, is that we were just a more successful club? Like when I think about Highbury, I think about good shit 24/7, and I think about Emirates, yes, the FA Cups, but at the same time I'm like,
you just think of constant struggle and grinding.
Like there's score lines that are still scarred in my head that I wish they weren't there. All right, put it that way. So I was just kind of,
we weren't losing 6-0 to Chelsea at Highbury. It just didn't feel like it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's just the history, isn't it? The amount of years that Arsenal were there, and the amount of teams. Like, it's not as if there weren't some difficult times when Arsenal were at Highbury. Periods where we didn't win very much and when the team wasn't very good. But because of that accumulation of history and accumulation of trophies and amazing players, which it culminated, didn't it? Like, almost at the peak of, I know we'd sort of gone beyond, but like the final year at Highbury, we got to the Champions League final. Before that, we'd won the FA Cup, 2003, 2004, maybe the best Arsenal team many people have seen. So I think the kind of it's like watching a movie where you're sort of going, I'm not sure about this movie, but then the last 20 minutes are amazing. So, it keeps you, it sort of, not colors or whatever, it informs what you think about that movie. But look, there was just so many years and so much history at Highbury. And yeah, I think it's fair to say as well that we haven't really had that kind of in-stadium success at the Emirates that we had at Highbury, where you're celebrating a league title and everybody's in the stadium. You've just beaten Everton 4-0 on a sunny day. We haven't had that moment. We've had success. We've had some great nights, some great results. And when we've won things, it's been away from the Emirates, at Wembley or at Cardiff or whatever it is. Well, no, just at Wembley, obviously. So I think that's something that's missing for sure. And it'd be nice.
Does a big achievement there finally end that, or will it always be that and that Highbury was where we left our soul? And along with that, where do you stand on the practicality? Not what was said at the time by Gazidis or by Peter Hillwood or any of those characters, but could we have maintained our status as a top club or a should-be top club with the economics and the and the logistics of still being at Highbury in 2022?
I don't think so, because they couldn't expand it anymore. So you're always going to be restricted. I think the capacity in the end was 38,500, something like that. And, I think what kind of gets lost in the mist of time is that when we, as a club, decided to move to the Emirates, having a bigger stadium, when you look around at what Real Madrid are playing in, what Bayern Munich are playing in, what Barcelona were playing in, the biggest clubs had the biggest stadiums, and there was a direct correlation between the size of your stadium, the amount of revenue you brought in from matches, and then what kind of financial power you had in the game. So the plan was obviously to increase the capacity by, over a third, I think, over 22,000, something like that. Increase, for better or worse. I know people have their own opinions on this, the sort of corporate facilities and things like Diamond Club and club level and all those kind of things, which are there to bring in revenue, which in the football landscape at the time was really the only way that people could envisage increasing your revenue and increasing your firepower in the market, in the transfer market. And then just as we were putting that plan in place and we'd broken ground, football changed when Abramovich came along. And then, it didn't matter. Chelsea could play in a 20,000 seater stadium, but they had the billions of Abramovich. And what it did to the way football operates financially, I think, is something we're still trying to come to terms with, because, back then it was a great plan. How do we make ourselves better? How do we make ourselves bigger? Let's invest in a stadium. It's going to cost us a lot of money, but we're going to be able to generate a lot more revenue. Therefore, we're going to be able to buy better players. We're going to have a better team. And all of a sudden, it's oligarchs and nation states and oil
and worldwide recession. And I mean, what happened in 2008 may not be on the radar for most football fans, but it certainly is when it comes to how that impacted Arsenal. And it was literally a shitstorm of shit that made the struggle, and it made the job that Arsene Wenger did, keeping us in Champions League money for all that time, even more impressive, though it might not have felt so at the time.
No, I mean, there's another aspect to this, which I think, is a pet theory of mine, which I've yet to really expand on. But, you'll remember, Mike, what a struggle it was to get the Emirates built, and they had to tie themselves into fairly restrictive deals, to get some money up front. So they signed 50 million with Nike for like 500 years or whatever it was, and Emirates and all those kind.
They wanted long-term guaranteed income rather than
but they had to do it in order to get the money. I mean, there was a mortgage, there were loans, there were sponsorship deals, there was all of this kind of stuff, right? And it was a struggle, and there was a lot going on. To find a place that was close enough to Highbury. There was talk of Wembley. David Dean wanted us to move to Wembley. There was talk of Milton Keynes, if I remember correctly, moving out that way, all that kind of stuff. So to be able to build a stadium where we built it so close to Highbury was amazing, but it was a lot of work, and there was a lot of talk about how Arsenal were financially restricted, and I remember talk about maybe wages weren't going to be paid at one point because there was so much machinations behind the scenes to raise the money to get this thing done. And it was such hard work, and the hours that went into building it, planning it, putting it all together, etc., etc. And I feel like when KSE, when Stan Kroenke got involved, when Ivan Gazidis came on board, Arsenal were top four season after season after season. They had this beautiful new stadium, incredible facilities, incredible training ground, all that kind of stuff. And I don't think they ever really understood the hardship of A, leaving Highbury, of B, making that stadium happen. And I always felt like they kind of coasted on that a little bit. They coasted on it. They thought, well, we'll always get top four, so we can just do what we do. We've got a beautiful stadium. We don't have to do much else. This is a sort of self-perpetuating money machine, if you like. And
you could have made the right decision, but been very naive about how you actually executed it at the same time. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, who wanted... While financial fair play was getting ready to set in, and Manchester City and Chelsea took preventative action to make sure that they could, at least cheat less noticeably once it started, Arsenal was not in a position to do even anything. I mean, not even just because of the lack of, the amount of debt with the stadium, but because we didn't have an owner at the time.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean that's another aspect of everything that happened in the second half of Arsene Wenger's time at the club was the Cold War, if you like. So yeah, look, I mean, you'd like to think we're in a better place right now, but I do wonder if when they look back on it, KSE might think, we kind of took our eye off the ball a little bit. We just sort of went in and assumed everything would be hunky dory the way it always was, but yeah, there you go. So I have to think about that theory a bit more, but I do feel like that contributed a lot to some of the underperformance or lack of success, if you like. And I'm not blind to the fact that other clubs came along and had a lot more money and spent it and took some of our best players and all that kind of stuff. But there you go.
Well, the 43 of you in the audience right now have just seen the workshopping of a concept and an idea. Andrew will, of course, perfect this now, and it will be appearing on an upcoming Arscast Extra, where he will give no credit to Mike and I for helping you through this process of the creative process.
Yeah. Oh no, look, I will. Footnotes, isn't that what they call it? You just get a little.
The only time I can get mentioned on the Arscast is as a gerbil.
Andrew, is there any part
of course,
you that
overlooking the obvious plug that you gave to Gooners versus Cancer, which had a massive impact? So thank you for that. I don't want to
thank you so much for that, Andrew. Yes, I said, is there any so I like to believe there's no world in which staying at Highbury would be more beneficial in today's market. So I look at Emirates as a necessary move, but do you think had Stan Kroenke acquired the 100% ownership and wasn't going through that tug of war a few years earlier, do you think he would have had the same behavior of spending and acquire, and I'm going to use the term investing, and I know that's a little, I'm going to just say that's a gray area because I know a lot of people are like, it's loans, however you want to slice that. But you think had he achieved the 100% ownership maybe 5 years earlier from Gazidis,
while we were getting Champions League money,
let me
refine the question if I can build on it.
Go for it.
He's spending money now because he's 100% owner, but when he became 100% owner, he had to dig out of a massive hole by spending money. If instead, when we were getting fourth, cruising along, getting third occasionally, getting Champions League money and running a profit every single year, he then got 100% ownership. Would he have had the impetus to go, I don't want to be third or fourth anymore. I want to be first?
There's a $64,000 question. I mean,
I can answer one of those. I have experience answering that.
Yeah. Let me see. I don't know. I think we've gone through, like, he was always very hands off, wasn't he, when Arsene was in charge? Like, he deferred to Arsene from a footballing perspective.
To a fault, yeah.
To a fault, yeah, absolutely. And even when Arsene left, he deferred to the people who were at the club to a considerable fault. I think the reason we're spending
he was
now
filling that vacuum that was, I think, caused by the whole stalemate between
Yeah.
Usmanov and Kroenke. That's my theory, anyway. I'm
Part-
workshopping that right now.
part of it. I think they're spending now because they have to. There was pressure on them. You remember summer of 2019, the We Care, Do You? I'm not saying that that's why they spend, but look, when you're a club when your trajectory is going that way, you need to act to, first stabilize it, plateau, and then work your way back up. But I think what's probably most encouraging now about Arsenal is that what we're doing, whether it all works or not, and I think, some of it will work, some of it won't work. We'll have good days and bad days. As always, it feels like it's being done with a plan in mind, with some strategy, with some coherence, with some intelligence. We're not trying to find sticking plasters anymore. We're not trying to just desperately hang on and see if we can hang on the coattails of the teams that are finishing in the top 4. We know we've got to do things differently. We've had to do things differently to get ourselves back to where we want to get to. So it's taken them too long to realize that they needed to be on top of things at Arsenal. Like I said, I think they just kind of thought, well, it'll keep going, and maybe a couple of 8th place finishes have opened their eyes to that. Mitigating circumstances, of course. We all know how difficult it's been with COVID and everything else. But, there's no question that they are spending more since they took 100% ownership. But also, since they took 100% ownership, we've, had 2 of our worst seasons in 25 years, whatever it is. So they're responsible for that. They can't look at it and go, how did that happen?
Oh yeah, no, that 100% they're responsible for it, and they're spending their way out of it. But I also think the more important thing is, and this is as evidenced by our friend Aston Mack, who should be in here shortly, who he got the experience of being in the owner's box with Josh and Stan and Vinay and Zinchenko and who probably didn't comment too much on the ownership strategy, but he was the one person that got FaceTime with them in the fan base or media combined, and has told us that there is recognition, there is Stan there's a dynamic that's going on where Stan says, I want to get me a Champions League, like literally that's what he said.
He's gonna want to claim the trophy too, just like the Super Bowl. He's gonna want to be there.
He's gonna run onto the
He's gonna be the one that lifted it.
He said, "I want to get me a Champions League."
That is basically how I hope we have a crossover where Aston shows up, because he was like, I'm taking you all out for dinner when we win us that Champions League. Like
we're all going line dancing.
Yeah, we're going on a sizzler.
I'm taking you boys to Hooters.
Oh my God. I mean, I'm just envisioning this thing. I mean, I don't know how Aston even remembers this. My mind would have been spinning, but so I don't know what's worse or what's better. What's worse is, that he goes, I want to get me one of them Champions League thingies, or the fact that he actually said that and is aware of the fact that there is something beyond the FA Cup that we can go after.
Yeah, well, look,
I thought the FA Cup was the Super Bowl to him.
Well, look, the Rams have won the Super Bowl. The
Colorado Avalanche.
The Colorado Avalanche.
Very impressive building from in the American model from worst to first.
The thing about it is that when every American sports fan I talk to about Kroenke in the 10 years or whatever since he's been involved, maybe longer, it's obviously longer, it's about 15 years now, isn't it? It was always like they preside over middling sports franchises which don't really win anything. I know the whole US sports system is different when it comes to how you can show ambition, how you invest, how you recruit, things like that. I know it's different, but that was the common thread, was like KSE, they just kind of chug along. They don't really win very much. And maybe he's decided this winning shit is good. I like it. It might give him, some swelling in areas.
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I
Yeah.
think is what he's saying, and he might even be saying, I can feel a Champions League coming in the air tonight. Sorry, I had to do it once.
Jesus Christ,
I had to do it once. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You were so well behaved.
I know I really was well behaved until then.
And fiddling there, I was going, is he going to do that? Because last time we were on it,
I know you were thinking that.
Walking away, and then he's sort of going like, looking down, and then all of a sudden I get bombarded with Phil Collins. It's like, oh,
no, I'm sorry, couldn't help myself. But so, how was your vacation, by the way? Did you enjoy it?
It was nice. It was nice to get away. It was very, very, very hot in northern Spain. It doesn't usually get quite that hot. I like it, but I got in the sea quite a lot, which is good. Ate some lovely food. Didn't have any airport disasters or anything like that. So
break your ankle and you'd have a huge golf ball in your ankle.
No, that looked grim, didn't it, for Elliot? Jeez.
Yeah.
No naked man in your hotel room when you checked
No, definitely no naked man in my hotel room. Certainly
call
none
that a
that
win.
I'm willing to admit about live on air.
It's insane the number of people that accused me of being that person.
Well, Mike, it's not really.
It's on brand
credibility that it might be you.
Yes, I mean I was in Baltimore that day, but yeah, it is. And then
fully clothed.
And then of course, I wasn't fully clothed, but I was in Baltimore. The interview, we did a video of me and James where I was apologizing to James for my transgressions.
Yeah.
And the next day, someone came up to me, dead serious face at the bar in Orlando, saying, hey man, I saw your video. Did James forgive you? And I'm like, forgive me for what? And he's like, well, for the hotel room thing. And I'm like, my friend, that was a joke. that was our special sense of humor. And so yeah, I almost felt bad because I was like laughing at him so much for thinking that was serious, to the point where I think he was offended. But yeah,
like I said, it's not impossible to think it was you.
It isn't. It isn't.
No, when James said that story, I immediately messaged James and said, "What did he have a birthmark on his left cheek?" That's how I was going to know if it was Mike.
Yes, Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of sensitive information flying around here.
Yes. Before I forget, and so that we aren't asking you for this when our esteemed next guest drops in, we'd rather have a nice handover than be asking you for top 4, bottom 3, and predictions. So why don't we do that now? Your top 4?
My top 4 is Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal. I think it could well be the horrible one. I think it could be the horrible one.
I can't believe how many people are picking them for top. I actually think they're regressing.
Well, I hope so. And look, like everybody, I hope Harry Kane sustains an Elliott-style ankle injury in the first game of the season and misses a big chunk of it. I don't see. I think Chelsea are a shambles. I think Chelsea are going to fall apart. Could be famous last words. There's still a month to go for Chelsea to look at who anyone else is buying and then try and buy them and actually get a deal done.
The only thing better than the new owner coming in and not spending money and driving everyone crazy is spending money in the wrong way.
Yeah,
and I think that's what we're seeing from Todd Bowley. Just going absolutely on a bender
What's
now.
His
And
U.S. thing? Who does he own in the U.S.?
The Dodgers, who are the biggest spending baseball club right now, the one league where there is also not a salary cap, which is why KSE does not own a baseball team.
Yeah.
Because they're not protected by their revenue sharing and salary cap ways. But and they're about to spend money on one of the best baseball players of all time to try to sign him to like $1 billion contract. So I mean, he's not afraid to spend money.
That's not bad for a bit of fucking throwing and just a ball.
Baseball's the dumbest. It's the dumbest. I can't stand baseball, but and how much money these guys make.
Is right now a bad time to say I'm a Dodger fan?
Yeah,
I feel like it's a
it
bad.
is.
Okay, how?
And you're a Dodger fan living in San Francisco area. So
Where the Dodgers, LA?
yeah,
Yes.
right. Yeah.
Believe it or not, some people always get this confused due to Andy, but I was born in Los Angeles, not Mexico. Just a fun fact there.
Did he make himself director of soccer? Please tell me Todd Bowley didn't come into Chelsea and say, "I'm director
God.
of soccer."
Please tell me he did. That would be hilarious. I would love
I
that.
would love that. I mean, that would be worse than Ted Lasso, basically.
So bottom three.
Yeah, bottom three.
Bottom
And we're going to, speaking of bottom three, Aston is back.
Power.
Good morning to Aston. Andrew,
Aston's
I'm
back.
sure you've heard of and seen Aston all over the place lately.
I have. We've never had a chance to chat or to say hello. So nice to meet you. How are you?
Nice to meet you. That means you don't remember, do you?
Oh shit! Did we already?
Oh
meet?
damn!
2014 in New York in the pub that was downstairs. I think it was like the Blind Pig. I gave you an interview, and you gave my friend the last copy of your book in the bathroom.
Wow,
Ooh.
that was
Yeah,
a
that does sound
nightmare.
memorable.
I was like 4 hours in the back of this bar. It was like whatever, 100 degrees. There was a queue around the block, and there's just so many people coming up for books and books and books and books. So, like, I met so many people that night. I don't quite remember that. I do remember the last copy of the book thing, but I don't remember meeting you personally. But it was just.
That's because he wasn't him yet. He wasn't him yet.
Yeah, I wasn't me yet. Plus, I was drunk and I interviewed Robbie too from AFTV back then. So it was a night. It was a night. As we all know, that was a very long night for a lot of Arsenal fans, right? We had a good one.
yeah. That was some night actually. 2014 as well. Time flies.
I actually remember when that happened. I wasn't up there, but your bottom three, real quick, because
bottom three. I am gonna go Nottingham Forest. Bournemouth. I'm gonna do Southampton.
Oh,
been a popular pick.
Southampton getting a lot of heat this.
And kind of an out of left field speaking of baseball, an out of left field prediction that isn't necessarily odds on, but you think could happen
for what, the Premier League in general, or
for
about
anything football related. Like, I mean, we've had people say that Newcastle hires Jose Mourinho. We have
that was me.
Somebody said refs will be exposed as cheats this season.
Yes, and someone said a Premier League manager will celebrate a goal by taking his shirt off.
You got a wide range, Andrew. Just literally.
Oh, my goodness, let me have a think about this. A surprise thing that might happen in the Premier League. God Almighty, I'm really struggling now to think about something that I'm looking at all the teams and looking at it. I think. God, that wouldn't be a surprise. I was going to say Frank Lampard will get sacked very quickly, but that's not really a surprise at all, is it?
No, the surprise would be Frank Lampard making it through the season.
I'm going to say Gabriel Jesus will be the top scorer in the Premier League this season.
Jesus Golden Boot.
I
All
like
right,
that.
we've gotten one of those, and I think that's definitely something that can happen. I am now.
We'll kill Harry Kane. Yes,
I am now absolutely thrilled to welcome in a guest who I have been in contact with and enjoyed having on the podcast a number of times over the years. She is an author, a journalist, an incredible interviewer. Welcome back to the Gooners podcast, Amy Lawrence. It's great to see you again.
Hey everyone.
Good afternoon. I almost said good morning, but good afternoon.
What are you doing to me? You want me to follow Arsebros? I mean, come on.
I assume you guys are familiar. You have crossed paths. But here, let me. Whose microphone is that?
I'm muted, not me.
Okay. Anyway,
that's completely absurd. If it doesn't work, I can try switching it off.
Oh, I think we're okay now.
We're good?
So Andrew, hold on. Okay. So we've reached the end of our half hour, Andrew. I appreciate you coming on. Just a quick update on where we are with Gooners versus Cancer. For the POD-a-THON. Yeah, I think it is. Amy, I think it is your headphone. we are now at the $4,165 funds raised. We were really trying to get to 5,000 in this to beat our total from last year. You can go to www.goonersvcancer.com, enter to win some great prizes, help kick cancer. It all goes to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, and we're really looking forward to helping smash that. So thank you. And Andrew, thank you again for everything that you've done to help promote the charity, to just be, despite your gritted teeth, to be a friend to us, to continue to help us even despite me turning up everywhere in your life.
Yeah.
And
that'd be great.
I appreciate it. Everything.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Keep up the good work. Make sure you mainline those amphetamines to keep going for the rest of the show. Get you through the next 13 hours.
Yeah, I think we're under 10 now left. So, okay. So thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
And
you too, guys. See you later.
Later.
Bye bye. So, Amy, how you been? Been a lot. It's been a while.
Yeah, good. Thanks. Does that sound better? I'm just using.
So much better. Yeah. Sometimes the more technology doesn't equal the. Yeah.
All rubbish. Yeah, really good. I'm slightly envious of you lot who look like you had an absolute blast on tour.
It was a fun time, I must say. Aston and I did have a beverage or two, and a laugh or two.
To say the least. I think listen, we were put to shame by Ray. Let's be honest. That man can just go and he gets up, and the craziest thing is I watched him take 12 shots with 12 different people, and then he got up in the morning at 8 a.m. and was in the gym. Like built different.
Yeah, if we're comparing ourselves to Ray Parlour, then come on, we're not gonna but I was up by at least 4 p.m. every day. And up until 5 a.m. But Amy, the last time we saw each other was at the Barbican, which I could say about most of my friends. We only see each other at the Barbican, but after a really, really unexpectedly, not unexpectedly for me, but just a really fun evening out, which tell the people that are watching who might not have known about this or been there what that evening was all about, because I can assure you it was not what my date for the evening, Lee Judges, thought it was going to be.
Well, it was a bit of a worlds colliding thing, because essentially it was a classical music concert, fused with football. And I apart from the obvious kind of Pavarotti Italianati phenomenon, it's not a normal crossover. Basically, an English composer called Mark Anthony Turnage, who's also happens to be a massive Arsenal supporter and lived in Highbury for a long time, was commissioned to write a piece based on '89, the story you and I know well, and hopefully many of others have come to learn to love. And he created this. He's a very contemporary style, which is maybe not kind of the classical music that most people will come across in their life, things like adverts or, memes or films and what have you. It's an unusual style. So for non sort of classical music experts, maybe a little bit trickier to penetrate, let's just say. And when they put together the idea for this show, they wanted to appeal to football fans, but also to sort of genuine sort of music lovers. So they added some regular pieces to the show. And the first half was just pure classical music. And some of the people there, I won't mention any names, kind of, I say halftime, the interval, were a little bit kind of like, this is different. And what am I doing here? Because they've certainly never, been anywhere with a massive orchestra before. And then the second half was the premiere of '89, the composition. And Mark, I must say, I thought I'd not seen it or heard it, and it staggered me. The way that he had kind of come up with these motifs to go with either different figures, be it slightly comedy like Steve.
Oh, there were so many comedic elements to it, which I thought was great.
It was genuinely funny, as well as being very kind of vigorous and uplifting musically. And that he'd set a kind of special cut of the game, about 25-minute highlights to music. And a few players and George Graham were there in the audience, which was also extra special.
Except for one guy who we'll talk about in a little bit.
Okay. But what was completely brilliant is when it got to the kind of goals and the finale, everybody was cheering in the Barbican, and it was like I'd never quite seen anything like that before. And it was my honor on the day to present a Q&A where we had George Graham, Alan Smith, Nigel Winterburn, Lee Dixon. Is that everybody?
Was Perry there? No, Perry wasn't there.
No, I think that was us.
Yeah, that was and the composer.
Yeah. And it was a fantastic night. I loved it. And just anything that keeps the kind of the glory of 89 alive is always good in my book.
I mean, Amy and I are kindred in our love of 89. You I think referred to us as like 89ers or something. Was that the because when you told me about this event, you're like, yeah, I know you're an 89er. You might like this. I was so thankful for you telling me about this because I had just extended my trip for a week because of a misunderstanding of when my daughter's father's weekend was for her sorority. And in that week was both this event and the Arsene Wenger David Dean event. So, why not put a little bit more money down and get to see these two things? And so, yeah, the 89 thing, the things I remember from that first, we're standing outside the Barbican when Lee Judges, my accompaniment for the evening, who loves he loves the 89 team. But he thought it was a musical. Like a Broadway musical about the 89. Like I'm like, yeah, Nigel Winterbird's going to come out I don't know why he thought that. And then he was literally ready to walk out during that first part. He's like, what does this have to do with football? And I think it's interesting to know that a lot of people didn't necessarily get the memo that there was going to be about a 20 to 30 minute orchestral piece or however you refer to it that had nothing to do with Arsenal, nothing to do with football, but was beautiful nonetheless. But people were like, when did the highlights start? But yeah, the comedic elements, like I think the moment where the goal was being reviewed, Alan Smith's goal was being reviewed, and he goes over to the side to talk to the linesman. I mean, I think that was a part that had some just kind of funny or musical interludes and stuff, but just the most unique thing, and just another way, just like your incredible 89 film, your incredible 89 book, Fever Pitch, just another packaging of the greatest night of my sporting life to be brought to the public. And I just I wish there were more opportunities. I wish that wasn't just a one night only kind of thing. I think it was broadcast as well, but just what a fun, interesting night that was. And then, and then the interviews afterwards, unfortunately one drunk tosser in the back of the lower level screaming at George Graham for going to Tottenham, almost ruined the entire thing. Like there were a few of us that were getting ready to physically address the guy's issues, but other than that, it was just one of these feel-good rooms, wasn't it?
It was cool.
If I could ask something, by the way, while I have the legend Amy around me. First of all, shout out to 89. Not only does that involve Arsenal, not only does it involve my birth date, but it also involves I was born in 1989, but I'm also a classically trained bassoonist, so I love classical music.
Fantastic. Aston, I so wish you'd been there.
It sounds like it was a great night. I have to ask because, for so long, your work has actually been the closest thing to melding us with like what the goings on of the club are, kind of like the back room. Like you orbit so closely and we kind of live vicariously through you. So you're like the perfect person to ask. You've been there for all the times when Arsenal were winning, when we weren't winning. The culture changes over and over again. And right now we're in the midst of a cultural revolution. When I spoke to Josh, he actually said that when he was speaking with Mikel and Murdersacker, 80% of that conversation was about culture. How close is this culture to being that magic, like right chemistry that's going to transmit to something on the field, or similar to maybe some other eras bygone?
First of all, can I just say, really pleased to meet you, Aston.
Nice
I know
to meet
Mike,
you.
but the other Mike and you, it's really good to see you. That's a really astute question. And, you know, we spend, I'm off, you know, we just spent how long? 10, 15 minutes yakking away about 89. Me and you, Mike, in our own little personal kind of.
I'm trying not to dominate the entire thing. So I'm glad Aston piped in.
But I'm very conscious that, you know, is exactly what you say, Aston. This is a living, growing organism. And I remember when I was a kid growing up and voraciously, you know, reading about the 30s and wanting to know people who were close to that era, you know, or who knew anybody who might have played in the 30s, and what was that like, and what were they like, or Herbert Chapman, all these kind of mythical things. And then 71, and you know, I was fortunate enough to get to know some of these guys in later life. But you know, you realize what Frank McClintock was as a captain, became a kind of standard bearer for the whole history of the club for what being a captain could be. And you know, someone like Charlie George being the local boy man. These are stories that are weaved through the history, these kind of marker points or people that create, I guess, what Arsene Wenger called the values of the club. And you know, when he left, I think the line that just stays with me all the time, which was direct from him to you, to the fans: take care of the values of this club. You know, that was really, really significant. And obviously there's a kind of sub message going on there from him to people who are running the club, because obviously they're the ones that make decisions. But he knows that as fans, taking care of the values of the club is a kind of global representation, but also as a means to holding the people in charge to account, because the fans are the only people really who can apply any kind of pressure or desire to the people who are taking the day-to-day decisions. One of the things I think that has been so interesting about this little period, I mean, when you look back and, you know, when you're living through change, it's sometimes quite difficult to analyze it too well, because you're right in the middle and so much is kind of happening and you're just not quite sure which direction it's going to go. But with that hindsight, if we're allowed hindsight now for the year or two that followed, you know, last year of Wenger, Emery, first year of Arteta, it was such a chaotic, muddled period for the club. There was problems at every turn when you think about it. The balance within the team was a mess. You know, it needed so much untangling. Putting in a rookie manager was a remarkable decision under the circumstances. And, you know, having, you know, and there was just turmoil really inside the club internally with, you know, different decision makers in the hierarchy coming, going, you know, having to deal with the fact that because Ivan Gazidis had left the club very, very bloated with, you know, with departments that were just full of people, some of whom didn't have anything to do on big wages. It was not running itself very well. Raul Sanyehi, I think most of us probably agree that was a dramatic pause. That was a difficult time.
I have to go take a shower now that you've just mentioned it.
Fondly. You know, and then Edu coming in and, you know, suddenly having this. I think it interests me that on and off the pitch, this kind of the feel of something dynamic going on is returning. You know, it's a bit early to say it's back, but when you look at the guys who are, you mentioned Josh Aston, and you know, whatever people think about the Cronkies, you've had the privilege of meeting him, talking to him. He's a smart guy. He's a young guy. He's got good. He might not get everything right, and his, you know, the relationship between the Cronkies and the club has been a complicated one. But I think his heart's in the right place, and I think he gets stuff much more than people out there like to think sometimes.
Yeah, I pointed out that he was incredibly aware of a lot of the criticisms that are being made of him. I think one of the things that impressed me so much with actually talking to him, because I was very staunch Kroenke out, was the fact that he was able to so eloquently articulate, like very honestly, that we weren't fans of the things that he was doing. He said, like, there were peaks and valleys to your appreciation for me, and I thought that, and it all just kind of rang kind of really honest in a way that I don't think people really expect. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. But I think when you have this imaginary room or round table or sofas or whatever in an office of Josh, Mikel, Edu, Perma, Saka to an extent, being kind of key decision makers in the club and in its direction, and them having to collaborate and be on the same page, really. And the evidence of that collaboration is in the way the squad is being changed and the decisions they've made, some of which seemed brave and unpopular. I mean, you rewind to Aubameyang being stripped of the captaincy, and I mean, I still struggle a bit with that one in some ways because I didn't really like it the way it panned out.
Yeah.
But you begin to understand it when you see what's happening. And that's not to kind of automatically put Aubameyang in a box marked, big problem. But obviously things weren't right in the balance. And, to an extent that was predated with the same thing happening with Mesut. But you look at the squad now, and I remember I was very fortunate to go and spend some time at the training ground last season where I did an interview with Mikel, and they were kind enough to sort of show me around and some of the things that they've changed inside the building. And it's really rare to do that. I haven't done anything like that for a really long time because, quite apart from COVID, as a rule, they obviously don't want every Tom, Dick and Harry going into the building and seeing what's going on and being around, around the players all that often, which is fair. But one of the guys who have been there for a really long time, going back to the best of the Invincibles and, and beforehand, who's seen it all, kind of had that look on his face where he's like, there's something happening here. Like, this is different.
Really?
And yep. And he was like, this is the best that the spirit inside the building has been for a decade.
And this was
people don't say things like that for a laugh. He meant
not at all.
It wasn't for a fact. It was like him sharing his enthusiasm and excitement from what he's been able to see over 20 odd years or so inside the building, good times and bad. And like, it gives you that, it gives you, it makes hope feel more tangible, like it's something you can touch rather than just something you can dream about.
I love that.
This leads into a question that I had written down because I wanted to ask you, because of the perspective you have of this is the dawning, perhaps, let's hope, of, in my lifetime of following the Arsenal, a third era.
Mm-hmm.
The George Graham era, the Arsene Wenger era, the Mikel Arteta era, let's hope. Because it won't be an era if it doesn't turn out well, and then we're just not talking about it. I've looked at Arteta and said the way he is ruthlessly building this team, clearing out and starting anew, that's George Graham. But then I also see the way he's trying to kind of evolve the club and how it's run and how the relationship are and how the non-negotiables. There's a little bit of and certainly the way he speaks with the media. That's Arsene Wenger. So, is the Arteta era that's evolving, is he more Wenger? Is he more Graham? Or is he potentially the perfect combination of the two? Not to lionize him too much, but like,
yeah, that's quite a.
He could end up being Unai Emery Mach 2 if things don't work out, but like his style, I'm saying, not the success and achievements.
I was gonna say he's past that at this point. No, he can't fall in the Unai category.
I don't know. For some he could, but stylistically, more Wenger, more Graham, or his own guy.
Well, I think when he first came in, and I think it was a combination of the fact that he has this ruthlessness about him and the kind of my way or the highway vibe, reminded me very quickly of George. And also the dressing room he walked into was not dissimilar in that, back in the mid-80s, there were a lot of what George maybe used to describe as sort of like prima donnas, or people who were too comfortable, or were just not performing. He used to say, people think I don't like stars. That's not right. I like performing stars. He was very,
with the perfect Scottish accent too.
There was a terrible Scottish accent. I apologize to everybody in Scotland.
That's all right. We used to do a game on our podcast where I would make up one Arsene Wenger phrase and try to do it in his accent, and it was just an absolute awful joke that Andy almost killed me over. So,
I'll try my Arsene later, but
yeah, no.
But I definitely recognized, the kind of George-esque. George, when he came in, said, right, sat the team down and said, you've got 6 weeks. I'm going to judge you all. Everyone's got a fair crack of the whip, but you got 6 weeks. And he made it really clear. And within a year or so, a lot of favourites. Sorry, Rocky saying hi. A lot of favourites were shipped out, and he started to very specifically strategize the kind of players he wanted, who were young, hungry, often coming. Often it was a step up. So when you compare the kind of Bowles and Winterburns and Lee Dixons and so on. Exactly.
Don't worry, we want to hear from Rob.
It's a bit like a Tomiyasu or a Ben White or those guys or Ramsdale. It's obvious that joining Arsenal is a step up. Lee Dixon, who as well, Mike. I think you've spoken to him before. Tells us about how he walked
kicked off this pod-a-thon.
Right, and on the first day, quaked in his boots and felt sick to his stomach and looked at the players around him. That if you find the right guys who, what has prevented them from getting that to those levels before is opportunity. Perfect, because they come with you and they're moldable. And that's what Mikel, to an extent, has done. I mean, obviously someone like Gabriel Jesus and Zinchenko, that doesn't apply. And that's the beauty of being able to buy those types of players in the same way that eventually George Graham could buy an Ian Wright. Is that you get to a level where you can handpick, okay, this guy's going to make us better, but he's done. He's cooked. But with the others, it's about, anyway. But I mean, clearly in terms of, and he's gone off to find a squirrel or something. In terms of style, I agree with you, although I will always defend George, and they weren't quite as boring as people would like to say, but it was a different era.
I wasn't bored.
And is this team going to be as good as beautiful on the eye as a Wenger team at its best? It's still a little early to say. I sometimes still feel that what I loved about the Wenger teams was the speed. It was full speed.
It's
brilliant.
insane.
Front to back in a heartbeat. You watch the best goals, and it happened in a flash. And
Wenger ball.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I think that there's that kind of patient probing style, which Arteta uses more, which is more influenced obviously by Guardiola, that isn't quite so dynamic. So I'm waiting to see what happens there. Now he's got better tools at his disposal, because I think one thing Gabriel Jesus does is make everybody quicker, not just himself.
Everybody better, everybody quicker.
So I got a question. Sorry, yes, I got a question that just slightly changes a little bit back to the film industry that you just did. I want to say thank you for 89. It was just absolutely insane. And for a younger fan to get to see all the in-depth that went down that season is just absolutely amazing. But I was curious, is there any other league / period or maybe a biopic that you would be interested in going through that process of filming?
The Unai Emery story.
Yes. The rise and fall of Unai Emery.
Oh, hold on. I have to play it, Amy. I feel bad almost about playing this, but
oh no.
But I have to because we're talking about the man himself right here. But hold on, where is it? Where's
my Bettner biopic? That's what I need.
That's what would be the most wild biopic? I mean, Bettner has to be up there, right?
Actually, it would be a great story, and but the one that I've actually tried on occasion, but again, it's linkage with 89. I think Tony Adams's story on a personal level as well as on a sporting level is something that stands the test of time in terms of an incredible human story, and he's a
story of sorts,
fascinating guy. So that would be one in terms of a kind of individual biopic. Ian Wright as well is, I think in a way, because Ian Wright sort of just about straddled that George Graham and Benge era, but as a character, what he did and what he achieved in that time, in terms of, I've never seen a player have a relationship with fans like him. And I think that
I've seen one other player
pundit,
who has a relationship with the fans like him, and he happens to be one of Ian's very good friends. But
Mike, you're the one that's
super Kev.
There was a YouTube video that you recommended me. It was about Ian Wright and Rocastle. And
Rocky and Righty, yeah.
Because so Amy, I have a habit of naming my children after football figures, and it's kind of been a thing. But yeah, my son, his name is Michael Thomas, and my other son is named Ian David after the two. And then we were having that conversation, and Mikey recommended that to me because I just kind of you grow up knowing and hearing about the legends that they were, but because I never had the opportunity of actually experiencing it, I like to deep dive. So that's why I like films like 89, films like The Invincibles. Like I truly appreciate them because I always like peeking behind the curtains, especially things that go down in the locker room. Like I just absolutely love that regarding sports.
Are you guys looking forward to the Amazon doc?
Yeah, very much so. It's very cool to see kind of the behind the scenes. I wanted to say on that Ian Wright biopic, what I really appreciate is Gunner Blog is actually doing this. He's actually doing a piece on the Black history of Arsenal, and a lot of the times that era gets overlooked. That's the era that got people that look like me to be huge fans of Arsenal because of the way that we carried the culture, the inclusivity that we had with everyone. And I think that sometimes that gets overlooked. If you listen to Ian and Kevin talk, they actually talk about this a lot. Like they mention, this is why we went out this way. We knew that when we were out, we had to behave a certain way. And I find that stuff fascinating. So that's exactly why I would love a whole era of the stuff from their perspective from that period of time. I think that's really cool. And I really want to big up Arsenal because I think that it's our culture, our values that kind of lead to these sorts of stories that kind of we always come off kind of like the good guys and in these places. And I think there's a reason why,
Stevie has just asked Mike Hernandez if his next kid's going to be named Zidane Feinberg Hernandez.
Very nice.
Well, that wasn't a straight no then, Mike. So, there's a possibility.
That was a straight no. It's not so much no to the name. It's just no, I've exhausted. How many children do I have now, Mike?
46 kids.
46 kids. So I can't possibly do it anymore, Amy. So I'm really sorry, Seb.
That's been really taxing on you, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Sebi. I'm really sorry, Sebi. Zidane. There won't be a Zidane Hernandez, unfortunately.
There was a period where the name La Nesra was popular. Somebody got their daughter called La Nesra, which was Arsenal backwards because they weren't allowed any other Arsenal-related names. Anyway, no, Aston, I think you make a really good point, and it's actually something that made a huge impression on me when I was a kid growing up, watching Arsenal, because you're at that age where you're kind of figuring out about the world and values and your place in it and all that stuff. And while my experience was obviously nothing remotely like black players or black fans, football in the 80s wasn't hugely welcoming towards women either. So you had to kind of fight your corner to be accepted, albeit, you know, I never felt sort of threatened in the same way that perhaps my other situations would be. So I'm not putting myself in anyone else's shoes at all. But it was something I was very aware of, because particularly when Arsenal had the midfield of Davis, Thomas and Rocastle, which was around that late 80s period, it was quite unusual to have, you know, a whole sector of your team that was dominated by black players in English football at the time. And I will always remember going to Goodison Park in 1989 in that season. It might have been 88. I can't remember if it was the December or January, for an away game. Arsenal won 3-1. And I was in the upper tier. Behind the goal, there was like a terrace underneath, and then you'd have seats, kind of old wooden seats up in the upper tier, which you could bang to like boom, boom, like everyone would bang together and it would make a right old racket. And it's a difficult story to tell, but it's a truth. So, you know, in the second half of the game, what felt like the whole crowd of the three sides of Everton supporters started singing a song that I wouldn't repeat, that didn't leave anything to the imagination, that was very, very deeply racist. And we, you know, although the majority of the crowd for Arsenal were white, it wasn't exclusively white. It was much more mixed than virtually anywhere you would find in English football at that time, because it represented cosmopolitan London. And the part of London that we're in, we had communities, you know, all around in these neighborhoods where there was recently, you know, big communities coming in from particularly Cyprus, Ireland, the Caribbean, and people would gravitate much more to Arsenal than anywhere else, because that was definitely the safest place to be if you like football, and it was the most welcoming. And the Arsenal fans behind the goal, just everybody got up and, you know, this kind of resistance, this protection of our players, this kind of assault on our players who we loved started, you know, and we defended them with everything that we had. And it was a really, really powerful thing. And it was probably the first time I ever kind of, I suppose, got a semblance of an understanding as to how impossibly difficult it must be. And then I remember going, and without putting too fine a point on it, the song involved shooting. And I remember hanging around afterwards, because I was a bit of a groupie in, you know, trying to get an autograph or something, like where the players would come out. And in those days, again, it was not like today. There wasn't many people around. It wasn't like there was security. You just be there. Nobody really cared. Dave Rocastle came out, and one of the Everton supporters who was loitering around said, "Hey, Rocky, you know, why don't you come and sign for a big club or something like that?" And Dave Rocastle just looked him straight in the eye and went, "What, and get shot?"
Wow.
Well played, Rocky.
And that's
incredible.
A story I can tell you that I saw with my own eyes and I heard with my own ears. That is not a second-hand story. That is a true story.
Amy, you are a gift. You are a gift. I could sit down and listen to stories about Arsenal from you all day. Like you have
no idea. Come over, we'll go out for a drink.
Storyteller. Holy
no, seriously, it's on me.
I keep going back to this, but I can't stress it enough. And this is what's the most honorable, incredible thing about the panels that we've put together in this podcast through just the relationships that we have is, I mean, we are literally and Ray, I think, can identify with that story, and you're putting tears in people's eyes. And this is I made a you know, I repeat myself a lot during these because I don't know who's been watching when. And we're, you know, 18 hours into the podcast now that we've hit 8 a.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. UK time. But my family, as a Jewish family, I think it's been at least 8 hours since I've told this, so I can go again. Our big holiday is Passover.
That was yesterday, Mike. You're good.
Our big holiday is Passover. And, you know, in my family, my mother's side of the family, New York, Queens and Brooklyn Seders, and, you know, the old generation then passing it along to my mom's generation, who then pass it on to us. And now my daughter at 21 is the future matriarch of our family when it comes to like the observance. And the traditions go from generation to generation. There's even a word in Hebrew for that called lador vador, generation to generation. And it's just you would never think that you would find that sense of family and tradition and continuity in football or sport at all. It's not the same to have, I'm not talking about going to a Philadelphia Eagles game with your grandfather or, watching a golf tournament with your uncle. I'm talking about literally like almost scripture and passing it through generation to generation of Arsenal fan. It doesn't have to be like generations, fathers, sons, daughters, mothers. It could be generation like Mike to Mikey, like of when you started watching Arsenal, passing this along. Someone who's, who was born in 1989, like Aston, relative to someone who lived through 1989, like myself, but both feeling like we lived through it. It's invaluable. And I want to ask you, I want to ask you,
well played, Owen.
I want to ask you about somebody, and unfortunately it's going to be a bit sad, but I want to ask you about Maria Petri, because when you talk about, the matriarchs of a fan base or the people who kind of are looked up to as the elders or the examples, and will someone take their place or will these traditions die out? We cannot let these things die out when the human forms expire. We can't let these things that have to do with Arsenal. And I mean, these are conversations that 90% of podcasts wouldn't have because they're just all about transfers and winning, and that's fine. This is what's important to me. Culture. And I was so pleased that Mikel Arteta knew instantly, and you could see the acknowledgement in his eyes about Maria, and had some nice things to say about her, but which we can play again. But Amy, your views and familiarity with Maria and what she meant to this football club?
Well, Maria, I mean, when you go to games, there are certain people who are just around. It's one of the things I love most about going to football. And one of the things I think that drew me in as a kid was that sort of, I'm fascinated by the crowd, particularly when you have season tickets and people are kind of in the same place over a period of time. And, every week for 9 months of the year or whatever it is, there's the same people that might walk past your seat on the way to their seat, or, that you shake hands. You start off, it's a familiar face. Then you start saying hi to them. Then you start, arguing or debating about the team at half time. And you share profound emotional experiences with these people. You hug them. You're just having the most high and low moments of your life with people that sometimes you don't even know their name. It's kind of mad, but they feel like very dear to you and very connected to you and very close to you. We were lucky enough when we moved stadiums. I mean, I had a season ticket in the Clock End for a few years previous to that. And we had a great group. It was about 30. It kind of was almost a rectangle, a few rows and a few along, about as far in each direction that you could connect with people. And a lot of us moved over to a similar part of the ground to try and keep that going. And it's just part of the experience, is feeling part of something bigger than yourself. And, someone like Maria, she was just always around. I just bumped into her loads. I wouldn't say we were best friends. We didn't have kind of conversations about the meaning of life. But for years and years, I would certainly hear her because you couldn't miss that voice.
No.
And I
on TV.
From someone the other day who said that they had a seat very close to Maria in the stadium for years, and really identified with that feeling that I loved the way she would pick a quiet moment. Even when there's 60,000 people in the stadium,
her timing was
really be able to hear one voice. She was an absolute mistress of it. She was the Don. There would just be the crackle of the crowd, and then suddenly there'd be a large, come on, yeah, as soon as she starts, that voice, that piercing voice, everybody knows it. And I think everyone around her used to go, "Hey!" kind of like cheer and support of her support. And it was kind of a beautiful thing. I mean, but over time, the beauty of when essentially she was a great character. That's why she had this kind of notoriety, not only because of her extreme fandom where she went everywhere and obviously very close to the women's team and always being around, and she was so kind, there was never a chance of her being negative. So I think that enabled the club to trust her, if you like, to turn up to things where maybe they don't normally have fans around. It's like, it's Maria, she's kind of part of the family. She was kind of like a crazy old aunt, if you know what I mean, in the nicest possible way. And but there are other characters around, and others will come through. It's the nature of the evolution. The club stays, the values stay.
It has to be that way.
And
My fear is that it won't be, and my fears are being allayed a little bit by some of the signs I'm seeing in the fan base. But it's and Kev's joining us now, saying, "Oh, Maria's an Arsenal legend, hands down." It's there's no one that doesn't, and I count myself among the people who probably know the least about her, but am surrounded by people who were massively impacted by her.
Yeah, but my point is, it's people like you, Mike, and people like you, Aston, who are picking up the baton. Your characters around known for your love of the club, and that means something.
Well, it kind of echoes something that I've been saying along the whole trip, which is like everybody's all surprised by this U.S. fanatical support. They're like, the supporters are so great, the supporters are so big. But the reality is we're just building off of values that were started in North London. Hearing Maria in games is something that we cheer about when we are physically watching them in pubs. I think a lot of these traditions, I cannot say, like, that's exactly why I find people like you, Amy, and Sophie and Mike and all the people that have all the stories and all this history for this club. You asked me 10 years ago, like, what the hell does Arsenal mean to me? Ask me when I started watching, what does it mean to me? I thought it was, a bunch of pretty players that transmitted, like Wenger used to say, transmit something more when you get 11 men on song, blah, 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 football is poetry. But the older I get and the more involved, and I thank Mike, by the way, for bringing me into this community, you do start to pick up the history and these little traditions and these little stories. You start seeing familiar faces like Ziegler, if you're watching. Seeing you every time we have a gathering is something that I look forward to now. And it's something that when we say, and I know this sounds cheesy, I know I sound like a cornball, but when we say more than a club, more than football, this is when we say class is permanent. These are the things that we're talking about. And it is us connecting through time and space, these values and traditions that creates that class. You know what I mean?
Big time. Look, it's like, if you can imagine your life without football, like for a moment, just imagine that you're not interested. Think about the richness that you have in your life, the things that you look forward to, the experiences you have, just the people that you've met, the vibes and the things that have happened to you and that made you feel stuff just because you chose to be into football, and Arsenal ended up being the club for you. It's kind of mad.
I mean, to put it this way, and I'll say this: never in my world did I think that I would be standing up as a civil rights leader wearing an Arsenal jersey, because that's what makes me feel safe. But it's the values of this club and the community that you and Mike and all the backs, Kevin, I see you in the chat as well, have create that feeling of safety, of camaraderie, and a family that I never knew would be possible through something like football. I mean, I don't mean to belittle football itself, but you understand what I'm saying. It's just something more. And I think that the people that don't have this experience with them, that don't follow the sport as closely, that don't have that connection, are really missing out, because it's something wonderful.
I feel in times when Arsenal struggle and you hear the echo chamber of podcasts out there and talk media, radio, and I sometimes go off on people for not just having perspective, and I can't expect everyone to have the life perspective that I have. You lose a family member, you have little kids, you know that, you know, this is just, you can't tell people who home and away, this is their life, to just take a chill pill when they're upset about something. But all I could do is just ask them to realize what Arsenal is all about. I mean, there's so much more to kind of lean back on when the club is disappointing us on the pitch. There's so much more involved to lean back on and cherish and bask in, I suppose. And that's what gets me through the tougher times on the pitch. And then imagine it all coming together. And Mikey, you might not have this yet, and Aston, you may not have this yet, and I haven't had it in 35 years because I missed all the glory days while I was off having kids and going to university and not having access to the games. Imagine when it all comes together and we start winning major trophies again and having the family. It's like
you mean next year?
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
talking about when we win the sextuple this season. It's going to be amazing.
Get in, Mike. Get in there.
It's all about the Florida Cup, baby.
It is.
Yeah.
We're halfway there. We got Baltimore, Florida, Emirates. All we have to do now is League Cup, FA Cup, and can we enter the Juan Gamper? Is that the thing that Barcelona always wins?
Oh, now I know what the heck you were.
Yes, I wasn't talking about some old guy. I'm 20 minutes overdue with this, but that's because of where we've been with this conversation. I did not want to interrupt it. Mikey, you've got to go. You've possibly been up longer than I have right now.
Yeah. What is sleep?
What is sleep? Mikey, I love you. Thank you for staying up. And you'll be back with us for what? Just the final hour at this point?
Yeah, that's 10 UK, right?
10 UK time. That's 2 p.m. your time.
Yeah,
get some sleep.
Get
Thanks
some
for joining us. And
yes, Mikey. Lovely to talk to you.
Amy, absolute pleasure being able to talk to you. You are a storyteller and a half, and I truly appreciate everything you do. Aston, you are an awesome dude. I have time to chat with you all the time, so I am sure I will talk to you again. Regards to your football being so epic, I will say that I picked up on football on probably one of the more harder periods of my life as a kid. I was 9, and I was moved to a different country where I did not know the language. And football was the obsession and the glue that helped me integrate to the country. So embrace the tribalism, as I always like to say when it comes to football. So, yeah.
Love it.
Mikey, love you, and I will see you in a few hours. Keep up the good work, dude. What you are
bro.
doing is absolutely freaking amazing.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Okay.
And when I fell in love with football, I was 15. I was moved to another country where I didn't speak the language. So
I just really quick, one last thing I wanted to say, and I don't mean to gas you up all over the place, Amy, but I do have to say, to what you were talking about, the culture, I promise you, it was one day I was sitting there and I had read literally everything I could read about a game. This is like in 2010, 2011, somewhere around that time. And it was one of your pieces that started me, gave me the itch, because when you start talking, you would talk beyond the game and you would start talking about these little intricacies, these little, like you would talk about the history of Wenger and his eccentricities, or that he does this. And it was so very interesting. So when we talk about passing the values down on the club, I cannot understate how valuable the stuff that you've done over the years is. Incredible work.
Man, thank you. I don't know what to say. That's so nice.
Amy, I hope this resonates with you. Is Aston approaching Joey Murphy territory now, where he's about to foist a scarf on you and not give up until? I mean, the first time I met Amy was in the Duomo Square of Milan. I mean, this is the most romantic thing ever. And Joey Murphy was with me, who A, was very drunk, as per Joey Murphy, and B, truly to that point was way more of a researched and reader and consumer of Amy Lawrence's pieces, and was so starstruck that he just could not stop foisting his Denver Gooners scarf onto her in what was a pretty warm day, if I remember correctly. Warm, sunny day, not a scarf kind of day necessarily.
It wasn't a scarf day. You're right.
But he was not going to give up until you took that scarf, which ultimately I don't think you did.
Yeah, it was like some kind of rite of passage. I think it felt the kind of handing over of the Denver Arsenal scarf was big for him. But
It was.
I don't remember him saying a lot. I think he was virtually incapable of speaking much.
And that was 6 hours
Doing
before
most of the
kickoff.
talking, Mike.
That was 6 hours before kickoff. I think he had just purchased like 94 bracelets from the people walking around the Duomo Square, which is not a good idea. It's not what you want. All right, so we have a prize giveaway that is 20 minutes overdue. It is the 8 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. UK time prize giveaway, which is one of the big ones. We saved one of the big ones. Well, they're all big ones, but we saved the Legends Choice retro shirt. So this is the same prize we gave away as a grand prize in Orlando and a grand prize in Baltimore for anyone that has donated starting yesterday morning to now. And our grand total for that period of time right now is at $4,340, on its way to breaking last year's record of 5,000, which we hope to get to. Everyone that's donated is in the last, what do we have? 3, 6, 9, 11 prize draws left, and they're all great. But this is a signed retro shirt from the Arsenal Direct Shop, signed by your choice of Kevin Campbell, Lee Dixon. I almost said Lee Judges. I suppose if you want Lee Judges to sign it, then fine. But Lee Dixon, Kevin Campbell, Alan Smith, or Perry Groves. And they will sign with a personalized message to you, and you get to choose your legend. So the winner, let's share the screen here. The winner of the signed shirt is going to be, and again, if you've won a shirt already, you're not eligible for this one, but you will be eligible for the grand prize. If you've won a Ruth Beck art print, you are eligible for the shirt. And the winner of the shirt, Kushal Ashar, who just in the past 20 minutes donated, and it's immediately come in for him. He cleans up. He won he was the guy that won like 3 out of the first 4 things last year. But you know what? You're generous. You donate a lot of money. You win cool stuff. That's how Gooners versus Cancer works. So, Kushal, congratulations! You've won yourself a legend signed shirt. I think I'm assisting in making your wall something special right now. But that's great for Kushal. And again, it's just always been my view that if you're going to donate money to something, let's make it so that you have an incentive. Everyone that donates says, you know what, I don't need anything, but I sure love to have the chance. But yeah, I'm excited to give this stuff away. I don't love fulfilling them because there's a lot of mailing and stuff. But we'll worry about that in November.
Also, real quick, for all of you guys out there watching, I don't know if you heard, Mike said we're almost about to break the record from last year. Don't go make my whole story about class and how gargantuan we are mean nothing. Come back. If you're watching this right now, donate, be part of the fabric that is our club, be part of the thing that we are. Please participate, because I think it's an amazing thing here that Mike's doing, and you get to be a part of it. You get to be a part of that specialness that is Arsenal. So there's still time. Get those donations in.
Oh, we've got what, 9? What did I say? Now we've got 10 more draws to do, and there's 3 Ruth Beck art prints. There's 2 new Arsenal kits of your choice, non-personalized, 2 new personalized kits of your choice, a Perry Grove signed shirt, an Alan Smith signed shirt, and a Saka ESR and Tomi Iyasu signed shirt. So we really kind of put a lot of the heavy hitters in the back so that we had time for people to do it. So well done, Kushal. Congratulations. And Amy, in the few minutes we have remaining, and our next guest is one that I'm very excited. We've been waiting and waiting since season 1 to have this gentleman on. Someone you may know named Danny Karbassiyoon is going to be joining us from Portugal. There's a ton of people coming through Portugal either on vacation or on their way from various places. But any kind of way to cap off what we've talked about? I mean, what is your vision for this club over the next 5 seasons, on or off the pitch, or both, whichever you prefer? I mean, do you kind of have a prediction, I guess, not punditry kind of prediction, but, you know, more of the Amy Lawrence kind of, like, where is this club headed?
Wow, that's a good question. Look, I think you hinted at it before when you talked about the kind of the 3 eras that you've lived through, the Graham era, the Wenger era, and hoping that the Arteta era kind of bears fruit. I mean, he's got to work miracles, really, to be delivering trophies on the kind of level that those 2 guys did. I mean,
just because the game has changed.
George Graham this is it. George Graham picked up 6 trophies in 8 seasons, and Arsene, you know, had 3 doubles and what records of FA Cups and, you know, you name it, in his time. So, but I think it's harder than ever to win. I mean, when you look at some of the points totals that Liverpool have got and not won the league, it's mind-boggling. It's incomprehensible. So, you know, winning as a goal is the dream, but you know, I think if you get too fixated with it, you're not going to enjoy the ride, just because of how difficult it is. And obviously, if I had one wish that Arsenal could do before I leave this earth, I mean, it would be, you know, winning the Champions League. Yeah. Something that I never got to see. I was so fortunate to see so much. And, you know, as you mentioned before to the other guys, the younger guys, they haven't lived through an era of, like, you know, being up there to win trophies on a regular basis. And it's an incredibly joyous thing when your team is that good and you know it and everybody else knows it and you relish it, you know. But I hope that in these next years there can be a continual growth, and that growth is an emotional growth where the bonds get tighter. You know, I'm so glad that we're not sitting here with a club that feels fractured, and you know, a fan base and even people within the club that bicker, and this feeling of people pulling in the same direction, and unity, to use Mikel's favorite word, unity to try and strive, you know, to get to the places that everyone wants to get. It feels great. I'd love to enjoy that. I think getting back into the Champions League will be phenomenal for the next 5 years. I think that's pretty imperative. But again, you can't take it as a right. It's not something that you're going to do every year. And the moment Liverpool and Man City are doing it, but, you know, we did it for 20 years and Man United did it for a period of time. I don't think there's any club that can say we're going to be in the Champions League forever. It just doesn't work like that. It's all cycles. We just want to cycle. We can live through every moment. You want to have some of those moments, that the ones that stay in your memory forever. I hope that in the next, you know, whatever they end up being, I hope that, you know, the younger members of the fan base can have some of those moments that they can carry through their life in their heart and then pass on to the next generations.
That's incredible.
As always, perfectly put.
Just before I zip off and we move on to Danny, I'd just like to personally thank you guys. You know, what you're doing is an inspiration to the rest of us as well. I feel really deeply proud that, you know, the club that when, you know, I started to support it, you know, in the 70s was really a local thing. It wasn't an international thing. It was, you know, the way that it has bloomed and blossomed, and the love that, and the genuine kind of passion and knowledge that spreads the tentacles all over the world. And to know that there's people who feel like I felt when I was a kid in America or Nigeria or Vietnam or whatever is just deeply special. And I think the spreading of those connections and how real it is, and obviously that's just possible because of the age we're living in with, you know, the way the world works. There's a magic there. And I'm grateful for what you guys do, kind of holding the torch in different parts of the globe with such kind of eloquence and class.
Well, you know, the more people and the more people with the kind of perspective and eloquence that you have that are saying this about and Aston, you're included in that. I'm running this podcast, but you're an ambassador as well in this situation. And, I'm starting to actually believe that there's importance to it. and it's driving me further into saying, my mission, the whole being media thing in 2019 was something that Andy came up with on a lark. We thought would be funny. And then we ended up getting, sucked into an interview with Josh Kroenke, and it has devolved into something where I actually take it quite seriously now, because I'm the only one that asked about Maria. I'm the only one that asked, hey, what did the fans reception? I want to bridge the club together with fans. That's my mission. I'm glad to hear what you said. It's amazing. It's humbling. And it's something that I really, really look forward to continuing, because it means everything to me. I try to pass as much of my personal stuff along to my kids that I possibly can, the good personal stuff. You can only pass so much Arsenal stuff down to your kids before you start finding other people to try to do it too. So,
it's interesting that you say that we are, good ambassadors for the club, because I'll tell you, like, in a moment, in a lot of those interviews, especially the one where I'm saying, top 4 minimum, the one that gets quoted everywhere, I honestly, in those moments, am channeling what I think the fan base wants. And I think that is something special, right? This emergent property of the fact that, let's face it, Arsenal has more fans than some countries have people, right? And to really grapple with the enormity of what that means, how many, we have enough fans that we could form a government, do trade, wage war. That's how many people are following it. And it makes it even more important that we, like you say, transmit those values that, again, were built in North London. It's a little like, after being so poignant and so, meta about everything that we're saying, it's kind of silly to say, but, we never got your predictions.
Oh, that's true.
I thought I'd escaped. Oh, man.
Top 4, bottom 3.
Oh man, are you serious?
I'll give you a pass if you want.
You don't need that from me. Come on, you can ask the others about that stuff.
It almost
wishy-washy emotional stuff.
And Aston's right. We've really been very gushy. I don't want to dilute that. So you are the one person I'm letting off the hook with this, because I feel like it would undermine the beauty of our discussion. And it has been a beautiful hour. Amy Lawrence, thank you so much. Really quick crossover in case you want to say hi. Amy, Danny, Amy.
How are you, Danny?
I'm sure I'm not introducing you for the first time. I wouldn't presume that, but Amy's been a pleasurable hour, and I'm looking forward to the next hour as well with Danny. And any last word to anybody in the audience? What are your next projects? What are you up to, Amy?
Jesus, the season starts on Friday, and I'm a bit, just preparing. It's 3 days away, guys. Now, major projects wise, just keeping it low key for the moment. Just doing family stuff and personal family and Arsenal family. That keeps me busy enough for now.
Beautiful. Well, thanks for being a family member to us.
Go break that record, guys, and everyone out there, support if you can, donate, help out, be part of this big Planet Arsenal change for good.
Beautiful. Thank you, Amy.
See you guys.
Cheers. Danny, welcome to the Gooners podcast. At long last, we have you.
Thank you. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How is you're in Portugal now? Is it?
I am. Yeah, and I apologize. I'm in a public area in a hotel because I'm changing hotels today with my brother. So we've checked out of one hotel and are on our way to another. So I apologize.
Look, man,
it gets a little bit loud in here.
We've had Simon Collins from a pub where someone was putting their hand in his crotch. We've had we've had some interesting interviews so far in this 18+ hour podcast that we've endeavored on so far. But just a thrill to find, it was a thrill to meet you in Baltimore. I looked over my shoulder and saw you sitting there talking to James McNicholas and was like, this is finally the moment I get to say hi. And you were born in Virginia like me. A lot of similarities, other than the obvious athletic similarities between the two of us. But so tell us the story. Of course, is as in the book, The Arsenal Yankee. You were really kind of the first, if I'm not mistaken, American to play a competitive game for the Arsenal. Is that?
Actually, no, I was the first to score. Frankie Simic, who
That's right.
Was I think Frankie moved to England when he was about 12 with his family. He actually made his debut the year before I did, and so he claimed the first American, I think, to play for the club. And then a year later, I scored and became the first to score. So there's still, I don't think there's many of us that have played anyway. Still, there's only like 3 or 4 of us. So
we'll spend some time, obviously, talking about the goal in the League Cup. But I mean, born in Virginia. Now you have some connection. I know you were born in Roanoke, but I recall over the years seeing some connection to you in Alexandria, Northern Virginia, which is the part of Virginia I live in. Or have I just completely made that up?
I think you just completely made that up, but
I think I might have. I don't know why.
I lived in Richmond for a little bit when Arsenal so for a while we were doing Arsenal was doing this program with Nike where we were kind of partnering with some youth clubs around the country and helping give them kind of like these development like a development platform for the players to train kind of the Arsenal way. Like we were handpicking these clubs. And I moved to Richmond because the Strikers at the time were like the first club we did. But I've never.
That's right. It wasn't the Kickers; it was the Strikers. Those were the two main clubs. Now, what years were those? Because I do. I mean, my son was playing travel from 2009 until a couple years ago, and for a while he played for FC Virginia, which had. I mean, Steve Morrow came over and.
So that was when Steve was over. That was when I was working quite close with Steve. So I probably would have been there.
It was unfortunately it was right when he started kind of not taking football as seriously, and some of the kids were growing quicker, getting more aggressive, and he was just kind of going from alpha dog down to just dog, and I was like, that's the time that Arsenal was coming. Some of his teammates, who are now playing at a very competitive level, were picked to go over and train with the club, and they were in the cage in Grand Central Station playing against the first teamers, Arteta and friends up when the club came in New York. But I love those partnerships. But anyway, growing up in Roanoke, how does Arsenal find you at the age of 19? In the dawn of the Invincibles, playing for an amateur team in Roanoke at that point. I mean,
yeah. So I was 17 when I got seen, but I don't think Adidas do this anymore. But there used to be a camp called Adidas ESP camp. I think ESP stood for Elite Soccer Program. They used to invite about 125 of what they deemed to be the best high school players in the country to this. Oh gosh!
I actually get this reference, Mark. That's
yeah. Steve does too. Whenever we're out and anybody recognizes him. So I got invited to this. Actually, so I got waitlisted for this camp, and it was like at the time it was like the camp, and it was the place to go if you actually wanted to kind of be scouted by all the colleges. All the college coaches would go there. As I said, there was 125 of us, and there was just hundreds of colleges all around the country, and you got to play in front of the best schools for an entire week. Going into my senior year, I was waitlisted for it, so I was pretty disappointed because I'd made it kind of one of my goals for that season. And about I think 3 days before the camp started, I got a phone call. I always used to bring our house phone. This will age me a bit, but used to bring my house phone, wireless house phone, into the backyard in case my parents needed something after school when I was playing in my backyard. And the phone rang. I picked it up, and it was somebody from Adidas saying that somebody had dropped out, and that if I could get down to Wilmington, North Carolina, in 2 days' time or 3 days' time, then there was a spot for me at ESP. So called my parents, was like, can somebody drive me, 8 hours down to Wilmington this weekend to do this? And of course they were buzzing to do it. So my dad drove me down. My coaches that I was assigned to down there were Paul Mariner and Bob McNabb. So this was just happen chance kind of. They weren't particularly scouting for Arsenal in the US, but they were certainly contacts for Steve Rowley basically at the time. So I think I was the waitlist kid. This was all like national team players and guys that I was super terrified of. I apologize, by the way, if it does get a little bit loud. There's people here. Sorry.
No worries.
So after the first day, I just happened to do really, really well. Made it into an all-star game that night. So if you played well with your team during the day, you got chosen for like these all-star games at night, which were the best players from all 125. I ended up making that all-star game every single day during that week, and then won golden boot at the as I said, there's people coming. And I won the golden boot at the tournament, which was really, really cool. I didn't know that Paul and Bob have actually rang Steve Rowley, and Steve flew over on the second day to Wilmington and was watching me the entire time. Again, from a scouting perspective, like it's pretty neat. I had no idea he was there or anything. And then when I got back to Roanoke after the camp ended, Steve called me like 2 days later, and my parents answered the phone and said, "Daddy, there's an English guy on the phone." And I said hello, and he was like, "Hey, Daddy, this is Steve Rowley from Arsenal. I don't know if you've ever heard of us, but we're a pretty big team in the English Premier League." So they invited me on trial, so I went over there for. I ended up going like a week later or 2 weeks later. I think they let me have like a little bit of a break because that week was crazy. They gave me 2 weeks, and then I went over there on trial for I think 2 weeks, and then they offered me a contract. I told them, I said, school's really, really important to me. Like I was, this is a really weird flex at 37, but I was the valedictorian in my high school. So that school was really, really important for me. In particular after ESP, like a lot of schools had already kind of were showing interest, but after ESP, obviously Arsenal had come in. So a lot of the, all the best schools in the country were coming in and offering full rides too. So it was a pretty interesting decision that I had to make, because after my 2 weeks, they offered me a contract and said, "We'd like for you to at least finish your high school because we know school is important for you. So you can move over here when you're 18. So I had 1 full year to make this like decision whether I, don't go the typical route of, I suppose, Americans in the school system, and kind of leave that behind and then go to England and take my chances there. Which, as you guys know, I did the latter, and I don't regret it. It was awesome.
Yeah. I gotta ask you, because there was so much going on in that story. First of all, I like how this is all kind of set up. Like, if you ever see the show Squid Games, where they're just like eliminating you guys round after round, and you were like the gladiator at the top of the bloody pile that got to the end. I love it. But
an interesting way of putting it.
But what we especially in the US, when we watch the US men's national team, one of the things that we always discuss is the structure that youth soccer takes in the United States. You heard me say soccer. That's how you know I'm talking about the US. Right. And in this situation, are there ways that you think that maybe Arsenal could improve the way that they maybe scout and mine for talent in the US? Or are there better setups that you think would be more beneficial to maybe creating a better environment for players like you to shine and get seen by the Arsenal?
I think it's a tricky one. I think the U.S. is one of the U.S.'s main strengths is the fact that it's enormous and there's a huge player pool, and players from New York have a completely different playing style than those from Southern California to Texas to Florida, like to the Midwest. Like, I think that's one of our kind of the cool things that makes the U.S. national team like pretty amazing, but it also at times makes it difficult for us to actually have some form of like style and identity that we can kind of adhere to. To your point, like at the time when I was growing up, ODP was the way to get seen. So ODP was the Olympic Development Program. It was the way to get kind of into the national teams. My son
did ODP for 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, in my opinion, ODP was broken just because like if you had a weekend where you had 2 days to try out for like your district team, then your state team, then the regional team. And then if you made it there, then you would play in like a regional showcase and then get plucked to go into the national team. If you missed like state tryouts, one weekend or didn't do well that weekend, then you just had to wait 365 days for the next cycle basically to come around. And that's no way to kind of identify and funnel players. So this was it was an interesting way, obviously. I think that the U.S. soccer has done a bunch of different things and tests over the last decade and a half to try to expand things a bit. Because if you think about, like by creating the academy system and all these different things, but still, like I grew up in Roanoke, Virginia, and our club wouldn't have been an academy. So technically there wouldn't have been scouts watching me. I got really, really lucky. It's a tough problem to fix from an Arsenal or a tough problem to approach, actually, from an Arsenal perspective and understanding like what talent is available throughout the United States. In that regard, it's no different than any other territory. Like when I was scouting, I covered the entire U.S., Central America, like Mexico, the Caribbean, and Canada. It probably didn't make sense to have multiple scouts just from a financial point of view, flying everywhere looking for talent, just because traditionally there just hasn't been the amount of talent in our region to like validate having multiple people spending a lot of money flying around everywhere. It was up to us, and I say us, I mean like the international scouts, to establish like really good networks in the regions and ensure that when a player is doing well or has the ability to come over and make sense, that we spot them and can bring them over. I mean, the way, like, for example, Bob and Paul Mariner were able, I mean, this was kind of like on a platter for them, obviously, because I like not only went to ESP, but then was also assigned to their team. So it was a bit of a, it was a bit of a different situation. But with Gideon, for example, I was, Gideon Zalal, I'm sorry, I was called or emailed, I think when he was 12 or 13, I think 12 actually, saying that from somebody that I knew who knew his coach at the time, said, hey, come check out this player, he's really interesting. And when I tell that story to other scouts, they're like, that is scouting, like that's the perfect example of scouting, because you can't be everywhere. You can't know every single player in a massive territory.
Build a network. Yeah,
you build a network, and then you build trust with obviously certain people. If an agent would call you and say they had the next Ronaldo and you went and watched 2 of his players and they weren't anywhere close to it, you probably wouldn't pick up the phone.
I want to deep dive on the Gideon Zalom story, because he is he's from my area. He's from Olney, Maryland, which is in the DC metropolitan area. Also spent some time in Richmond. Is that right? Gideon as well. But
again, no, I mean, he came down and trained with us a couple of times just because it was easy to keep an eye on him. And I had actually moved to DC at that point. So it's funny. I was flying everywhere in the world. Everywhere in CONCACAF. Well, I lived in like just outside of Bethesda. So maybe that was what you're talking about.
Maybe that was what I was thinking. But yeah, but I find him and the whole story about him to be a fascinating one. So I do want to kind of do a deeper dive, but we need to jump back to 2003, 2004. Am I correct that you've mentioned Golden Boot in that development program, in the showcase program? So you were an attacking player.
I was.
But then when you were brought into Arsenal, were you not kind of converted to left back, to a more defensive player? So they not only plucked a Roanokean at the age of 19 from a huge pool of people, essentially just getting some extra coaching. You get over there, you become a signing, and then they convert you to a different position. Like, what do they see in a person to say, we're really impressed with this kid, we're impressed with what he could do, and think he could do better at a different position? Like where does that come from?
So one of the I'll go back to actually my trial, and probably why I've grew up playing as a striker, as you said, my whole life. I was it feels weird describing myself as this, but I was a pretty natural goal scorer. Like I could score with both. I could use both feet just as comfortable. I could use my right foot just as comfortable as my left foot. And I just scored a lot of goals. And in that tournament, I scored a lot of goals in different situations. I just had a knack for scoring. So when I went over there, on trial, I got to play in the last day of my trial, I got to play, train with the first team on media day, actually. So whatever, I think yesterday was media day at the club, or a day before. And it's a pretty cool day just because, all the media are allowed into Colney, and there's like cameras and everything. And a lot of I guess the B-roll that they get from training and stuff is usually from that day.
Not being thrown into the fire though. I mean,
yeah, well, I didn't know. I went out to train with the reserves, and, Eddie Nedvicki was the coach, and I was like finally getting comfortable, after 2 weeks of like training with the reserves. Again, at this point, I'm 17 at this point, and I'd seen all the other guys around the training ground during the 2 weeks, obviously, and met a couple of them. But when I got out to the reserve team pitches, Eddie was just like, "Danny, you're training with the first team today." So he's like, "You can make yourself over there, like make your way over there." So I was like, "Oh boy!" And it was I don't know, maybe like a 3-minute run from the reserve team pitches, like around the bend, into the far more like isolated first team area. And when I turned the corner, I just see like an entire kind of touch line of cameras and, Sky Sports and like people with microphones and all this stuff. And when they see like a new player kind of coming on, all the cameras like turned and are facing at me, and I just hear a bunch of camera shutters going off, and I was like, "Oh boy, this is."
Were you pinching yourself, or you were like act like you've been here before, act like you like was it one of those type of situations? Or,
yeah,
you seem like a pretty confident guy even at that age, probably. So
yeah, I was. I mean, it was still terrifying. It was ESP was like the highest level that I'd ever played in. Excuse me. ESP was like the highest level I'd ever played in. And then, 2 weeks later, I'm playing in Arsenal's reserves, which was the highest player I'd ever played in. And probably the jump from ESP to the reserves was, I don't know, let's say a 1.5x. And then from the reserves to the first team was like a 10x, right? So
Jesus.
This was when, especially at the time, it was Henry, Perez, Vieira, Bergkamp, like Ashley Cole.
The era that you were brought there and signed to a professional contract the players. This is not like 1995 when the team was kind of in a transition period and blooding in new talent. This was, you were seen as a reinforcement potentially to these legends.
Yeah, it was a pretty special time. But so during that session, I got to, in the not the small sided game, but like the game that we played at the end, I got to play with Henri up front, which was again pretty amazing, especially for me at the time. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So during that session, Lauren marked me, and I think I scored 1 or 2 goals during that session. And then afterwards, Steve Rowley asked Lauren, he said, how did you find marking Danny? Like, as a defender, like, did you think it was difficult to defend? And he said, I didn't know which way to force him, because if I thought I'd force him right, and he would shoot with his right foot. If I forced him left, he'd shoot with his left foot. He was like, at one point, in the end, I didn't know where to force him, because he'd always shoot, and like I was just setting him up regardless. So that was kind of what they saw from me, to answer your question, like from a striker standpoint. And then when I came over, it was just, there's a lot more than scoring goals as a striker, right? There's movement off the ball, creating space. And I probably just didn't have enough of like top level, like football education to make it as a striker in England. I wasn't, not that you need to be big, but I didn't make up for my lack of size with my like football intelligence. And so about, 7 months into my time at Arsenal, I was asked to play left back in a reserve match. I never played a defensive position in my life. I never defended in my life, aside from like chasing people down, hoping to win the ball back. And my parents were coming over hilariously for that reserve game. And I wasn't really getting to play in the reserves that much, even as a striker. The reserves at the time was used a lot for like first team players that weren't actually getting minutes. Right. So at any given time, like we'd have Dennis Bergkamp in the reserves, or Sol Campbell playing in the reserves, or Kola Toure, or like whoever wasn't playing was getting minutes in the reserves. So it was just hard to actually get to play even in the reserves at the time. I played left back, did okay. Like we played, I remember playing Watford away at their place, and then just ended up kind of making that my position. At the time we had Cole and Clichy as the 1 and 2. And the second season that I was there, they would just get injured one after the other, basically. Like one would come back and the other would get injured. So I got to train with the first team basically every day my second season, and ended up getting to play those 3 games in the first team too.
Yeah, and let's forward the clock to October 28th, 2004. Stepping on the pitch at the City of Manchester Stadium in a League Cup 3rd round game. And then this happened.
Najuru to Fabregas. Slid through to Karbassiyoon, and Van Persie's in the middle, but he doesn't need him. It's a sparkling finish from the young American on his debut, and Arsenal are safely through to round 4.
Well, I thought surely Karbassiyoon is just going to cross this for Van Persie to stick in the back of the net, because that's the Arsenal way. And it was a difficult angle for him to actually score this goal from. But once again, the build-up play is superb. The movement, the timing of the pass from Fabregas is absolutely excellent. Just wait, bide your time, wait for the runner to go. Karbassiyoon runs in behind experienced defender Danny Mills, and then look.
Now, as thrilling as that is, was it ruined when you went home and listened to it and the guy was calling you Karbassiyoon?
Yeah, it sounds like a Greek international or something, which is fine.
I mean, do your research, man. The play-by-play guy got you correct, but the pundit, I don't know who that is. I mean, just seeing you surrounded by a young Van Persie. Was it Henrik Larsson?
Sebastian Larsson.
Sebastian Larsson. I mean, not Henrik. Cesc and all these guys. I mean, just is that the moment still, or I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it was.
You still go back to that, like I still can't believe that happened, or did you feel? I mean, that was the beginning of something, and obviously we know about injuries, but.
I mean, I'd like to, as you alluded to, to get there, you have to be quite confident. And I would never say I can't believe that happened, because I was dreaming, obviously, of getting there. And it kind of funny. I mean, all the parts kind of all the pieces fell into place finally. And that night obviously happened. As you can tell, though, I was a left back at that point, and I got an opportunity to shoot. And he even said, like, it was a bit of a tight angle, but I mean, for me, I was just like, this is what I did for 10 years back home in the U.S. every time I got into a position like this. And I joked that, like, technically, what he said, like, the Arsenal way is I probably should have just squared the ball to Van Persie. It was wide open in the middle, but he'd already scored. It was his debut as well, actually, I think, or his first goal, I think, that he scored. So I was just like, it's fine. Like, he's gotten his glory. I'll get mine. I don't know how long my career will be. I've only been on the pitch for 8 minutes. This is great.
Take it, and then ended up being the game-winning goal, because I think a few minutes later in injury time they pulled one back. But and this as a staunch defender and supporter of you, Danny, this gets my goat a little bit, because this was the story. Van Persie offers hope for the future, and there's no mention. We have later still. Wait, hold on. What is it? With the tie all but settled, Francesc Fabregas passed to Karbassiyoon in the 90th minute, and the 20-year-old finished impressively. But it should have been about you, not Van Persie. I mean, the little boy of Van Persie wanted to play for Manchester United, apparently. The little boy of Danny Karbassiyoon wanted to play for Arsenal, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Robin was an excellent player, and I think I think from the like the narrative of us having signed him, I think that season actually he signed that season, and what the manager was going to do with him and develop him. I think he was obviously like a way bigger story than a kid that came from the Ruddock Star. So.
Did he complain that you should have squared the ball? Like who was the guy that Harry Kane should have squared the ball in the World Cup semifinal too?
Yeah, I remember.
It was Raheem Sterling, I think, and
Yeah.
yes, he should have squared the ball.
Yeah.
Did you catch anything from RVP? He looked
No,
happy
I mean,
for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had missed, it'd be a different conversation, obviously. But because I scored, it was just you can't yell at somebody for shooting and scoring. So
yeah,
and also like we were all, as you saw, like we're all for the most part children at that age. So I think all of us, I mean, certainly for me, like
who was the most experienced player at that point in that squad?
I mean, the oldest was Almunia, who was 27, and I think he was making his debut as well. I mean, the back line was Johan Giroud came on as a right winger, by the way. Like if you see in that build-up play, like he actually plays the ball too.
He's way far forward in that
yeah. But those, I mean, Philip Senderos, Justin Hoyt, Pascal Segan actually may have been probably the most experienced in that team. But Flamini played, Cesc played. I mean, Cesc must have been 16 or 17, I think, at that point, or maybe 18 at that point, maybe 17. So yeah, it was a pretty young group, and it was on the back of it was just on the back of us having lost to Man United in the Invincible run ending. So when that ended, this was our first trip back to Manchester, why in that article that you posted it said there was no signs of pasta or soup or pizza flying in the dressing room.
It was Almunia, Hoyt, Segan, Senderos, Larson, Pennant, Cesc Fabregas, Matthew Flamini, Ryan Smith, Robin Van Persie, Arturo Lupoli, who you came in as a sub for, and on the other side you had your Van Distan, Danny Mills, you had Sean Wright Phillips, Robbie Fowler. I mean, they were playing the stronger lineup than you were, which is why their manager was a little annoyed that they struggled so much against you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't just like a little bit of a struggle. Like that team of youngsters, I mean, as you know, like fast forward 5 years, became a lot of Arsenal's regular starters as well. So
you bring up that when you were playing, especially when you're transplanted from striker to left back, that you felt that you had the skill. Maybe you were a little smaller than the rest of them, but it was the footballing knowledge that you said you fell a little short from. Is that what the common the edge seemed to be with the players that you would say, especially you got to be around the Invincibles? What was the thing that it seemed like you said that it was 10 times, right? What are the attributes that were specifically impressive to you when you kind of got around that culture,
Yeah. Great question. Basically I've from a scouting perspective, it's something that on the other side, when I did start scouting, you start to look at guys and what allows them to have careers that end up being, let's say 10, 15 years and actually making a living in the game. That team in particular was not only just technically exceptional. Every single player on the pitch was just phenomenal on the ball. They never felt any pressure if 2 or 3 guys were closing them down. There was never any panic. I think they were fighters and champions, right? So even that season when we went unbeaten at Highbury, we got to go to reserve team players got tickets to every game, so we'd sit in the paddock and get to go watch the first team play every year or every week. And when the team went down a goal, nobody in Highbury panicked. It was just oh, okay, well, we'll score 2 then, and it was just this mindset of we'll win and we'll figure out how to win, but we will win. And to me, that was exceptional. And then the other piece is the football intelligence side, where you need to be, your movement off the ball, your decision making, the speed at which you're making decisions, the speed at which you're playing, all this stuff is I don't know, it's hard to some players will come in and they'll improve and continue to go down that path. Some players will go in and just sink, unfortunately, because it's just too much for them. To give you an idea, in the actual goal, when I look back and when I watch it every single day. I'm just kidding. Whenever
playing on a screen in the Portugal hotel right now.
Yeah, exactly. When I do watch it, the thing that excites me the most, and the thing that I probably took on the most from that, is my little movement before Cesc plays me the ball. That little like pulling Danny Mills away from me, or away from the goal, and then creating space in behind. And had I played in the first team a year prior, I wouldn't have done that at all. Like, this was very much like learning how to use the space, a very confined space, and creating space for yourself, creating passing lanes for yourself. And then when you combine that with like a Cesc Fabregas who sees
the vision,
the whole game is in like point.
How old was Cesc? Was Cesc 16 at that time?
He may have been 17, I think, or 18 at that point as well. But like for him to play that ball, and you go back to say like what makes these guys so good. Like Cesc's ball in was like weighted perfectly, angled perfectly, and then timed perfectly. And there's a lot of things that you can mess up in that situation, especially when you're just like, as Cesc does, just like plods, along the box, and then just waits, sees me pull the defender away. Right when I see Danny Mills commit to me because he thinks Cesc is going to play me the ball, I went in behind, and then Cesc like timed his ball to perfection. But as I said, there's like a bunch of other things that are happening, and the guys that end up playing at the top level are able to do that every single week, not only in training but also in big games, small games, whatever it is they're doing for years on end.
Is that the thing that you feel that when you were scouting that you were looking the most for? Like, I always say that players are an aggregate of like a series of like literally millions of behaviors, and like which ones show up the most times, and the patterns we see become the styles that we kind of understand. Is that what's most important to look at when you're looking at a young player, or is it more the technique, maybe the physicality, or a combination? Like how do you weigh these things when you're looking at players?
I wouldn't say there's like a formula. It's like they need to have this. Like I think when you look at them and say, like technically they have to be like really technically sound. Otherwise, they just won't make it in Arsenal's style of play. I mean, last year there were certain sequences in the midfield where you'd see some of our midfielders pass out of pressure with like 4, 5, 6 different passes and little triangles, and turn kind of a defensive moment into transition like so well. And it's just like that, like as from a scouting perspective and just somebody that's gotten to play kind of at that level, like I just look at that and say like this is like exceptional, because they never seem as if they're under pressure, but what they're doing is actually really, really like difficult under pressure. When there's 60,000 people watching, you might be down a goal, the other team is pressing hard, and they're just like casually playing the ball around in triangles and then waiting for the right moment to go the other way. I mean, physically, obviously the Premier League now is extremely physical. So most Americans don't struggle on that side. Like usually we tend to struggle on the technical side when we go over there. But with that said, there's more and more players that are showing that they can compete technically at that level. And then the other side is like mentally, like how can they cope with kind of the ups and downs of a professional career. And there's a lot for all the ups, what you see in this like video of like how great football can be. There's also a lot of like didn't make the reserve team again for like the 4th week running, and you're wondering like, am I even like, I can't even make the reserve team, like am I even good enough to be here, or like you just have a bad day at training and you're 5,000 miles away from home and it's raining and it's gray and like you don't have your close friend network near you, like all that stuff. It's hard to like understand, like actually grasp that before you bring a player on trial and whatnot, but it is really, really important.
And Danny, that is what I want to transition into the Gideon Zelam story. But before we do that, our 9 a.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. UK drawing needs to take place. We are the new running total. There have been some more that have come in over the last 30 minutes or so. We are now at for this event alone, we are now at $4,580 raised for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society since the beginning of yesterday for the POD-a-THON. We're trying to break the $5,000 record from last year. I think it was like 5,036 or something. Aston's not going to give up until it happens. He's going to go to everyone's house, log onto their computers, steal their credit cards, and donate if that's what it takes. But we hope it doesn't come to that.
I am a shifty one.
But I think we'll get there the old-fashioned way, which is the integrity way. But we do have to pick a winner for this, and we do want to pick a winner. And what we're picking a winner for is this piece of Ruth Beck art, another amazing rendition of Highbury, Block N. Highbury walking up some stairs. If you want a picture of some stairs in your some of the best stairs that have ever existed, this is for you. So we're gonna pick a winner. This might take a few since again there's been a lot of Ruth Beck art winners, but we're gonna share the screen now. Pick a winner of this incredible print, and the winner is, hold on, where's the drawing page? Here we go. The winner of this Ruth Beck art print, Peter Kane. I think actually that is a first-time winner, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just double check. Peter Kane, you have won the Ruth Beck art print of a stairwell.
Congratulations. Get in.
Dreams can come true, and Peter Kane is an example of that. As is Danny Karbassiyoon. I mean, those two are probably, two of the most fortune-kissed in the history of the Arsenal. So
getting back to exactly what Mike's about to get into, the Gideon Zelalem thing.
Don't bogart my point. But no, best stairs ever from the artist Ruth Beck herself. So there's nothing better than having the artist comment on her own art as someone wins. So good job, Peter. Go ahead, Asa, but don't take my thunder on this.
No, I just want to. I think that this story is really good. One of the things I would love to have you focus on as you're telling the story is I think that there's a lot of not understanding what is the day to day for a scout. You kind of hinted at it's about building the networks and having. So what is that like? Like what is your day to day look like, and how was that day when Gideon came across your desk?
All right, and then I'll pick up once Gideon gets to England.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when I was scouting, specifically in CONCACAF, I used to spend maybe, I don't know, three or 4 days on the road, probably a week, maybe two flights a week to different places, looking for players. Most if not everything would have been not only my research based. If I was going to watch a specific player from just playing in a league game, for example, I would do a little bit of research, find a game that I wanted to go to. Maybe I'm speaking to an agent, maybe I'm speaking to a coach that I know or somebody that I know in that region that can say, yeah, you should fly here to watch this player. Go watch the player. I usually wouldn't let the player know that I was going if I didn't need to. Watch the player and then go home, write a report on him, and then submit it into our database, into the club. Look to see where I needed to go next, and I would do this maybe once every I don't know, maybe 3 weeks. I would know my schedule a little bit, so I was kind of always planning ahead to know where I should go, and then just get on another plane and go kind of go somewhere else. I was flying maybe 200,000 miles a year across the U.S. and as I said, all of CONCACAF basically. Covered most of the U.S. and Mexico more than anywhere else, but did go to Central America for various reasons, and the Caribbean, for certain under 17 or under 20 CONCACAF qualifiers, for example, as well. It's a tricky, I would say, a tricky proposition scouting in CONCACAF because again, it doesn't make crazy sense to have a huge army of people out looking. But it's all about the network that you can build and the network that you can trust. So I had a lot of good people on the West Coast. I lived on the East Coast. I mean, with that said, sometimes initially I was watching when Josie Altidore kind of came onto the scene in MLS when he was 15. I was tracking him kind of everywhere, and I was flying around the country watching him play. And I was told he was going to play. I flew to LA to watch him play against the Galaxy, and he didn't play. So it was like a 6-hour flight and a night in a hotel or 2 nights in a hotel, and he didn't even play. And then I flew back home. So it is really important to like not only do research to know whether or not the player is good, but also like if you can get any intel on whether or not they're fit or if they're actually going to play, it's another big it's another big win. And then we, throughout different parts of the season, especially obviously during the transfer windows, we start to build essentially what we call like shadow teams, like the best players in your region, and you kind of align that with what the club need, and then also what's kind of in your region, and then start to kind of push people if you think they're good enough, and then see what happens. It's a little bit different because as an international scout, you cover not only youth players but also senior guys, and they're very different. There's very different workflows for each. So Gideon, when I started watching him, again, I went to training. I mean, his coach, Matt Pilkington, told me they were training that day. I just went, I didn't even say hi to Matt. Like I just told him I'm coming to training today. I sat in the bleachers at his high school and watched the training session and then left without saying hi to Gideon or anything. After that, I made contact to his family through the coach, obviously, and then started building a relationship with the family. A couple other clubs were interested in him at that point. So when that starts to happen, it's really really important to obviously like build trust with the family and also have them realize that like your club can hopefully do the most for their kid. So yeah, I was actually going to have like dinner with his family every so often, and
that's got to be surreal. That's got to be weird.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, most of the conversation is happening with like the parents, so they like understand that like when they're trusting you with their child, basically. With Joel Campbell, it was completely different. Like I saw him initially at like the under 20 World Cup qualifiers in Guatemala, and then tracked him across a couple other competitions, and then he played in Copa America that summer. We ended up signing him after like I was pushing him hard. We ended up signing him. I'd never met him. I knew his agent quite well, but I'd never met Joel. And then when I was in London for work randomly, one week, like several years back, Joel, when he was still at Arsenal, he was there, and his agent was like, "Oh, I'm coming to." I was meeting his agent for a coffee or something. He was like, "Joel's going to be dropping me off. Do you want to meet him finally?" So Joel dropped him off, and he got out of the car, and he was just like, he was like in a white BMW or something, and his agent was like, "Joel, you have to thank Danny because the only reason you're driving that car is because." I was like, "That's not the case. He's a good footballer. He would have made it anyway." But yeah, so it's a very different situations. But with Joel as well, like I would have done research to see like what he was like as a person, like what his family situation is like. And this goes back to the idea of like, will he be able to adapt when he comes to when he comes to London, because it's not easy taking a kid from Costa Rica, like from Pura Vida to 3:00. It's dark in the winter. It's gray skies, it's raining. Like you want to know how they'll be able to adapt to it all. So I hope that answers your question. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, the thing I wanted to get to was with Gideon's element, and I've talked about it before. I mean, you mentioned the mentality part of it, and you can scout in America or Central America or the Caribbean, somebody, and see what kind of skills they have and say, well, this might fit into the program that we're doing, the fit that we need. But until you bring them over, you're not necessarily sure how they'll deal in that environment. Now, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I on one of my trips, I think it was 2014 or 2015, I was there for an Arsenal road trip, but I was there a little bit early, so I went out to Meadow Park because I found out that the U21s at that time were playing in a match. I forget who it was against, like maybe Birmingham City or something like that, and I went there because I knew I could have a chance to see Gideon play up close. And I came away from that game being impressed with Alex Iwobi, being impressed with Daniel Crowley. I think Chuba Abcom was playing in that game, Ainsley Maitland-Niles. Gideon Zelim, to me, that was the day I felt, with my incredible wealth of football knowledge and scouting and coaching experience that I don't have, that I could see something in his eyes that told me that it was not likely to happen for him. Now I've just brought myself to a level of judging somebody based on, the eye test over 5 seconds, but it wasn't his footballing ability. He looked like a lost child out there. And you could completely blow my theory out of the water, because I know he had a loan spell at Rangers, which is not a place where you can shrink and hide. But it just, was Gideon's, did he peak, or was it more the kind of the mental emotional side of things that caused things to eventually not work out?
When you said you're speaking out of turn here, I don't.
I would love for you to finally put me to rest and say, look, that wasn't the case at all. I saw one episode of just seeing him look like he just wasn't comfortable in his skin, in the sense that.
I think like, as I said, to make it as a pro is very difficult. Like, a lot of things have to go your way to make it as a pro. To make it as a pro at a club like Arsenal, is even more difficult. When we say there's I realize, like, in my situation, I was at the club for 2 years. Like, probably after a year, probably after 7 months, 8 months, like, maybe the club were looking for replacements for me. When I think about it, like, scouts would have been out saying, oh yeah, we do need another left back. And we'll be out looking. I think, like, I don't know why Gideon didn't end up having like a long, like, fruitful career at Arsenal. I think technically, as I said, like, he was exceptional. Technically, he is exceptional. Technically, he's extremely intelligent on the football side. I think being able to do it consistently. You saw him play, as I said, one timer live, I suppose. I think, like, as a scout, you go watch them play away from home, at home, against really good teams, against really bad teams, to see mentally, like, if they're playing against a really bad team, are they going to be the one that's still, like, striving to like retain the level that they should be? If they're playing against a really good team and they're getting smoked, like, are they the ones that are, like, picking up their team and trying to, like, fight back? Are they, like, walking around with their head down? I think it's just tricky. A lot of things have to go your way. I mean, he also got injured. He had a bad injury there, and injuries, as I mentioned, like, a lot of it's just hard when you get injured. I mean, I can attest to this greatly, because I went and tore my groin, so I had surgery right away. Was out for like 6 weeks right away. People are like, oh, like, he's already missing 6 weeks of preseason. Kind of like, you start wondering, like, is he faking it? But they're like, you start to not be a part of the group. There's just a lot of things that weigh in on you. It's very different from, like, a youth soccer setup where you're just, like, kind of like with a team that you've been with for a really long time, and everybody knows you, everybody knows your family, and it's like, and you kind of get older with the team until it's time to go to college. Like, here, it's very much like cutthroat, because you play 1 or 2 good games and get promoted to the first team. Suddenly, your lifestyle completely changes, right? And you've become a pro, like a big time pro in the world of football. So I think it's just way more. It's just very cutthroat, and a lot of things have to go your way in order to end up actually making it.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are just, we hear about, all the high school, name the sport, the big ones, basketball, American football, soccer, baseball. How many of those people end up actually being paid to play, as a career? It's so unlikely, but I guess we're just closer to it from the footballing standpoint. And we were so, between the DC connection and the Arsenal connection and the American connection, I think there were a tremendous number of people waking up to Arsenal at the time who looked at Gideon Zelim as being, kind of what maybe Matt Turner could end up being, or, whoever the next person is that's in line for that. But it just didn't happen. And there doesn't have to be a reason, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of English and European players that come through the club that don't end up making it either. So it's challenging whenever we do get one that goes over there and signs. It's like the odds are heavily stacked against us that we won't end up making. I mean, Steve Rowley actually told me before I signed my contract. He said the odds of you making it as a footballer are pretty slim. The odds of you making it at Arsenal are far slimmer. But you've been working your whole life for this, and we want to sign you. So it's kind of up to you to make that decision.
Maybe the reason that Zellum didn't make it ultimately is because of this. From 2016 in San Jose, this is Gideon in the middle with a very large man sitting behind him, looking. I don't know if I could move at that moment, but this is during the summer tour when they did kind of a game show thing, and that's me and my good friend Samit from San Jose with Callum Chambers, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Gideon Zellum. We were not the winning team in this competition. Let me put it to you that way, because Chambo just didn't take it seriously. But yeah, I think Zellum was probably like, you know what? I want to play football, but I want to play for a team that has this guy as one of its fans. And that's what ended up happening there. So, Acid, it's been great spending an hour with you, Danny, and we're gonna not just let you go, but we're gonna also announce a switch to our final and third different YouTube stream for the last 8+ hours of the pod. But Acid, any final words for Danny?
Yeah. First of all, incredible having you on. Incredible, always. You're always so open. You were incredibly nice when I met you physically. I was like, you were one of the first people. I was like, wow, I can't believe you guys are just going to be so nice. I guess what I would like to put to you,
we could have been 80% more dick to him, and he still would have been happy.
You know that, like, in the back of your mind when you're meeting the club for the first time, you're like, all of them could be assholes, and we would never know. And you could get away with it, and we would still love you, and you still choose to be the way that you are. So big up for that. With your let me because we always forget to do the predictions, and right. So I want to ask you from your scouting perspective, from your scouting eye, is there any player that you're seeing out there right now in Premier League or in Europe or even in the US that particularly has your eye right now?
I'm going to be extremely boring and say I'm going to pass if you don't mind. And I only say this because there's a lot of for me to be on here talking. I don't want to disrupt anything.
Right. Now, some people may not know, Dan, you are employed by the club, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's true. My bad.
Yeah. No worries. I'm comfortable enough to lean on that, just largely because I don't want to piss anybody off.
Right. No, yeah. I mean, I think it's easy to forget just because of how personable you are and open that you are. That that we can't just ask for an opinion because his job is opinions, and those jobs and opinions are owned by the intellectual property of Arsenal Football Club. So
I will say this, Aston, real quick. I was talking at the I was gonna say at the club on our Arsenal computers, the background picture changes based off whatever the club chooses. It's an Arsenal picture. And I was in the recruitment office I don't know, 5 days ago or something, and there you are, man, front row center in that picture. And I was talking to a couple of guys, and I was like, I met that guy in Baltimore. He's very, very nice. And I told them your whole story.
It wasn't a picture of us doing fireball shots at the.
That one didn't make the rotation.
It was bad. Appreciate the love, man. I really you have no idea. That's the sort of thing. Phil, trust me, sent me a image immediately when they put those up. But it's one of those things where you're like, you can't believe it's happening. And like I said, the personableness that comes from all of you guys on staff that have been so incredibly nice. It warms my heart that my club is actually what I imagine it is. You know what I mean? We all dream that the people at our club represent us the way, and you do an excellent job. So hats off to you. Kudos.
Oh,
Much love.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
but I couldn't have said it better myself. And I know Andy's in the chat right now. He was, as with everything on our podcast, Andy comes up with the ideas, I execute them. He said back in the fall of 2016, let's get Danny Karbassiyoon on. We're an Arsenal podcast in America. It's the perfect combination, and 6.5 years later, I've fulfilled the promise.
I'm sorry.
And we hope to be able to do it again sometime in the not too distant future. Can I get your real quick though, because I swore to Amy Lawrence she's the only person I would let off the hook.
I saw
for this.
I made a note of that, and I was like, they're going to ask me.
I have to. Are you in your position allowed to give opinions on the top 4? Bottom 3 and a surprise pick, just a football pick type of thing.
Can I just say that I think? Can I just say I think we'll end up in the top 4, and I don't want to say anything about the bottom 3 because I don't want to. Again,
right. You know what? I shouldn't even have asked. So
I'd like to believe. I'm very excited about this season, and I think the team that the staff has put together and that they continue to curate. Very exciting right now, so I'm thrilled to see what we're going to do this year.
It's exciting, and if you happen to find yourself in the DC area anytime soon, please let me know. I'd love to take you out for a drink or some fireball shots, or we'll just have a bottle of Fireball and we'll do it like the Russians in the Gulag, just kind of pass it back and forth until one of us drops.
If you end up in Florida, I will immediately take my car and drive you out of this state to protect you. Okay,
Awesome.
That's my favor to you. I will get you out of here as quickly as possible.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Danny, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. I appreciate your good humor and hanging out, and here's to a great season.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all later, Kai.
Okay. Take care. All right, man. Dream come true. Now we are more than 2/3 of the way through, but we're going to end this stream now after just over 9 hours. If you will please follow us to the next stop along the way, which I'm going to put up here in the chat, is going to be. Let me hear. Give me a second. It's been 20 hours. Hold on. www.podpart3.com. So podpart3.com will be the final stop for this incredible journey. Our guests in the final stretch include Lee Judges, Harry Simeo, Mike McDonald, Dan Potts, Clive Palmer, Alan Smith, Dave Seeger, Perry Groves, Sophie Nicolau coming back, James Johnstone, hopefully a reappearance from Ryan Rocastle, the whole TGP gang, and Aston, will you join us for another half an hour or so?
Yeah, you need me to transition with you. You need a.
Well, here's what's going to happen. We have an open half an hour between now and 3 p.m. So what we're going to do on the other side of the transition is we're just going to play a couple of random videos from Orlando and have a laugh about them. Owen's going to rejoin us in a little bit, but always rather have 3 homies on than 2, because what's 50% better than 2 homies?
Bet
3. So please go to podpart3.com. We've got 51 people in here right now. We hope very, very soon after we go on the air, we'll have 51. There'll be about a 4-minute break because I do have to take care of some urological issues. And man, it's been fun so far. I can't wait to finish this off, but so much ahead in the next 9.5 hours, including some incredible, or 8.5 hours, including some incredible prizes. So please join us on the other side. www.podpart3.com. Love you.